Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
While Xuan was fighting with many magical animals, the invisible beast came out after resting inside. Although Xuan helped and fed some spiritual springs, the invisible beast still looked a little weak. Seeing the invisible beast coming out, many magical animals took the initiative to care about it. During this time, the invisible beast conquered everyone with its own performance. Not surprisingly, it must be the butler of the small world. Xuan took some fruits from the warehouse, including Ian's favorite apple, which was his favorite food when he was in the Far East. After all, the quality of the apples in the Far East is also famous. But compared with the apples in Xuan's small world, it's still a lot worse. Xuan, who cared about the invisible beast, even got some psychic liquid transformed by the five-element spirit formation, and added pomegranates together to squeeze a glass of bright red pomegranate juice for it, 443. Naturally, the invisible beast would not refuse Xuan's kindness. After finishing the fruit and juice, it walked up to the little invisible beast. I was still happily watching the birds and snakes and sniffing them playing with the little invisible beasts. When I saw my mother coming, I stretched out my little hand, wanting to be hugged by her. Naturally, Yin would not reject her child. She was in the villa just now if she hadn't just given birth and was still weak and needed help from others to take care of her, and she trusted Xuan and knew that Tai and the others were waiting anxiously outside. Nor will the child be handed over to Xuan. After all, as a mother, I definitely hope that the child will stay by her side when she is just born. Gently stroking the little invisible beast's head, it can be seen that the birth of the child has changed Yin's whole being, and at the same time it also looks gratefully at Xuan. If it weren't for Xuan, I wouldn't have given birth to my child so smoothly, and lived in such a safe environment without worrying about food and clothing every day. Not only herself, but also her own children can enjoy this kind of treatment, which makes Yin, who grew up in an environment like the Far East, undoubtedly feel very lucky. In the Far East, although the invisible beast is not shouted and beaten by everyone, it is a pile of golden galleons walking in the eyes of every wizard. Moreover, the turmoil in the technological world of the Far East in recent years has also affected the world of wizards, and it affects the whole body. This is also the most difficult time. So now once there are invisible beasts, no, it should be said that magical animals that can be sold for money appear, they will all be sold, and they will not choose to stay by themselves. As for how to repay, Yin can't think of it anymore. She can only say that this life, even this life, is given to Xuan, even if she knows that her life is nothing to Xuan. That being the case, then do well the tasks assigned by Xuan and help him manage the small world well. Continue to tease the little invisible beast for a while. Especially its pair of pure and flawless eyes, looking at each other for a long time, seems to really purify people's hearts. But after a while, Xuan left the small world. Don't forget, he asked for leave to come to the small world, and now that get out of class is over, he still has to show up in the auditorium for a while. When Xuan came to the auditorium, the time was almost 12:50. There was no way. He didn't pay attention to the time while playing with the little invisible beast in the small world. I came to the auditorium and looked around. As expected, Hermione and Penelo didn't go back after eating, they were all there. Why are you full and haven't gone back to rest? Although he guessed what was going on, Xuan sat down among them and asked, when the two women were together, unless Xuan went back, otherwise when they were waiting for Xuan, there would be a little space between them. After a long time, everyone knew that the position was reserved for Xuan. Xuan. Seeing Xuan, both women smiled happily and called him. If you haven't gone back, you haven't counted in your heart, it's not because of you. When they heard that you hurriedly asked for leave from herbal medicine class in the morning, they thought something happened, and they were worried all the time. I thought it was what happened last night that affected you. I just said that this guy will be fine. With his ability, he is not bad at all, so how can he be disturbed by such a trivial matter? Martha, who was sitting on the other side, said angrily that she had discovered that since her girlfriends and friends were captured by this guy Xuan, they almost all threw themselves on it. And it's not just her alone, there is also Hermione. Although in the eyes of the first-year wizards of Gryffindor, Hermione with fluffy hair is not particularly good-looking. But Martha, who was 4 or 5 years older than them, knew that Hermione was not ugly at all. She was even a very cute girl, and her appearance would definitely not be that bad when she grew up and opened her eyes. That fluffy hair can naturally be taken care of in the future to make it soft and obedient. Some are as big as a rabbit's front teeth, and now it looks very cute. When you get older, these teeth won't look so abrupt and huge. It can only be said that those guys are still young. After all, Hermione is different from Penelo. Penelo can be said to have grown up beautifully since childhood, while Hermione is another kind of female transformation, the transformation journey of an ugly duckling. As for whether Martha will be envious, just kidding, don't look at Martha's straight temper, but her appearance is not bad and she usually writes love letters to pursue her, but she just doesn't like those cowards. The main reason is that if you can't beat yourself, then it's meaningless. She, Martha, doesn't want her partner to be a softie. Xuan, why did you suddenly ask for leave this morning? Are you feeling unwell? The elder sister Penelo was more sensible and asked. After all, she had been in school for almost a year, and Xuan had never asked for leave from class. As for what Martha said earlier, they thought it was because of Ron's affairs that Xuan was like this. No, it's because I suddenly thought of something to do in 5.1, and then I was anxious to deal with it, so I invited a class because you were thinking too much. Xuan took the dishes that Hermione had reserved for her. Today's lunch was good, including German-style salted pork knuckle, roasted orange wings, Hawaiian fruit pizza, Shilin orange river, and some pea sprouts. These were reserved for Xuan when Hermione and Penelo came to the auditorium at the very beginning. I have to say that Xuan's life at Hogwarts is amazing. The pork knuckle with dark red skin, delicate and fat but not greasy, has a unique aroma. The chicken wings are crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, as well as the pizza that can be brushed and contains various fruits. It is rare that Xuan is satisfied with today's dishes, or now Hermione and Penelo are getting to know Xuan's taste more and more. Xuan, are you here? At night curfew, Xuan skillfully knocked on the door of Hagrid's hut. It has been a week since the Norwegian Ridgeback baby was born. During this week, Xuan will come to Hagrid's hut basically every night. After all, he has the rebirth spell of disillusionment and can borrow a yin's invisibility. Basically, he should be careful in Hogwarts, and he can come and go freely status. As for Harry and the others, they are now devastated by the previous punishment and point deduction, and they are trying hard to find a way to increase the college points back. Among the trio, Harry was alright. After all, he was a Quidditch seeker with extraordinary talent. Every victory would help the Academy get some bonus points. And the other prophesied savior Neville is also fine, at least in the herbal medicine class, relying on his talent and slowly recovering talent, that is, after overcoming his own fear with the help of Xuan and others, his memory it's not that bad anymore. Therefore, I can also get bonus points from Professor Sprout in the herbal science class. As for the final Storm Center Ron, he is more numb. It's obvious that the talking is bad, but in the end, you can find a way to get back the points. Now Ron is the most difficult. After all, apart from being a bit talented in wizard chess, he is not successful in his studies, and he doesn't have a particularly good grade in any subject. It is very difficult to get extra points. But at least now Ron's life is relatively back to normal. The reason, of course, is that his big brothers took action. Although Percy has various flaws, it has to be said that he still has a little skill to become a prefect, which is not convincing. In addition, the same is true for the Weasley twins. They are not bad at all, and in order to keep the little wizards of Gryffindor from worrying too much, they also gave away a lot of prank magic props they made themselves. For example, the fast-acting skipping candy that makes users sick. This candy has two colors, one makes people sick, depending on the type of sugar used, and the other is an antidote. There are also fat tongue taffy with bright colors on the outer packaging, which looks no different from ordinary taffy. But after eating, it can cause the tongue to swell and lengthen rapidly. I have to say that the Weasley twins' prank props are still quite popular, but little wizards don't know what a long stream of water is. There was no discussion when using it, and people used it in a rush, resulting in only about 20 people in a class and half of them asked for leave. It made the instructors think that there was an epidemic. In the end, I checked and found the Weasley twins. In the end, all the prank props were confiscated, but because of this, Ron's situation has improved a lot, but the twins' wallets have also become deflated. After all, making these prank props requires the purchase of materials. So much was thrown out at once, but all their stocks were used up. So even if the Weasley twins always tease Ron, they still lend a helping hand at critical moments. After all, they are his younger brothers, and they will never stand by and watch no matter what. But this has nothing to do with Xuan. The important thing now is to get the Norwegian Ridgeback dragon. Entering Hagrid's hut, compared with the baby dragon just born a week ago, it is now twice as big as before. Hi, Norberta. After entering the door, Xuan greeted the baby dragon Newt, who was destroying everywhere. Norberta, who was already about the same age as the hound Fangya, saw Xuan approaching and put down the cushion that had been mutilated by him to pieces. Xuan glanced at it, and if nothing else happened, it should be a cushion made of unicorn tail hair that Hagrid collected in the Forbidden Forest. It can only be said that Hagrid is actually the invisible local tyrant of Hogwarts. Ha ha ha. Xuan caught Norberta, who was rushing towards him. Fortunately, his physique was not bad, otherwise, if he was someone else, he would really be unable to catch it. Charmander sticks out his tongue and licks Xuan's cheek continuously, which makes Hagrid jealous. I have raised Norberta for so long and I brought its dragon eggs back by myself, but in the end I am not close to myself at all, either biting myself or spitting fire at my beard. Since Norberta was born, his proud and thick beard has shrunk a circle. Hugging Norberta hard, the little guy was restless in his arms, twisting around, and would break free if he didn't pay attention. Hagrid, is your palm all right? Hearing Xuan's words, Hagrid stretched out his wide palm and spread his 5 fingers, and he could see another circle of teeth marks at the tiger's mouth. It's okay, it's a good thing to listen to you. I put on gloves when feeding Norberta, otherwise I would really bite the skin. Why is it said that fire dragons are difficult to domesticate and professional wizards are required? That is because fire dragons are very dangerous magical animals. No matter what kind of fire dragon, they are very irritable and aggressive towards humans. Hagrid is a very vivid example here. He was bitten by Norberta even though he was feeding him. You must know that the long fangs of the Norwegian ridgeback are poisonous. A bite by a fire dragon like 80 is at most a wound, but Norberta's attack is also poisonous. There is no way the newborn Norberta is not afraid of anything. Except for getting close to Xuan, even Hagrid, who has been taking care of her, can't please her in front of her. Didn't you see that the hair on our poor Fangia's body is missing a bit here and there? These are all good deeds done by the bully Norberta, which can be called lawless. It's okay, I have done some research on fire dragons and I know how rebellious they are. With his hand, he pinched Norberta's open mouth that was about to spray sparks, and seeing Norberta's suspicious expression on his face, Xuan smiled unkindly. Norberta, maybe I'm not human, but you are a real dog. Norberta was not angry when he saw Xuan doing this. Hagrid envied him even more, not to mention interacting with it like this. Even hugging depends on the mood of the other party, and if he is in a good mood, he will hug him for a little while. Bad mood, that's lazy mobi. If you dare to come here, you can directly pass by with a mouthful of sparks. If only I had a magical animal-friendly physique like you, Xuan. No matter how many times he watched it, Hagrid would still envy Xuan every time he had the physique that countless magizoologists longed for, even Newt Scamander. God rewards the meal, there is no way. Xuan winked and said, making Hagrid think why the face in front of him suddenly became so annoying. By the way, Hagrid, have you thought about Norberta's future? Don't forget, Draco Malfoy saw it from the window that night, and you noticed during this period that he often wanders around. What's more, he even chatted with me today, wanting me to be a lobbyist, let you sell Norberta to the Malfoy family, for which they can give you a lot of rewards, such as lifting the Ministry of Magic's unfair ban on being able to eat wands. It has to be said that after Draco passed Norberta's information back to Lucius, he really mobilized his own power to investigate a wave of Hagrid. Therefore, the reward given made Hagrid very excited. After all, because of the wand, Hagrid went to the Ministry of Magic to appeal several times. But they may have underestimated Hagrid or imposed their ideas on Hagrid, thinking that Hagrid is no different from them and they are all people who put their interests first, but unfortunately they misunderstood the person. Xuan, needless to say, I will not hand over Norberta, even if the Malfoy family offers the best conditions. Hagrid did not continue to listen to Xuan's subsequent conditions, and directly refused decisively. Hagrid's love for magical animals is from the bottom of his heart. In other words, magical animals are often the meaning of his life. He regards magical animals as his family. Come and see. This point coincides with Xuan's, but there is a little difference. Hagrid's love is like the sea, which is more fraternal. Xuan's side is different, although he also treats magical animals as family members, but the scope is relatively small, and only the magical animals in the small world are regarded as family members, and other magical animals that maintain goodwill towards Xuan are friends. Those who are malicious, sorry, they are definitely the enemy. But Xuan, since the Malfoy family has already set their sights on Norberta, even if I refuse, they must have other means. What should we do? Hagrid is usually just stupid, but that doesn't mean he is stupid. He still knows about the Malfoy family, a very famous Death Eater family during Voldemort's time, especially Lucius. He still knows a little about his methods. The most classic is that when Voldemort died and the Death Eaters were liquidated, he actually led the entire family to escape without any persecution, even though the entire wizarding world knew that he was a supporter of Voldemort before. So Hagrid's refusal is definitely a refusal. But the consequences of the refusal must also be considered. In the original timeline, Malfoy discovered that Hagrid hadn't discovered the dragon raising on the night the fire dragon was born, but simply reported Harry that night. I really found out that it was because Ron put the letter he wanted to send to Charlie in the book, but forgot to return it to the library. When he remembered and asked Mrs. Pince, he found out that Della had borrowed it. Then I panicked and then informed Dumbledore. After all, the place where they agreed to meet was in the Tower of Hogwarts. If Dumbledore didn't grant permission to Charlie, could they come in? As I said at the beginning, Norberta will still be sent away from Hogwarts in the end. After all, Hogwarts is a school, a place for teaching and educating people, and it is not suitable for dragons to grow. Xuan still had the same point of view at the beginning, the same as to send away, but only to himself. Perhaps in the eyes of others, Xuan's behavior is a bit outrageous. After all, it's not okay to give it to Malfoy, but it's fine to give it to you. But the fact is that it is indeed the best solution to send Xuan here. After all, there is a small world, and Norberta will definitely get the best resources and training. And it's not like sending them to a dragon farm where they have to draw blood and scales from time to time, and when they reach a certain age, they will face the fate of being slaughtered. Don't think it's a joke. Otherwise, how did so much dragon blood, dragon teeth, dragon scales, dragon skin, dragon meat, and dragon heartstrings come from? Do you really think that the dragon farm is a charity? This is why Hagrid disagrees with sending Norberta to the dragon farm. After all, he knows exactly what the dragon farm is like. Hagrid, do you trust me? Hagrid didn't know why Xuan came up with such a random sentence, but he still said honestly, "That's natural. If I don't believe you, I won't tell you about Norberta. Actually, there is a better choice, and that is to give Nobel Tower to me. Here you are." Hagrid heard Xuan's words and looked at him with wide eyes, making sure that he was not joking. He was very clear about Xuan's Muggle origin. Of course, Hagrid also knew that Xuan was rich in the Muggle world. After all, in order for Hagrid to hand over Norberta to himself, Xuan inadvertently showed his own financial resources. But the growth of a fire dragon is not only enough to have a golden gallon, there are many other factors. That's right, just leave it to me, don't underestimate my strength, although I was born as a Muggle, but in the wizarding world some parts are very similar to the Muggle world. That is, as long as there are enough gold galleons, everything will be fine. What is he? Next, Xuan chatted with Hagrid about his own situation. For example, he has a magical animal manor in the Far East, where Norberta can live freely. He also took out a few large boxes of galleons and opened them to Hagrid to prove that he was capable, and that he was not just trying to transfer Norberta to him. Moreover, he also guaranteed that if Hagrid wanted to see Nobel Tower, there would be no problem at all, and he could do it at any time, so that he could ensure that he was really not using the fire dragon to make a profit. Xuan talked with Hagrid for a long time. As for Fantastic Beasts Manor, Xuan wasn't trying to fool Hagrid. He did ask Oleg to buy himself a piece of land in the Far East, planning to get such a Fantastic Beasts Manor. In the future, if you have nothing to do, you can go there okay to relax, take a vacation or something. If nothing else, this Fantastic Beasts Manor is Xuan's base camp in the Far East. Finally, under Xuan's 3-inch tongue, Hagrid agreed. But Hagrid agreed to Xuan not because of how good and attractive the conditions Xuan said. Gold galleons don't represent anything. For Hagrid, gold galleons are the most inconspicuous thing. If he really needs it, he can sell the unicorn hair cushion that Norberta destroyed just now, not to mention a lot. 10,000 gold galleons are absolutely indispensable. After all, unicorn tail hairs on the market are sold by the root. Hagrid's original words were, "Perhaps what Xuan you said is true, but I don't have any absolute advantage here. What really made me make up my mind is that I believe in Norberta and I believe in you who it trusts. Compared with wizards, I believe and respect the choice of magical animals more." Hagrid's words also made Xuan's understanding of him clearer and deeper. This is a person who really loves magical animals. Maybe such people look very stupid to others, but they firmly believe in their own beliefs. Maybe Xuan can't become such a pure person, but it doesn't affect his admiration for such people. In fact, Xuan can also say that he owns a suitcase like Newt Scamander. Let Norberta grow in it, so that he will not be discovered, and Hagrid can see Norberta anytime and anywhere. But Xuan later rejected this idea. As mentioned earlier, Hagrid is very similar to Newt, and their ideas are also very similar. Generally speaking, they all hope that magical animals can live in nature without restraint, not in small suitcases. No matter how good the bionic conditions are, magical animals still belong to nature, and they are the darlings of nature. You can see that Newt specially ran to the beautiful country to release the Thunderbird he loved so much. It is also impossible for Xuan to reveal the details of the small world, saying that his small world is 1 to 200 square kilometers in size, will expand in the future, and the environment is much better than the real world. So this plan was naturally dead, and Xuan didn't think that he had said a lot of earnest words, which were not as effective as Nobel 443 Towers stickers on himself. But it doesn't matter as long as the result is good. In order to prevent Malfoy from making an early move, Xuan discussed with Hagrid to send away Norberta in 2 days. At that time, Xuan will tell Della that Charmander has been sent away through Dumbledore's relationship and let them break off. With this thought in mind, nothing will happen later. Naturally, we have to talk about this after Norberta is sent away. Otherwise, what if the other party doesn't believe in a surprise attack? After getting Hagrid's consent, Xuan happily walked towards the dormitory and let Hagrid stay with Norberta for a while. After all, Norberta was hatched by himself. We still have to thank our veteran Voldemort for sending us the fire dragon eggs. On the way back to the dormitory, Xuan saw our Professor Snape and Professor Quirrel having a late-night tryst again from a long distance away. Xuan could guess what it was about without listening closely. It was nothing more than "I kept staring at you. You be careful with me, don't give away." Xuan is not interested in getting close to him, although he has now cast the invisibility technique of the invisible beast. But who knows if the one in the back of Quirrel's head, CDFB, will sense his approach. Xuan is not interested in trying it himself. Let them go. I should hurry back to the dormitory to wash up and then get into the bed and have a good sleep. What a beautiful thing. Those who beat and kill, he is only a teenager, has nothing to do with him. Today I have already got a bargain, so don't act like a good boy. In 2 days my small world will usher in the second fire dragon. On Friday night, Xuan was filled with a sense of accomplishment as he watched Norberta having fun in the small world. The second fire dragon in the small world is also the second kind of fire dragon. After Norberta entered the small world and completed the identification of the owner, the area of the small world has reached 210 square kilometers. The increase is not large, but as long as it is increasing, it is good. Xuan didn't urge Norberta either, and let it run around excitedly in the small world. That's right, just run, because it is too small to fly yet. Norberta is not at all sad about being separated from Hagrid at all now. Not at all. Remembering the way Hagrid had been wiping tears before, Xuan really wanted to yell at him. Don't think about it, after all, you are still wrong payment. But it doesn't matter, Norberta will definitely be much better here than Hagrid's hut. After all, in order to prevent Norberta from being exposed, Hagrid basically imprisoned him in his hut, and only took him out after the curfew at night to let the wind out, but he also tied it with a rope, for fear of letting go. There is no way not to let the wind out. Hagrid's hut is so big, it must be uncomfortable to stay there all day, and if you are in a bad mood, it will be served by sparks. After getting Nobel Tower, the little wizards of Hogwarts found that Hagrid was much more diligent in changing furniture, and he went to the Forbidden Forest to cut down trees to make furniture in 3 or 2 days. No way, it was all given away by Norberta, and those furniture still didn't dare to throw them around, for fear of being seen, and they would have to explain a wave at that time, so they were directly burned as firewood. This made the fiery Norberta happy instead. Well, it is rare to find something that makes Norberta happy, so Hagrid is naturally a doomed favorite. Xuan felt that if he hadn't taken Norberta away, maybe Hagrid would buy a room for Norberta to add to the fun, which is not impossible. When Norberta finally calmed down, even though she was still very curious and wanted to look around, she still wanted to stick to Xuan's side. After all, this is also an unfamiliar environment. Have you played enough? If you have played enough, I will take you to meet other partners. Naturally, Xuan also guessed that after entering the small world, Norberta would definitely chase after bees and chase dishes like this. So he didn't go directly to the villa. With a wave of the hand, Xuan and Norberta both flew up and found that they were flying up suddenly, and Norberta couldn't help being startled. But after seeing Xuan's calm face, he tried to wave his paws, wag his tail, and shake his head without asking any questions. The list became bigger. Started spinning, jumping, somersaulting, having fun. Flying freely in the sky is the romance engraved in the blood and soul of every fire dragon, but it is a pity that Norberta is still young and unable to fly. Now with the help of Xuan, she can fly in the sky, let alone how excited she is. But after playing for a while, it stopped, and then I stayed obediently, looking at the different scenery below with curiosity. After all, the feeling of overlooking everything from top to bottom is also very different. Roar! Before Xuan arrived at the villa, Atai, who was lying on his stomach, saw Xuan, stood up and spread his wings and flew towards him. Not only Atai but also Xiaoi and the other 5. Roar! Hearing Auditai's call, Norberta also called out not to be outdone. Although she still looked very immature, she already had the smell of a fire dragon. I have to say that Norberta is really courageous. She is not timid in the face of Auditai's power and even dares to shout out. Auditai, who flew over, looked at the little guy in front of him curiously. They were all of the same family and they were still young. Coupled with Auditai's current lazy temperament, he naturally wouldn't care about Norberta. If it were an ordinary fire dragon, the grumpy fellow would have taught Norberta a lesson long ago. The 5 birds and snakes also stared at Norberta very curiously. This is obviously a shrunken version of Auditai, but it is a little different. As for the long way on Norberta, after staying with Auditai for a long time every day, they have adapted to Auditai's long way, and they are even said to belong to the young dragon Norberta. What's more, they are not weak now, but they are evolving towards the mythical creatures Acid and Fat. If the evolution is completed, Norberta may be afraid of them at that time. Norberta felt that going with Xuan was the right decision. It was much better than being in a cramped room, not only seeing more powerful animals of the same kind, but also different magical animals. Maybe it's because Xuan is by his side, and the magical animal that recognizes Xuan at the same time has some mysterious feelings with each other. Norberta is not afraid of birds and snakes at all. He even flapped his wings and waved his limbs and flew towards the birds and snakes. Xioi, they are a bit crazy, and Norberta is also a social cow, so such a short journey has made them good friends. It can only be said that Xuan doesn't understand the world of children. When they came to the villa area, Yin and the little invisible beasts were already waiting there. After Auditai's roar, everyone knew that Xuan was coming, and they all ran out one after another. First, he hugged the little sticky and tiny invisible beast that rushed towards him. It has been born for a while. Compared with the beginning, it can at least run and jump, but Sticky Xuan's temperament has not decreased but increased instead. This is the young Norwegian Ridgeback Norberta, just like the little invisible beast. She was born not long ago, and she is also a girl. And you need to take care of it. Xuan first introduced Norberta to everyone. No surprise, Norberta was welcomed by everyone, especially a Yin who had just become a mother. Even though Norberta is now bigger than it, in its eyes it is still just a newborn child. Norberta, this is the youngest Xiao Yin, your sister. After a round of introductions, the last one is the little invisible beast who was just born. In fact, Norberta is only a few days older than Xiao Yin, but even a few days older is still big. Well, maybe as long as it is a child, it has the idea of being a big brother-sister. After learning that Xiaoyan is younger than it, Norberta went directly to Xiaoyan and hugged it happily. As for Xiaoyan, perhaps it is the only one who doesn't care about this. After all, its personality follows its mother's, quiet and gentle, and it has become quiet and obedient in the past few days after its birth, which is in stark contrast to the carefree Norberta. Later, Xuan stayed with them for a while and then left, let them get acquainted with themselves. At noon the next day, Xuan told Demiguise about this matter and left after talking, ignoring Demiguise's face that seemed to have eaten a lump. As for the follow-up, Della's anger has nothing to do with him, dare to provoke him. This time it's not as simple as long way intimidating. As for the Malfoy family, it's really not that Xuan looks down on it. The current Xuan can be said to have the power to destroy it. I can only hope that Lucius Malfoy will be more sensible. Anyway, even if the Minister of Magic came, this fire dragon would be sent away. As for where it will be sent, I will not tell you. Later, I heard from Hagrid that Della went directly to Hagrid that day and even hurled insults there, leading his 2 followers and rushing over there. It happened that Harry's trio was also there. And now it's all right, the enemies are really jealous when they meet. If Hagrid didn't stop them, they might have to stage a full martial arts again. At that time, Gryffindor's score that has just piled up to the bottom of the hourglass will be gone again. However, it was discovered by Professor McGonagall. As a result, their confinement time was increased. If the confinement did not start tonight, an advance may be added. Since the trip to the Forbidden Forest is going to start at night, Xuan has to be prepared. Harry and the others are not the only ones on this trip to the Forbidden Forest. Bring bulletproof helmets, training uniforms, bulletproof vests, combat boots, gas masks, and night vision goggles. But you haven't entered the Forbidden Forest yet, so you don't need to wear the latter too for the time being. Then there is an invisibility spell, and tonight we will have a big fight. Just thinking about it makes people feel excited. Xuan came to wait in front of Filch's lounge. After all, Harry and the others went over to Hagrid in a while and Filch was going to take them there. Xuan didn't have to wait long, and the trio of Harry and Della all came to Filch's place, asking for flowers. I really miss the way of confinement in the past. The little wizards who were confinement in the past had to be tied by their ankles and hung in the basement. My favorite thing is to hear their screams. Along the way, Filch didn't scare Harry and the others a lot. He heard them startled, especially Neville, who was originally timid. Even though he pretended to be calm on the surface, Xuan could see his constant trembling arms and pale face. Xuan, who was following behind, curled his lips. Filch's words were meant to scare Harry and the others who had just entered school. If Filch really dared to do this, Xuan can guarantee that even Dumbledore can't keep him. Do you really think you can do this in the wizarding world? If you really do this, maybe you can really deter the little wizard, but who will solve the psychological shadow left behind? Especially in a world where idealism is paramount like the wizarding world. Don't make a few Dark Lords, even if there are no Dark Lords, bring more Dark Wizards and Death Eaters. Unless Filch never leaves Hogwarts in his life, he will definitely be beaten with a black stick and exposed to the wilderness one day. However, it is not surprising that Filch's mind is twisted, and Fred and George even told Xuan that there are still iron chains and handcuffs that he polished brightly hanging from the ceiling of his office. As soon as it is allowed, it can be used directly used to punish students who violate discipline. Perhaps this is what he wants to do most. Filch's bad temper and bad character are all due to his birth. He was born in a wizard family, but he didn't know magic, so he became a squib. In addition, he saw that these little wizards obviously had the potential of wizards, but they didn't study hard and learn magic. Cherish the tricks around. He was obviously very eager to learn magic, but he didn't have the chance at all, so he couldn't help complaining and accumulating, which made him a terrible person and hated little wizards, especially those who didn't study hard. For Filch, Xuan can only say that he is hateful and pitiful. Sometimes he can't fit into the circle, so don't try his best to squeeze in. Even if he gets in, he may not be happy. Filch is the most good example, Zai. Your confinement punishment tonight is to follow Hagrid into the Forbidden Forest. Hi, Hagrid. Filch brought Harry and the others to the door of Hagrid's hut, and Hagrid came out after hearing the noise, but he seemed a little unhappy, which made Filch confused. Filch didn't know, but Harry and Della knew it, and they had a quarrel in the afternoon. Thinking of this, Harry and Della couldn't help glaring at each other. Of course, now Della still feels that Hagrid and Xuan are lying to him. They just didn't want to give him the fire dragon, so they lied to him and sent him away. The fire dragon must still be hiding around here. Cheer up, Hagrid, you're taking them into the Forbidden Forest. Hearing Filch's words, now Della couldn't care less about fighting with Harry. At first he thought Filch was trying to scare them. 447 is just like what he said before. But looking at the situation now, with the huge crossbow in Hagrid's hand and a barrel full of arrows, this is indeed a real move. Go to the Forbidden Forest? Are you kidding me? You can't go there. Isn't the Academy prohibiting students from going there? There are werewolves. Seeing Filch's face became more ferocious under the jumping flames, Della's voice gradually weakened. After all, Filch's face was scary. Under the flickering firelight, it looks even more intrusive, and Della is just arrogant, but it doesn't mean he is a fool. Now it is obvious that he is a man, and I am a fish, so how dare he resist? Even if I have already made up my mind to write a letter to my parents and read a few books when I go back, I should keep my head down and be a man now. Of course there are werewolves in the Forbidden Forest, and not only werewolves. Although Filch's tone was very flat, it made Harry and the others feel a chill behind their backs, and the already deep and terrifying Forbidden Forest became even more fascinating. Good night and good luck, troublemakers. After speaking, Filch left with the lamp in his hand, and Hagrid over there also packed up his mood and led Harry and the others into the Forbidden Forest. This also shocked Xuan, who was bored waiting beside him and fell asleep. Mr. Voldemort, our first friendly meeting is coming soon. That's right, Xuan followed Harry this time, and they mainly had two targets. The first one was naturally the injured unicorn. After all, a few weeks ago, Voldemort also attacked a unicorn. Blood. Xuan knew about this and would come out to wander around every night, but he had never encountered it. When Xuan arrived that night, he realized that the unicorn was dead when he arrived, and he was too late. To be honest, Xuan felt that Voldemort must have a unique way of finding unicorns, otherwise why would he find one? Xuan has been at Hogwarts for almost a year, but he has never found any in the Forbidden Forest. A unicorn? Could it be that Xuan's face is black? In terms of appearance, Xuan is dozens of blocks away from the current Voldemort. Of course, the gap between the young Voldemort is not so big, but it is not possible. Xuan suspects that the unicorns live in a unique secret place. Otherwise, it would be impossible to have such a huge forbidden forest, but even a herd of unicorns cannot be seen by him. But the unicorn group didn't see it, but Xuan did see the Acromantia group, such as Hagrid's pet Aragog and his wife Mosseg. It's just that after so many years, Aragog is also old, his body color has turned gray, and his eyes are also blind due to cataracts. Xuan was naturally not interested in Aragog. Although the opponent was huge in size and seemed to have good fighting power, that was just an appearance. Old age and frailty were not only applicable to humans, but also to magical animals. Of course, Xuan could also use the psychic liquid to help Aragog recover. After all, even Autai could recover, and the Acrissantula naturally had no problem. It's a pity that Xuan didn't want to waste the ectoplasm on Aragog. The reason is, of course, he doesn't like it. Even if its danger level is XXXXX, Aragog is not a good stubble, at least he has eaten people. You say that Xuan has mental cleanliness. Whether he is standing or acting anyway, the Acromantula, Xuan randomly took some white soft spider eggs that were about the size of floating water balloons and put them into the small world. Aren't the Acromantis cultivated since childhood more powerful and potential than Aragog? It's just that the hatching period of the spider eggs of the Acromantula is 6 to 8 weeks, and the Acromantula in Xuan's small world is not long after birth. Acromantula is a magical animal. As you can tell from its name, it has 8 black eyes, its whole body is covered with thick black hair, and it has a pair of giant chelicerae, which can eat live prey. Use it with the same kind of dead. Yes, these guys are not a waste of resources at all. And these chelicerae will make a clear and audible click when they are angry, and the chelicerae will secrete venom, and their venom is also one of the materials used in potions. Because Acromantis is a carnivore, it also likes large prey, and likes to live in deep forests or densely wooded areas. Therefore, Xuan did not bring the Acromantids back to the villa area, but left them in the forest. This terrain is also convenient for them to weave dome-shaped spider webs. There is no place in the villa area, and it is not suitable for them to survive. However, the Acromantula has a good thing, that is, after a certain amount of practice after reaching adulthood, it can speak human language, which is a talent that other magical animals in Xuan's small world did not have. And because of this, giant arachnids are considered to be artificially created by wizards to let them protect legends or treasures. But many strange and magical animals in the magic world are created because of this. The giant spider is not the only one, nor will it be the last one. Moreover, Xuan also restricted the Acromantulas in the small world. That's right, Xuan just brought 8 of them into the small world 5.1. They are all big eaters, and if they get too many into the small world, it is easy to break the ecological balance for the current small world. He doesn't want his small world to become like the Forbidden Forest, the world of Acromantia. The Acromantula still has enemies in the Forbidden Forest, so try to control their numbers a little bit, but even so, there are still tens of thousands of them. But what Xuan restricts is their reproduction. There is no way the Acromantula can lay up to 100 eggs at a time, which is more terrifying than rabbits. As long as they come here for a few rounds, their own small world will really be full of spiders. Xuan didn't want the world he spent so much effort to build to become like this, so he put restrictions on the Acromantula. In this regard, Xuan just wants to tell them that they will have fewer and better births and live a happy life. Want to become rich, have fewer children, and grow more trees. In fact, the danger level for giant Acromantia can reach the highest level. Because of their ferocious temperament, huge size, and because they don't hold back against wizards at all, they basically live in groups, so they are very dangerous. If you really say that it is stronger than some XXXX magical animals, that's not necessarily the case. For example, if Phoenix wants to kill these guys, it's just a matter of fire. What is this? Just when Xuan was thinking, Hagrid and the others in front stopped suddenly. Xuan looked over, and it turned out that Hagrid found the pool of unicorn blood that looked like mercury on the ground. It's unicorn blood. A unicorn died a few weeks ago and it looks badly wounded now. When Hagrid finished saying this, a gust of wind blew over and the surrounding trees and bushes swayed, which made people feel a little hairy, and it felt a little bit like a war. Frightened, Ron and the others kept looking around, for fear of the murderer who would suddenly jump out from somewhere and attack the unicorn. 23. So our mission is to find that guy, Ron, Neville, and you, and Harry, you and Malfoy. Okay. Ron's voice trembled when he said this, but now Delacour didn't have the heart to laugh at him, and he couldn't save himself. In contrast, Neville was much better than Ron, although he was also afraid, but at least he was able to maintain his composure, making Xuan behind him nod involuntarily. On the other side, Harry heard that he was on the same team as Della, glanced at Ron, Neville, and Della and nodded. Harry was quite courageous, or in other words, he was a rather embarrassing one. Otherwise, in the future, he won't face Voldemort who stole the Philosopher's Stone alone, and there will be a basilisk slasher. Seeing that Harry on the other side is not cowardly at all, Delaco doesn't want to make a fool of himself in front of his deadly enemy. Okay, but I want teeths. Hearing what Della said, Hagrid didn't know what he was thinking, but he could only say that he was going to be disappointed. Yes, but I want to tell you that Yaya is a coward. Don't think that it will protect you, it might run faster than you. When Hagrid said that, Della's complexion fell down instantly. He originally wanted to find a guard for himself, but he didn't expect to find a master for himself instead. If my father finds out that I've done this kind of thing, he will definitely be blown up, and he will join other school trustees to file a complaint against Dumbledore. Along the way, Della kept chattering, saying he was complaining, but in fact he was just covering up his timidity. For this reason, he also offered to carry the lamp by himself. You must know that in his eyes this is a job done by a servant, but now he is rushing to do it. Della Key, you must be scared. Naturally, Harry saw through Della's disguise and opened his mouth to point it out. Well, now Harry's words were like a fire, directly igniting the arrogance in Della's heart, and he said disdainfully to Harry like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. I'm not afraid, Pote. But at this moment, Xuan, who has been following behind them, can no longer listen to their bickering, because the target person has already appeared. Xuan immediately flew towards the front, that black figure lying on the ground drinking unicorn blood. That's not Voldemort, who is that? At this time, Voldemort, who was lying on the ground, also sensed the voice of Harry talking to Delaco over there, raised his head under the black hood and looked towards Harry. Although he didn't see anyone, he felt it, just like Harry could feel him, he could also sense Harry Potter. Watching Voldemort, who was moving like a snake, leave from the unicorn's wound, Xuan realized that this was an excellent opportunity, and with the help of the invisible beast's invisibility technique, he rushed directly to bring the unicorn into the small world. Xuan could see that the unicorn's body was still ups and downs at this moment. Although the range was not large, it proved that it was still alive. This makes Xuan so happy. Live unicorn live. After searching for so long, I finally came across a living unicorn. Although it is already half dead, as long as it is in Xuan's hands, it will never die. And Voldemort, who was staring at the direction of Harry and Della, naturally saw the unicorn disappearing under his nose. When the unicorn dies, it won't turn into a butterfly and disappear. After all, this is not the first unicorn he has attacked. That is to say, besides myself, there are those two little ghosts in the distance, and a fourth person. Realizing this, Voldemort couldn't help becoming vigilant. Harry and the others over there were naturally nothing to fear. But this little thief who could steal the unicorn directly in front of him, of course he couldn't ignore it. Although I didn't pay attention to this side, I was able to make no movement at all. And the current self is not the full-blown self, so don't capsize in the gutter. And Xuan over there ran away immediately after he succeeded, because he had already seen that Voldemort over there had already started to pick up his wand. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. This is Xuan's style of dealing with things. Xuan reckoned and found that the distance between him and Voldemort was enough, so he took out the super big baby. He specially prepared for Voldemort from the warehouse in the small world. I saw Xuan holding a 447 steel pipe-like thing on his shoulders. If Harry was around at this time, he would definitely recognize this thing. Individual bazooka. That's right, the surprise that Xuan prepared for Voldemort was this individual bazooka. Xuan couldn't believe it. This individual bazooka tank can hit 10 times and still can't catch Voldemort. Fortunately, the invisibility beast's invisibility technique not only makes the caster invisible, but also makes the caster invisible. As for the scale, it depends on Xuan's thoughts and the magic power in his body. After all, this invisibility technique is not without any loss, and it still needs magic power to maintain it. With the bazooka on, Xuan pointed the muzzle at Voldemort over there, and Voldemort, who was targeted by the muzzle, could only feel a tremor all over his body. He sensed the danger, and it was a fatal threat that could kill him. Call out. Armor protection. The sound of the cannonball rushing out followed the sound of Voldemort casting the iron armor curse on himself. But compared to the speed of the cannonball, Voldemort's casting speed was still a bit slower. After all, he is just a wisp of remnant soul now. On Quirrel only, for a moment, the originally dim forbidden forest suddenly lit up with the yellow flame of the cannonball and the silver-white light of the magic wand. Boom. Under the aim of Xuan, the shells of the bazooka hit the target accurately, our Mr. Voldemort. The place where Voldemort used to fight was instantly ablaze. Mud and rocks splashed everywhere, and the sound of the explosion instantly pierced the silent night sky of the forbidden forest. It also surprised Harry and Della, who were chatting over there, knowing that the place where Xuan fired the rocket was only 200 to 300 meters away from them. The sound of the explosion frightened Della, who had been tense all the time, and screamed. He yelled for help and ran away in a panic. The one who ran in front of him was the more timid Yaya. Harry, on the other hand, felt the lightning scar on his forehead suddenly start to ache. This feeling was only felt in the leaky cauldron when he went to Diagon Alley with Hagrid for the first time. According to the understanding after entering Hogwarts, this scar is the proof that he defeated Voldemort, and his own scar suddenly hurts at this time. Does it mean that it has something to do with Voldemort? Then I got in touch with the fact that Dumbledore hid the Sorcerer's Stone in the college recently, and someone gave Hagrid a dragon egg, asked about Lu Wei's information, and the death of the unicorn. Harry felt that all of this could be connected, so he just covered his forehead and bowed his body quietly. Hide behind a tree trunk and look over there. It can only be said that it is worthy of being the savior, a pure Gryffindor lion bold enough. Fire! Xuan couldn't care about Harry's side, because Voldemort's counterattack had already come over there, and he, who was originally surrounded by flames, cast a blazing curse. And this fiery curse didn't attack Xuan directly, but turned into an orange fireball that was constantly rotating in place. When the fireball rotated, all the flames that were raging everywhere were attracted to him. The size of the fireball, which was originally only a dozen centimeters in diameter, skyrocketed, directly turning into a fireball half a meter in size, revealing Voldemort's figure. But compared to the beginning, his appearance is not very good. The cloak on his body was missing a piece in the east and a black piece in the west. It seemed that although he released the iron armor curse, he was still a step behind, but Xuan could observe that this cloak was also a magic item without accident. Because in his perception, although Voldemort's aura has weakened a bit, it is still not fatal otherwise. It would be impossible to completely resist the rocket bullets only by relying on 10 subsequent iron and electric spells. The extremely angry Voldemort directly threw the fireball in the direction where the rocket flew over just now, and the area of the fireball further skyrocketed during the flight. Seeing the fireball that was almost half as powerful as the rocket exploded at the place where he was standing just now, Xuan smiled. He is not stupid. After the rocket leaves the rocket launcher, of course there is no way to be invisible and the fire will be exposed on position. Voldemort naturally understood this point. He did this for two purposes undoubtedly. The first one was naturally to vent his anger. After all, he was so bullied, and the backlash that had been suppressed by drinking the unicorn blood pressure surged up again. And with such a big commotion today, Dumbledore will definitely be aware of it. That is, he will not be able to continue catching unicorns in the Forbidden Forest in the future. And Dumbledore will definitely strengthen the watch over the Sorcerer's Stone. This is because Voldemort doesn't know that he is being used as a stepping stone for Harry Potter. Otherwise, he would rather commit suicide than step into this pit, right? Are you the one who insults the Dark Lord like that? Ha, how much you look down on yourself to let a young first-year wizard deal with you. The second point is to scare the snake out of the grass and illuminate the surrounding environment at the same time. Now the enemy is dark and we are bright. Voldemort must change this disadvantage. After all, the other party used spells such as invisibility and disillusionment spells, and he was like a fish in water in the dark. Even if this will expose himself, he doesn't care. Voldemort is already going to find the guy who attacked him just now, and give him a package of Cruciatus Curse, Imperious Curse, and Avada Kedavra. Looking at Voldemort, who was on guard everywhere, and about to put the iron armor curse on him again, Xuan would not continue to give him a chance. Just in case, he let Autai possess him with dragon scales all over his body. This kind of full sense of security is something that Voldemort can't experience at all now. Mr. Voldemort, that rocket is just an appetizer, and next, it's time for the merciful Gatling Bodhisattva to appear. 6 tubes, 1 breath, 3,060,000 turns, per do sentient beings never rest. Great Gatling Bodhisattva, Trinity Bodhisattva, Great Gatling Bodhisattva. Xuan decided to turn himself into a Gatling wizard tonight, to let Voldemort experience the super killer made by the muggles he despises. Letter 3005 chug 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 chug. The sound of countless bullets ejected from the gun barrel instantly resounded throughout the Forbidden Forest. Voldemort, who had been vigilant all along, fled away from where he had just stood when he remembered the sound of the gunshot. The silent casting of the levitating curse is nothing to him, but this time Xuan is not just a Gatling. Xuan didn't hide anymore, he didn't pretend anymore. He directly came into contact with a Yin's invisibility spell. After all, the magic power can't be wasted at will anyway. He also used Zaya-Oi at the same time. Their sizes can change freely, and he also brought a cloak. Coupled with the tightly covered equipment inside, Xuan can only be recognized as Voldemort Cowhide. Naturally, Voldemort saw Xuan with the help of the firelight. Seeing his appearance, he almost exploded with anger. You really don't talk about martial arts. Are you Voldemort or am I Voldemort? Wrap yourself tightly. And feel the aura on Xuan's body now. You are similar to me now, even stronger, and what are those iron pipes that are constantly spinning and sending out countless attacks? Voldemort just felt that his mentality was a bit explosive now, because Xuan's appearance is indeed too bullying. Not to mention the equipment all over the body, and the iron armor curse that shone with silver light, just the aspen wand in the left hand and a bazooka in the right hand. And on the left and right sides of the body, there are two Gatling machine guns suspended, which are continuously emitting fire. One Gatling gun has 6,000 rounds of bullets per minute, 100 rounds per second, and two Gatling guns that's 200 rounds. This is the real hail of bullets, plus Xuan fired a rocket launcher every half minute. These things that seemed strange to Voldemort made him miserable. Wouldn't Voldemort fight back? How is that possible? Under such circumstances, he still has some judgment on the situation. At this time, the single target spells are all fake, and only group attack spells will work. He didn't think that his iron armor curse could withstand so many bullet attacks, and the explosion of one shot after another. As Voldemort waved his wand, a dark red flame erupted from his wand, which was different from the previous blazing curse. This was fiendfire. This kind of flame can feel the living target. It is a curse. It is also a curse. It is a kind of advanced black magic. It will be very difficult for inexperienced wizards to control it. Voldemort is a master at playing fire. First, a curtain of fire was formed in front of him. The bullets were basically scrapped under the high temperature of fierce fire, and only a few could pass through the curtain of fire, but compared to the previous number and power, it decreased every day. Then under Voldemort's control, fiendfire turned into wild beasts, tigers, lions, wild boars, and Voldemort's best fire python. These flame monsters rushed towards Xuan. Of course, Xuan would not just be caught without a fight. Gatling and the rockets continued to attack. The magic wand in the left hand began to continuously cast the spell of clear water like a spring. As Xuan's magic power continued to pour in, countless springs appeared in 447 intervals, and it was like a flood for a while. Voldemort over there looked at Xuan's actions and smiled disdainfully. If fiendfire could be extinguished by water so easily, it would not live up to its reputation. You know, fiendfire can be regarded as almost everything can be used as fuel. Not only did the summoned spring water not weaken or extinguish fiendflame at all, but it felt like it was burning more and more intensely. The ground is freezing and the sky is freezing. A freezing spell turned the summoned water into ice cubes, and the changed form of water was finally no longer fuel for fiendfire, because it contained Xuan's magic power, which could compete with fiendfire. With another transformation spell, dozens of crystal clear ice behemoths stood up and confronted the fiendfire beast summoned by Voldemort frantically. With the support of Xuan's magic power, the ice beast and flame beast can be consumed one by one. There's no way Xuan can't do the curse of fiendfire yet, so he can only rely on such a stupid method to counteract it. However, although the method was stupid, the effect was still acceptable. The situation that Voldemort could have saved with a single hand turned into a stalemate in no time, and Xuan even had some advantage. Xuan was not in a hurry at all. In this stalemate, Voldemort should be the one who should be in a hurry. Indeed, as Xuan thought, the current Voldemort is indeed more anxious than him. Xuan can afford it, but he can't afford it. One is that after such a big commotion, Dumbledore and the others will definitely come over directly. Voldemort doesn't want to be discovered by Dumbledore. The second is that Quirrel's body couldn't bear the presence of Voldemort in the first place, and now such a high-intensity battle can be said to completely return the body that has just absorbed the blood of the unicorn to its original shape. No, in addition, the rocket that Xuan attacked earlier also injured Voldemort, so it can be said that tonight is a waste of money. Crazy. Just as Voldemort was anxious and Xuan was watching a play, suddenly a phoenix cry that pierced through the entire Forbidden Forest reached Xuan and Voldemort's ears. Hearing this voice at Hogwarts means that it is Phoenix Fox, and it also represents the most powerful existence in the wizarding world, Dumbledore, the king of white wizards. It seems that our game today can only end here. Let's continue next time, Mr. Voldemort. Now that Dumbledore came, Xuan felt that it was time for him to leave too. Tonight's goals had been successfully completed. One was to save the soldier unicorn, and the other was to aggravate Voldemort's injuries. As for the latter, why didn't they destroy each other? CDFB, that's because it's still useful to keep him. Without him, how will Xuan's magician-stealing plan be implemented? This is the guy appointed by Xuan to take the lead. With Voldemort at the front of the tank, Xuan's many things will be smoother and more leeway. Just like this time's unicorn stealing plan and the future magician stealing plan, Dumbledore will definitely put the suspicion on Voldemort and will not put his suspicion on Xuan, a little wizard in the first year. This is completely dark under the lights. Although Xuan is indeed excellent, but who can believe that an 11-year-old, no, 12-year-old little wizard can fight Voldemort back and forth? This is also the reason why Xuan doesn't hide his excellence, or he doesn't hide his completely different way of doing things from other little wizards. Sometimes it is easier to gain the trust of others by showing it openly. Hidden and tucked away, there will be problems at first sight, and in Hogwarts, there is never a shortage of excellent students. Xuan turned around and left after the fight and set off the fire. After that, we will leave it to our Mr. Voldemort to be the last one. Of course, Voldemort won't just stay where he is. Xuan is gone, Dumbledore is coming, he is a fool if he doesn't leave. For a moment, it meandered away like a snake. The body was surrounded by thick black mist. It seemed that the movement range was not large, but the speed was not slow. Under Harry's gaze, it disappeared completely in a few seconds. The darkness merged into one. Harry, are you okay? At this time, Hagrid and Neville, who came following the explosion, expressed concern. In fact, the battle between Xuan and Voldemort didn't last long. After all, in Hogwarts, one person has a ghost in his heart, and the other doesn't want to be exposed so quickly. The battle between Xuan and Voldemort not only alarmed Hagrid and Dumbledore, but even the centaur who lived in the Forbidden Forest rushed over. Xuan didn't care about the torrential flood behind him. What he had to do now was to hurry back to his dormitory. Otherwise, Dumbledore would definitely investigate the whole of Hogwarts soon. With the talent of the invisible beasts and birds and snakes, Xuan quickly returned to the dormitory, temporarily relieved. Tonight is really an exciting night. Taking off all the equipment on his body and changing it, Xuan stepped into the little world king. As I said before, the time in the small world is connected to the main world, and it is also midnight in the small world. In order not to disturb Yin and the others who are already resting, Xuan did not directly send the unicorn to the villa area. Entering the small world and coming to the side of the injured unicorn compared to the previous time in the Forbidden Forest, it was a little bit better. At least the chest heaving was a little bigger. At least with the supply of spiritual energy from the small world, he saved his life for the time being, that is to say, Xuan came a little faster, otherwise if he sucked a few mouthfuls of blood for Voldemort, he would really bleed to death. And Xuan was taking it into the small world. When the world is in the world, simply treat the wound, at least to ensure that it does not bleed. However, although the wound has been treated, it doesn't mean that the unicorn will be able to quietly wait for it to heal. Voldemort's method is not that simple. The unicorn was under Voldemort's curse, and the unicorn, known as the pure beast, could be hurt like this. Voldemort's attainment in black magic is really nothing to say. Although unicorns can't be called invulnerable to magic, at least they are born with a strong resistance to black magic. And Xuan observed it, and the unicorn just got hit by Voldemort's black magic and became like this, looks like. Therefore, if you want to save the unicorn, the first thing to do is to get rid of the black magic on it. The spell stops. Xuan took out his wand and cast a counter curse on the unicorn that lasted for about 3 or 4 minutes before he could barely remove all the curses on the unicorn. In fact, if Xuan cast the counter curse at the beginning, it would not take so long at all. But after a long time, the curse has already spread all over the unicorn's body, and with the size of a unicorn, it is not too much time. After removing all the curses, you can officially start healing. Xuan didn't learn any healing spells, and he didn't have healing potions in his hands, but it didn't matter, and Icor, the spiritual liquid converted in the small world, can be said to be the best healing elixir in this world. Xuan first filled a porcelain bottle, about 200 ml, and dripped it on the unicorn's slightly blackened wound. As the spiritual liquid continued to drip onto the wound, the black-gray color of the wound that was visible to the naked eye gradually disappeared and turned back to its original color. By the time Xuan poured out all the liquid, the wound that had rolled outwards had completely healed. This time, Xuan had only a small wave of blood. He came to the world of Hogwarts for just over a year and less than 2 years. In such a long time, Xuan harvested only 2 liters of psychic liquid. There is no way. The key to transforming the spiritual liquid in the small world is the concentration of spiritual energy in the outside world, which cannot be changed. Xuan does not have the ability to change the world by himself. The second one is the area of the small world. The larger the area of the small world, the faster the conversion. More than half of the 2 liters of spiritual liquid was converted in the second year. After all, after entering Hogwarts, Xuan did not lose his wool and added magical animals to the small world. For example, the area was 210 square kilometers before. After the unicorns were brought in this time, it was expanded by 20 square kilometers to 230 square kilometers. But cleaning the wound doesn't mean it's over. It's just an external injury and there are internal injuries. Xuan took out some spirit liquid, this time about 100 milliliters. Using the floating spell to control and pour the spiritual liquid into the mouth of the unicorn, it was finally completed. Xuan stood there, quietly waiting for the ectotropic liquid to take effect, and the action came to an end when the unicorn woke up. Roar! At this moment, a dragon's roar suddenly came from the sky. Xuan looked up and saw that it wasn't Atai who was there, but also Newt and Xuan sitting on its head. That is, Newt and Xuan had this kind of treatment up. There are a few birds and snakes around. Xuan has a yin on his back, and the other 4 birds and snakes also have a little Xuan on their backs, and they are all waving happily when they see Xuan. Well, I was stupid. Seeing Atai and the others coming, Xuan remembered that he had considered sending the unicorns there to disturb their rest. But I forgot that when I was in the Forbidden Forest just now, I used the power of Atai and the others to directly let them possess me, so how could they rest? They possessed Xuan's permission and were able to see the situation outside. So of course they saw clearly the battle between Xuan and Voldemort just now. Xuan was also dizzy all of a sudden and forgot about this episode. Asking for flowers. It didn't take long for everyone to fall down, and they all looked curiously at the unicorn that was still in a coma. Like Adi and Ian, they are okay. At least Xuan took a look at the unicorn when he was possessed. And the 2 little guys, Newt and Xuan, led the snuffers around the unicorn and beat them non-stop. After all, even if the unicorn is unconscious on the ground now, the beauty of the unicorn will not disappear because of its coma. The whole body is snow white, without any variegation on the body. It looks like a white horse, and there is a sharp horn in front of the forehead. This kind of creature is synonymous with nobility and purity. In a hurry, Xuan didn't have to check the unicorn's condition carefully. Now that he took a look, the unicorn in front of him had snow-white hair and the horns on its forehead were fully grown. According to Xuan's understanding of unicorns, the unicorn in front of him should be an adult. By the way, the adult unicorn is 7 years old, and it is very simple to distinguish whether it is an adult or not. When it was a child, the unicorn was pure gold, that is, golden. When it is 2 years old, it will change from gold to silver, and when it is 4 years old, it will slowly grow sharp horns. After the age of 7, the whole body will be white in front of the eyes. The sharp horns will be fully grown, and the body shape will be fully grown, and there will be no major changes in the future. Okay, since you haven't rested yet, let's take it back to the villa area. Xuan took the magical beasts and unicorns back to the villa area, while Hogwarts was tense because of his fight with Voldemort. From Harry's description, the guy who wields fiendfire and walks like a snake must be Voldemort, such obvious features. Although the ostensible statement in the wizarding world is that Voldemort is dead, Dumbledore and the others understand that Voldemort is not completely dead. One side of the battle is Voldemort, and the other side is the wizard who uses the hot weapon of the Muggle world that Harry said. Moreover, he can easily sneak into the Forbidden Forest. It seems that the defense of Hogwarts has been properly checked and upgraded, otherwise it will almost become a sieve for the enemy to penetrate completely. It was such a comfortable sleep. The next morning, Xuan turned off the alarm clock. Because he went to bed late last night, he didn't go for a run this morning. He gave himself a rare vacation and slept in. As for Hermione and Penelo, both of them knew that Xuan would not go to exercise this morning, so they also gave themselves a day off today. Not getting up early to exercise, besides giving myself more sleep, and now that Dumbledore and the others are paying attention to everything, I'd better do it this morning, be safe. Wash up, get dressed, and bring today's textbook. This morning is Transfiguration taught by McGonagall, so today is a full day. When they came to the restaurant, he and Penelo were already sitting in their usual positions. In fact, Penelo didn't have class this 450 morning, but after staying with Xuan for a long time, he has formed some habits, such as exercising and breakfast. You must know that health preservation is the same as farming. It is something engraved in the blood and soul of Donghuang people. Even if you don't understand health preservation at all, you can understand it through your mother's nagging every day. No, you will understand it through brainwashing. What not to eat for breakfast is not good for the stomach, drink less iced drinks in summer, and sitting for a long time is prone to constipation and hemorrhoids. Where did the English know these things? Every time Xuan said these things, it sounded very reasonable and it didn't seem like he was bluffing. From then on, Hermione and Penelo ate breakfast on time every day, even on weekends. They would come down to have breakfast on time and eat toast or sandwiches prepared in advance in the dormitory when they were too lazy to go out. For Xuan, regular meals are very important, not to mention the problem of being hungry if you don't eat a meal. Rather, Eating and enjoying delicious food is Xuan's hobby. Eating every day undoubtedly comes with a feeling of anticipation. Xuan sat down, looked at the ingredients this morning, and thought that he could DIY a sandwich and eat it. Toasted brown and crispy toast, put a fried egg first, no lettuce but asparagus, it's okay, and then bacon adds a little saltiness to the main sandwich. Then put small tomatoes on top, that is, cherry tomatoes. The cherry tomatoes on the table are whole and they have to be cut in half. Finally, they are covered with a side of toast, so a simple sandwich is ready. One bite, that's what it tastes like. It looks like Xuan eats so deliciously, it's just a sandwich, is it that delicious? This made Hermione and Penelo on the side couldn't help but look at each other, so the two made one according to Xuan's match just now, and then split the table knife in half, one half for each. After all, they are not Xuan, with such a big appetite, half a half can already fill 7 or 8 full. I don't know if it's a psychological effect or it's really delicious. Anyway, Hermione and Penelo think Xuan's combination is very good. After breakfast, Xuan and Hermione were still the same as usual. Those who should have class went to class, and those who didn't have class were free to arrange. On the surface, Hogwarts was no different from usual. As for what happened last night, even though there were various explosions and sounds in the middle, because the place where Xuan and Voldemort fought was in the middle of the Forbidden Forest, not many of them reached Hogwarts. But when Xuan came to the Transfiguration classroom and saw Professor McGonagall with a haggard face and some black eye sockets, he knew that Hogwarts was not so peaceful in the dark. For this, Xuan can only say a little sorry to Professor McGonagall and the others in his heart, but he does not regret it. After all, the unicorns that are alive and kicking in his own small world are the best proof. And it just happened to remind Dumbledore and the others Voldemort, who has died once, does not mean that 10 points of ability are gone. Professor McGonagall, who stayed up all night last night, naturally didn't have much energy or thought. But in order to prevent Voldemort from hiding again from finding anything, the professor still held classes as normal today. It's just that I stayed up all night and I'm getting older, so Professor McGonagall obviously lacks energy, so I didn't teach anything new today, let everyone review and practice. And Hufflepuff and the little wizards of La Kelluo are well-behaved students, and they also saw the tiredness on Professor McGonagall's face, and the sensible ones did not make a fuss. In addition, Xuan took the initiative to stand up later to help maintain classroom order and tutor the little wizards. Professor McGonagall need not worry even more. A simple favor is not only a small redemption, but also can improve Professor McGonagall's favor. Plus, I usually do such things a lot, so why not do it? I had lunch at noon, and after the lunch break, it was Xuan's least interesting class, flying class. Whether Xuan is in the small world or secretly going to the Forbidden Forest at night, flying is no stranger to him. It can even be said to be like walking. So this kind of flying class, which is similar to riding a bicycle in the sky, doesn't appeal to Xuan at all. And it's not even as interesting as the History of Magic class. Although Cuthbert Bin's History of Magic is not very interesting. But Xuan can do other things by himself, but unfortunately not in flying class. Seeing those little wizards who were allowed to move freely after Mrs. Hooch allowed them to chase each other excitedly in the air, and even played a simple version of Quidditch with a sigh of boredom. As for the simple deleted version of the Lost Earth, that is Quidditch without the snitch, only the quaffle and the bludger. As for the outcome, it will be based on the score. There is no way if the snitch is released, the flight lessons of the 2 classes in the afternoon of 5.1 will not be able to end the game. After all, the snitch is notoriously difficult to catch, and anyone can catch it in any game. When it comes to the snitch, the gold content of Harry's Seeker is not so high. This cut-down version of Quidditch seems fairer and more interesting to Xuan, but unfortunately, Xuan is still not interested. The flying lesson is over, and I went to the auditorium for dinner with a group of happy and shouting little wizards. For them, Voldemort and Death Eaters are too far away, and they are not as beautiful as the one I entered this afternoon. The ball, and what to have for dinner in a while, how much you eat is what matters. Mixing in with the group of young wizards, Xuan is also contented. After dinner, just as he was about to leave, Harry and Neville came over. As for Ron, now he still doesn't dare to appear in front of Xuan. To be precise, he can appear in the same place, but he won't feel uncomfortable in front of Xuan. What's the matter, Harry Neville? Seeing the rare Harry and Neville coming to look for him, Xuan, who had just got up, sat down again. Well, we were in the Forbidden Forest last night. It was also very simple for Harry to find Xuan. No doubt he just told him about what happened in the Forbidden Forest last night. It was after dinner time, there were no people around at this time, so just keep your voice down. Of course, Professor McGonagall naturally asked Harry and the others not to talk about it, but would they listen to what Professor McGonagall said? That. Of course they would listen. How dare they touch Professor McGonagall's taboo now? This time the trip to the Forbidden Forest finally came to an end. Because of what happened last night, they were spared the subsequent punishment. Now, at this 23rd moment, if he provokes his own dean again, it will not end well if he thinks about it. It's just that it can't be said on a large scale, and small-scale communication is still possible. Find some trustworthy people who won't spread the word, and Xuan is undoubtedly the best target. On the surface, Xuan seemed to be listening carefully, but actually he didn't know where his mind was wandering. I know this matter better than you. I'm still one of the participants. The madman of Lynn and the bazooka is me. Also, I saw Snape threatening Professor Quirrel again during the day, so Snape must be trying to force Quirrel to tell the way to pass the level. His purpose is to get the Philosopher's Stone to help Voldemort revive. In the end, Harry came to such a conclusion because he had already learned the function of unicorn blood from Hagrid, and then related to the function of the Philosopher's Stone, then the answer can be imagined. Looking at Harry's serious face and the conviction in his eyes, Xuan can only say that Snape, your journey of misunderstanding and blame has just begun. So, Harry, aren't you in danger? That mysterious man in the Forbidden Forest last night will definitely attack you, and Professor Snape has always been malicious to you. What should we do? Hearing Harry's fierce brain analysis, Neville couldn't help becoming nervous. After all, Harry is the legendary savior and his good friend. He doesn't want to see Harry being killed like this. That's right, Neville, who had made up his mind, had already used the word killed. Thinking about what happened to Harry at the Firsleys' house, the kind-hearted Neville couldn't help but feel sorry for his friend. Even his own situation before was not that good, but at least it was better than Harry's. At least Grandma loved him. The more Neville thought about it, the more sad he felt. His nose sore, and he looked at Harry with tears in his eyes. Harry over there was directly numb from Neville's eyes. What's the matter with your morning eyes? As if I'm going to die soon. I'm just analyzing a wave. Why in your eyes it seems like I'm going to die soon? Well, Neville, it's not that serious. Seeing Harry's eyes begging for help and the tears in the corners of Neville's eyes, Xuan felt a little dizzy and quickly said, sometimes Neville is good at everything, but it's just too sentimental and imaginative, a bit like that Lynn sister. Hearing Xuan's words, Neville wiped away his tears, looked at Xuan. Harry over there was the same, wondering why he came to such a conclusion. First of all, the first point is that Voldemort really died 11 years ago. Even if he is resurrected now, he is no longer the Dark Lord who swept the wizarding world before. Now he is at his weakest. From his desire to snatch the Philosopher's Stone and absorb the blood of the unicorn, it can be seen that his resurrection is not without any sequelian problems. Otherwise, he could directly attack Hogwarts without so much planning. And many times, the strategy is only used when the strength is not enough. The second point, that is where this is Hogwarts. There is Dumbledore, the most powerful white wizard in the wizarding world. And with Dumbledore, Voldemort dare not act rashly. Otherwise, there would not be so many things, so you can rest assured. Well, that's right, this is Hogwarts, and we have Dumbledore. No matter how much Xuan said, no matter how clear the previous analysis was, it was not as good as the last sentence, we have Dumbledore. Now Harry and Neville feel at ease with Dumbledore's existence. Voldemort is a younger brother, climb for me. Seeing how happy Harry and Neville were, Xuan felt that it was better not to make them happy so early, so he said, instead of worrying about Voldemort's problem, I think it's better to care about the upcoming final exam. Are you ready? Also, Harry, sometimes what you see is not what you think. For Professor Snape, I think you should have more kindness and trust. Xuan didn't know why he said that last sentence. Maybe he felt that Snape was really pitiful. Don't look at him with a cold face and always targeting Harry. But for Xuan, Snape is at least pretty good, and Xuan is not a wolf-hearted person. But Harry and Neville over there only heard the first half of Xuan's words. That is, the final exam is coming. For the two of them, they didn't pay attention to it. Because Professor McGonagall deducted a lot of points in the last night tour, he has been making up for the points in the Academy Cup recently, and Harry is often called out by Wood to practice Quidditch, so he doesn't have much time to study. Neville was a little better. Although he was also obsessed with herbal medicine, at least he would review some of it at ordinary times, but neither of them had any confidence in the subject of potions. Seeing Harry's appearance, he didn't know if he really didn't hear Xuan's last sentence or he pretended not to hear it. But Xuan only said it once, so it's up to him whether he listens or not. Xuan just remembered that sentence from Snape's heart that he saw on the internet in his previous life. I lived for 38 years, spent 9 years waiting for her, spent 29 years loving her, spent 22 years confessing that mudblood, embracing her cold body for 4 minutes, and protecting her for 7 years, son. It took 1 second to look at the same pair of eyes again. Now that I am dead, no one knows where I am buried. Xuan ignored the two sons of prophecy who were starting to worry about the final exam, but got up and asked the others about something. That was which college had defense against the dark arts classes this morning and afternoon, and he wanted to ask about Quirrel's status today. Okay, thank you seniors. Relying on his good looks, Xuan learned about today's defense against the dark arts class from several seniors by relying on facial recognition. The battle last night hurt Quirrel a lot. Anyway, in Quirrel's class today, although he stuttered before, everyone could still hear his voice clearly. But today, Quirrel's face was so pale that there was no blood at all. He looked extremely weak and his voice was also weak. Maybe only the students in the first two rows could hear clearly, and he had to listen carefully. Moreover, there was a rotten feeling all over his body, which made people dare not approach him at all. In the afternoon, this feeling disappeared. A bold student asked him what was wrong, and got an answer that he was backlashed when he experimented with black magic. It seems that the fight with Xuan last night did indeed injure Voldemort a lot, and today's situation is just like this. Xuan didn't know that when he was asking about Quirrel, Voldemort and Quirrel over there were also talking about him, but there was nothing good to say about him. They are also thinking about who that guy was last night. They can't find the slightest influence of this guy in their minds. He has this kind of strength, and he can also show countless hot martial arts. After thinking and discussing for a long time, no information could be obtained at all, and finally Voldemort, who was annoyed, had to hide because he was too weak. The original discussion voices in Quirrel's office gradually disappeared. If other people saw it, there was only one person, but there were two voices, so they might be scared away. In the office that had been silent for a while, intermittent sobbing suddenly sounded from behind. Feeling the emptiness and decay of his body, Quirrel couldn't imagine that it was just a trip, and in just 1 year he turned into this ghostly appearance. If he can't get the Philosopher's Stone as soon as possible, he doesn't know whether Voldemort will die, but he will definitely die. Thinking of this, Quirrel suddenly felt various emotions: regret, hatred, anger, fear, and complaints. Quirrel felt that some things should be put on the agenda. Regarding Quirrel's changes and inner activities, Xuan doesn't know and doesn't really want to know, and is now writing to ask about the progress of Slytherin's locket. Obviously, he was just looking for a down-and-out wizard to buy something, and there is no news for so long. Xuan doesn't want to make troubles. After all, Voldemort's Horcrux, it's better to get it as soon as possible. Time flies, and before you know it, Xuan's first grade life is coming to an end. Another semester is over. Xuan, did you get O excellent in all subjects this time? W. After the exam, Hermione couldn't wait to run over to ask about it. At the end of last year, because she didn't get the first place, Hermione made a vow to review it 4 times. Because of Xuan's appearance, Hermione didn't have such a good relationship with Harry and the others, so she didn't spend time with their affairs, so the time for review was naturally enough. So Hermione actually reviewed it 4 times, and if it wasn't for the lack of time later, it might be the 5th time, which made both Xuan and Penelo admire. What is a hardworking genius, Hermione? This is a hardworking genius. If there is no accident, Hermione should be tied for first place with Xuan this time, and if they are all excellent, then they must be tied. Because of Hermione's approach, Penelo and Martha were also affected. Of course, they didn't review 4 times like Hermione, they just did it twice. These 2 times are still full of water. The first time is a comprehensive review, and the second time is the key and difficult points. And when Harry, who finished the exam, walked out, he suddenly felt the scar on his forehead start to hurt, as if the pain was burning like a fire. It was hot. This feeling is not unfamiliar. It was this feeling when I was in the Forbidden Forest last time. In other words, Voldemort appeared again, and this time directly in Hogwarts. Thinking of this, Harry couldn't help but panic. Harry, what's the matter with you? Ron, who was standing on Harry's left, couldn't help asking, and Neville also cast a concerned look. As Harry walked, he pressed the scar on his forehead and said, "My lightning scar started to hurt again. The last time it hurt was when I was in the Forbidden Forest, but this time it hurt. It means this is a warning. Letter 3005 warning." Ron and Neville couldn't help speeding up their pace. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to keep up with Harry, the two asked suspiciously. That's right, it's a warning. It means danger is coming, and it also means Voldemort. Harry would never use you-know-who to replace Voldemort's title. He didn't have such a strong fear of Voldemort like Ron and Neville did. Walking outside, Harry suddenly saw Hagrid whistling outside his hut, and then thought of his own scar as a warning. The way for the 3-headed dog Lu Wei to pass the level is music. For a while, he seemed to have opened up the second channel of Ren and Du and connected everything up. I seem to understand everything. Understand what? Neville and Ron beside him didn't know what Harry's nonsensical words meant. Hagrid wanted a dragon all he wanted at the time, but he just happened to meet a stranger lies who had a dragon egg. Think about it, who would run around with a dragon egg and exchange it with Hagrid. It was from him that he learned about some magical animals, including three-headed dogs. We all know the value of dragon eggs, and I believe that no one will give someone a dragon egg just for the information of a three-headed dog. So this person is here for Hagrid and for Lu Wei. How can there be so many coincidences in the world and they all come together? Harry talked more and more vigorously and ran straight behind, running towards Hagrid, who was happily enjoying the sunset over there. He had a guess and wanted to confirm with Hagrid. Seeing the trio of Harry rushing towards him, Hagrid even greeted them with a smile. "Hey Harry, Ron, Neville, your exams are over. This time it won't be like the last one. There are still subjects that you fail like in the semester, right?" "Hagrid, don't care about the exam. I have something to ask you. I want to know who gave you the egg of Norberta. Do you remember what he looked like? And why he gave you the dragon egg, just because you know the weakness of the three-headed dog?" Hagrid was a little confused by Harry's series of questions. Is there any point for Harry to ask these questions? Hagrid, who was nervous, didn't think of the twists and turns. But after recovering, he patiently answered Harry's questions one by one. "I don't know, that man was wearing a hood and the lights in the bar were dim, so I couldn't see his face clearly. As for why he gave me the dragon egg, it was because he asked me about all kinds of magical animals, and finally happily gave me the dragon egg as a reward, because he knew that I could take care of even a three-headed dog well, so a dragon no exception." After listening to Hagrid's words, Harry continued to ask, "Then is he very interested in Lu Wei? Of course, you must know that three-headed dogs can't be seen casually, so I told him that the way to deal with wild animals is to make them quiet first, just like three-headed dogs. The way to quiet it down is to play music to it so it will fall asleep." "What? I shouldn't have told you this." Hagrid realized that he had said something extraordinary with his belated mouth. But at this moment, the three of Harry couldn't care less about anything else, and turned around and left 450, ignoring Hagrid's shout behind him. Eventually, the anxious trio of Harry found Professor McGonagall, talked to her about the Philosopher's Stone, and wanted to see Dumbledore. But it's a pity that Dumbledore, coincidentally, wasn't here at this time, and received a new order from the Ministry of Magic to go round squatting. And Harry and the others told Professor McGonagall that Snape would steal the Philosopher's Stone. But Professor McGonagall did not believe this statement, although I don't know where Harry and the others knew the magic cloth. But she just wanted to make Harry and the others less fussy. After all, the Gryffindor's scoring machine couldn't bear their fuss anymore. They had no choice but to leave the Transfiguration classroom. But when they were talking outside, they were bumped into by Snape again. Good guy, they almost stopped their hearts in shock. This feeling of speaking ill of others behind their backs, and being caught straight, he is still your elder, an existence that you can't beat. That kind of feeling, Harry thinks that he will never want to experience it again in his life. Because of this, Harry and the others finally understood that sometimes some conversations and things still have to pay attention to the time and occasion. But they also made a decision that is tonight on CDFB, Dungeon Brave. As the one who really made up his mind among the three, Harry said that Neville and Ron basically would not object. Not to mention that they are also very excited and looking forward to it. Which teenager has not dreamed of becoming a hero admired by everyone? But this time, I really came to meet the Dark Lord in real life. As for other things, now the hot-blooded Harry and the others can't control so much, not to mention the last time in the Forbidden Forest. Harry knew that Voldemort had already been weakened by another mysterious person, so this wave of advantage is mine. Or maybe it's because he is always called by the Savior, and under the subtle influence, Harry has already begun to have the idea and responsibility of the Savior. And this may be what Dumbledore wants to see. After all, after setting up so many bureaus, I also pay attention to cultivating Harry at ordinary times. To be honest, how can a little wizard see Dumbledore anytime and anywhere? Do you really think Dumbledore is so good to see? Like Xuan, who has been in school for a year, the number of times he has seen Dumbledore can be counted on the fingers. And they are all in that kind of large-scale group activities. It can only be said that Xuan has embarrassed the time traveler. If other time travelers, let alone meeting Dumbledore now, they would have already started all kinds of PY, and even the more powerful ones would directly press the old B, and they could become friends again or the enemy, or become a focus of attention, for fear of becoming the next Voldemort. But that's pretty good, to be honest. If you really want to play tricks, Xuan said that he was just a simple social animal in his previous life, and he really couldn't play against people like Dumbledore. Traveling to the world of Hogwarts, Xuan only wants to follow two rules. The first is to be steady, and if it is stable enough, then that is the second rule, breaking all laws with one force. All the calculations are based on insufficient strength. If Xuan becomes the Yaoyong wizard, the legendary wizard, or even the legendary magic god, there are so many calculations. What Voldemort, what Dumbledore, it's all just a matter of one punch. If it's not enough, another punch. And Xuan's temperament at best is peaceful at worst. He has no ambitions, only wants to live the life he wants, and has no idea of fighting for hegemony and ruling the world. Of course, it is also because he has the small world behind him, and he is able to say such words in such a leisurely manner, otherwise, let alone directly defeating Voldemort like he did in the Forbidden Forest last time, he may still be struggling. Thinking about how to improve your strength and increase your chances of survival. As for the various layouts and industries in the technological world, it can only be said that sometimes power is not limited to oneself, and power is also a kind of power. As for Harry and the others' decision to download the Dungeon of the Philosopher's Stone tonight, Xuan naturally knew about it. Don't ask how you know, asking is just a means. Speaking of Harry, Xuan couldn't help but think of his brother Draco Malfoy, who fell in love with each other. The last time he went to patrol the Forbidden Forest with Harry, he was frightened by Xuan's fight with Voldemort and fled. After returning, he was often ridiculed by Harry and the others. The nickname of coward accompanied him for a long time. Della, who was not righteous and strong, simply reduced his encounters with Harry, and it can be said that he just avoided Harry and left. This was also the rare time when the two of them got acquainted, and Della was at a disadvantage in the battle between the two of them. During this time, Harry was very complacent. Spit out all the depression that Della's section reported to them earlier. Because of this, Section Della also gave up monitoring Hagrid. Maybe it was a complete give-up. The last time Xuan told Della that the fire dragon had been sent away, he didn't believe it at all, thinking that Xuan and Hagrid had teamed up to deceive him. So there was a period of time when there was no class and I would run around Hagrid's hut, trying to find the place where the fire dragon was hidden. It's just that his skills are too bad, Hagrid can find out, and even came to talk to Xuan several times. Later, Della came out boldly. At a young age, he also learned Lucius' tricks of intimidation and temptation, but it was a pity that it didn't work for Hagrid at all. Coupled with the embarrassing incident later, and persisting for so long, the matter of Della Key wanting the fire dragon is over. Oh, looks like Quirrel has already made his move, so it's time for Xuan, the Hogwarts master of fantastic beasts, to make his move too. Xuan, who was waiting in the dormitory, felt that he was on the three-headed dog Lu Wei, and the warning was triggered, which means that now Quirrel has started to act. That being the case, it's time for me, the hunter, to set off. That's right, in this battle of the Sorcerer's Stone, Harry is a bewitched cicada, Voldemort is a praying mantis, and Dumbledore is a squirrel, so he is a hunter. As for why, you will understand after looking at your own gains later. The familiar invisible beast possessed him, the invisibility spell walked up, came to the corridor on the 4th floor, opened the door. Xuan saw the three-headed dog Lu Wei sleeping soundly. A harp fell aside, and the trap door has also been opened, indicating that Mr. Voldemort, our blame man, has appeared. Now that the three-headed dog Lu Wei has fallen asleep and is still snoring so loudly, don't wake him up, otherwise it would be immoral. What Xuan has to do is to take Lu Wei to the small world and give him a quiet environment for a good night's sleep. Otherwise, when Harry and the others come back later, they will definitely wake Lu Wei up, which is not good. But one thing is that in the future, Lu Wei must learn what it means to pay attention to hygiene and what it means to brush teeth. There's no way I didn't realize it before, but now that I'm in this small space, Lu Wei's bad breath problem is indeed very serious. Introducing the three-headed dog Lu Wei into the small world, Xuan's first harvest of the Dungeon of the Philosopher's Stone has already been in place. After Lu Wei entered the small world, he should be the second largest magical animal besides Tai. Compared with other magical animals, the strength of the three-headed dog lies in its size, the huge bite force of the three heads, and its resistance to magic. Compared with Autai can also be called a double cultivation of magic and martial arts, and the three-headed dog completely relies on the physical body to fight. If it's just about physical fitness, Xuan felt that Lu Wei should be no worse than an ordinary fire dragon. But this doesn't mean that the three-headed dog can compete with the fire dragon. It can only be said that it has passed 2 tricks. Don't forget, besides the strong body and sharp claws of fire dragons, what's more important is that they control the power of flames. Even if the fur of the three-headed dog is resistant to magic, it is still not so interesting in front of the flames of the fire dragon, and the size and power of the three-headed dog to suppress other magical animals or wizards cannot reach the original level in front of the fire dragon. Effect, but no matter what, it is a happy thing for Xuan to have a three-headed dog that is almost half the strength of an elite wizard. Hagrid is still good at taking care of and cultivating magical animals. According to Li Xuan's understanding, the strength of a three-headed dog is generally at the stage of a great wizard, but Lu Wei can reach the half-step elite wizard. Given some time and resources, it is not difficult compared to an elite wizard. Now that the three-headed dog has been included in the small world, it is time to continue to pass the level. Li Xuan remembers that the next level is the Devil's Net set by Professor Sprout. The Devil's Net is a kind of magical vine plant. A mature devil's net can stretch out snake-like vines to entangle people close to it, causing injury or death. The habit of the devil's net is that the more you struggle, the closer it binds you, the more you relax and stop resisting without struggling. The devil's net will think you are dead and let you go. So there are two ways to pass through the devil's net. The first is not to struggle but to relax completely. The second is based on its living environment. The devil's net likes a dark and humid living environment. Light and warmth are its natural enemies, so flames and bright lights are good ways to deal with it. Li Xuan jumped down from the trapdoor and stood on top of the devil's net. When he felt someone approaching, the devil's net immediately stretched out evil vines. However, Li Xuan didn't have any strange hobbies. He wanted to experience the bondage of a devil's vine, so he took out his wand and cast a fire spell. Feeling the blazing heat from that fireball, all the vines that were stretching towards Li Xuan quickly shrank back. Not only that, the vines under Li Xuan's feet also spread out automatically, so they can't be provoked, they can be hidden. Li Xuan took advantage of the opportunity and jumped down. Just as he caught fire, Li Xuan naturally saw another charred part of the devil's net. If nothing else, it was Voldemort's masterpiece. Ask for flowers. Li Xuan looked up at the devil's net above his head. The height from the ground to the trapdoor was less than 4 meters, and there was a layer of devil's net in the middle. You said this is a level to prevent Voldemort. Li Xuan could only smile and say nothing, even afraid that the setting was too high, causing Harry and the others to fall and get injured. The group set the distance so high, right? Otherwise, just use the no-trace stretching curse directly under the devil's net to make it tens of meters or hundreds of meters deep, or set up a spike trap or something. It can only be said that the water is so deep that it is deeper than the sea. Li Xuan can guarantee that just now Voldemort could touch the devil's net when he stood upright and stretched out his hand. No matter how deep the water is, Li Xuan can still handle it, so there is no need to worry about it. Looking at the devil's net above, Li Xuan came to the side and dug out a few branches to collect into the small world. Don't miss it when you pass by. Li Xuan of the hamster attribute. Of course, when he sees a good thing, he will collect it in the small world. So the second harvest of this magic cloth dungeon will be there. Because the devil's net doesn't like light and prefers damp and dark habits, Li Xuan found a damp and dark cave for it. Once put into the cave, the devil's net, under the effect of spiritual energy, left and began to take root and absorb nutrients. Now that he can survive, then Li Xuan is relieved. The next thing is to do 2, 2, 3, and there is no need for Li Xuan to worry too much. In such an environment as the small world, he can't survive and evolve, so it can only be said Devil's Web is of no value. Li Xuan walked forward following the faint sound of wings flapping in the silent space, pushed open the door, and Li Xuan saw countless keys with wings flying slowly in the air. There was also a flying broom placed aside. Li Xuan knew that as soon as he rode on the flying broom, these portkeys would go wild, and it would not be so easy to find at that time. Help, help, Harry Neville. Help me. At this moment, Li Xuan suddenly heard a shout from behind. This voice, who is it, not Ron? It seems that when I was scraping, our savior team also caught up to 7. Now that our savior is here, Li Xuan can just pass the test next to him. Li Xuan can get rid of the wool, that is, the first 2 levels, and the latter few levels have nothing to do with him. Li Xuan went out and looked at Ron, who was yelling over there. Neville told him to be quiet and relax. He didn't listen at all and even mocked Neville himself. This is completely a move to die faster. But over there, Harry has listened to Neville's words and got out of trouble. And with Ron's voice, that is, Quirrel has already entered the next few levels. Otherwise, he would definitely be a good hand at attracting hatred. It can only be said that what Ron does is more than success than failure. It reminds Li Xuan of a person in a certain movie he watched in his previous life, who is known as the apprentice Wen Kai of Uncle Jiu, the novice mentor of all heavens and 10,000 worlds. Fortunately, Neville was there. Neville, who is familiar with herbalism, 430, naturally recognized the devil's net, but he is not like Li Xuan, who can use the fire curse, so he can only use the fluorescent flash at the same time as Harry and is the maximum brightness so that Ron was saved. If it was later, Ron would definitely at least end up in a suffocated coma, as if he was still gasping for breath now. For this reason, Harry and Neville could only wait there for a while. At this speed, if Dumbledore hadn't hidden the Philosopher's Stone, only Harry could get the Philosopher's Stone from the heiress sunglasses in the past. With Harry's speed, let alone stop Voldemort in the past, Voldemort even has time to jump to the pure land of Elysium several times plus a love cycle there. Xuan was a little speechless. If he had known earlier, he might as well have gone in earlier. Waiting here is really boring. Fortunately, Harry rushed in to stop Voldemort, and together with Neville pulled Ron forward, they came to the portkey level. There are thousands of keys here, how do I find them? Looking at the countless keys in the air, Ron cried out in despair. At this time, it showed that Neville and Harry were better than Ron. When encountering difficulties, Ron's instinctive reaction was to complain and even wanted to give up. But Neville and Harry carefully looked at the sky's portkey, and even Harry tried to use the Allahu to open it once, but it didn't work. If the lockpicking spell is really useful, then why do you have to arrange so many keys as a decoration or as a confusion? In this case, we can only grab the flying key on it, and a flying broom is prepared intimately beside it. Is this for fear that the intruder will not be able to fly and catch the key? Voldemort can't fly. That can only be said as a joke. A levitation spell goes down. It's just a matter of flying speed. This is not prepared for Harry Potter. Xuan dared to say it. A great steak. Forget about the old 8 secret hamburger, even if he swears that Xuan will not swear with this. Things like flags should not be placed randomly, and he must leave a little room for himself. Harry, there's a portkey with a damaged wing. It must have just been caught and opened the door. Neville was the first to find the clue. I have to say that tonight's Neville was indeed reliable, and it was also his highlight moment. For this, Xuan can only say that in his previous life, look at Hermione with the wind, look at Neville with the wind, and look at Neville in a desperate situation. Harry still had a point. As for the headwind originally, it depends on Ron. Xuan said that with Ron's current state, if you say that you can look at him against the wind and rely on him to make a comeback, Xuan doesn't believe it at all. Watching Harry, who was encouraged by Ron to ride a flying broom, directly triggered the magic on the portkey, and instantly became berserk, chasing Harry around. Xuan could only complain silently in his heart about the checkpoints set by his headmaster, as if they were tailor-made for Harry, and the devil's net in front could also be said to be tailor-made for Neville by Professor Sprout. Not to mention the wizard chess behind. Ron likes to play wizard chess, and the level of wizard chess is good, so Gryffindor will know if he just asks. Later, Xuan passed the 2 levels of portkey and wizard chess. The wizard chess is also very obvious. There are no knights, bishops, and rooks, and Harry just makes up for it. This time, Ron took the initiative to mount his horse as a knight and finally sacrificed himself. On this point, Xuan's point of view was saved by Xuan. What he said to Harry at the end was indeed very correct. Ron at this time is indeed a bit of a Gryffindor style. Leaving Neville to take care of Ron and to inform, Harry continued to move forward alone. Through the scar on his forehead, he could already faintly feel the person behind the door. Hagrid's 3-headed dog Fluffy, Professor Sprout's devil's net, Professor Flitwick's portkey, wizard chess taught by McGonagall. In fact, there are still 2 hurdles behind. The deans of the other 3 colleges of the 4 major colleges have made a move. How could Snape not make a move? The level set by Snape is a Fiercifier level. The way to pass it is to have 3 bottles of potions placed in front of the table. Drink the correct ones and you will be immune to damage, and the other 2 bottles are poisonous. But this level was also broken by Voldemort, who directly extinguished Fiercifier. What kind of potion and poison Voldemort would not drink because of his suspicious temperament, and Fiendfire, which ordinary wizards would avoid, was just like that in front of him. One thing, by the way, Xuan was still in front of the pitch-black ground and saw an unconscious giant monster. Not surprisingly, it should be the level set by Quirrel. Unlike the Halloween one, this is a river monster with purple skin and horns. Seeing Harry walking forward with his hands on his forehead and no one around, this unconscious troll was accepted by himself, thanks to Voldemort for sending the second troll. To be honest, Quirrel was able to participate in the setting of the Sorcerer's Stone Guardian level 1.6. From this, it can be seen that Dumbledore has discovered Quirrel's abnormality long ago and ate him to death. Looking at the other 5 level setters, it goes without saying that Hagrid is a staunch supporter of Dumbledore, and the remaining 4 are the deans of the 4 colleges. They are powerful, and Dumbledore understands them as people. And Quirrel. Although he was a student from Hogwarts Wen Crow College and was also hired as a teacher of defense against the dark arts. But if it is really necessary to protect the Philosopher's Stone, then few people know about it. But let Quirrel join, that's to draw Voldemort, so not leak Xuan's conspiracy theory. But in front of the old and fine Dumbledore, it's better to have more eyes. Harry, clutching the scar on his forehead, walked forward, kept going down the stairs, and finally saw the man standing in front of the heiress sunglasses. It turned out to be you. Harry never imagined that Snape, who he had always suspected, was not the Peeper of the Sorcerer's Stone, but Quirrel, who had been submissive in front of everyone like a liar. It's impossible it should be Snape who helped Voldemort snatch the Philosopher's Stone. Hearing Harry's words, Quirrel smiled happily and said, Snape does have the face of a villain with him around. Who would doubt poor stuttering Professor Quirrel? At this time, Quirrel stopped stuttering, so it can be seen that Jiang Lu's previous appearance was all fake. But during the Quidditch match, it was Snape who tried to kill me. No, child, it's me. If something hadn't happened at that time, I would have killed you long ago, and no matter how much Snape countercurses, it won't be able to save you. What Quirrel said made Harry a little unbelievable. You always thought that the person who wanted to kill you turned out to be the person who saved you. And 28, you mistakenly thought that the murderer had been hating and hostile to each other. On the contrary, the guy you thought was harmless to humans and animals. On the contrary, it is the murderer. Isn't it so ridiculous and funny? This also reminded Harry, no matter Professor McGonagall, Hagrid, or even Leek Xuan said, Professor Snape can be trusted. Sometimes you can't judge people by their appearance. I knew from the beginning that you were a threat. Too bad I'm not alone, no. In the middle, there was a series of time for Quirrel to answer Harry's questions, and Leek Xuan was a little speechless. Are you two life and death opponents, and you are still chatting there? It can only be said that Quirrel completely showed the villain's death by talking too much. It's just that both Quirrel and Voldemort have cracked the previous 6 levels. But the 7th level set by Dumbledore, the transformation of virtual reality, can only be obtained by those who don't want to own the Sorcerer's Stone, which makes Quirrel sit on the wax. Where is the Philosopher's Stone hidden? I have searched here. And what is this mirror for? I saw my desire, I got the Philosopher's Stone, but how did I get it? Use this, kid. Just as Quirrel was complaining about the Mirror of Erist, a low, hoarse voice suddenly moved in the silent space. It was Voldemort, and he who was well-informed naturally recognized the Mirror of Erist. The moment Harry appeared, Voldemort had already guessed Dumbledore's plan, but Voldemort is not someone who will be caught without a fight. If you plot against me, then naturally I can counterplot and directly use your plot. It just depends on who is more powerful. As long as I get the Philosopher's Stone and have a body, and I don't need to cling to Quirrel like a parasite, then being counted is counted. Potter, come here immediately. Hearing Voldemort's words, Quirrel also figured it out. Dumbledore and Snape were so guarded against him and let him participate in the setting of the level, so they naturally calculated that he would take the Philosopher's Stone. And just now Voldemort also passed on the cause and effect to Quirrel, so Quirrel, who knew that time was running out, became irritable. Looking at the tyrannical Quirrel, Harry could only pass obediently. Then there was another wave of cheating. Harry saw the Philosopher's Stone in his pocket in the Mirror of Erist, and then lied so that Voldemort had to appear in person. Seeing that there was a disagreement over there, he immediately started to untie his pants. No, Quirrel, who took off his scarf. Leek Xuan finally regained some energy, and now Voldemort still has a nose, so he needs to take a closer look. Otherwise, after being confused by Harry's big move, he will become a socket man without a nose. Fire tilde, you are fire tilde. Seeing the flames suddenly burning to prevent Harry from escaping, Leek Xuan even sang a song in his heart with great interest. Seeing Voldemort, who started fooling Harry again, Leek Xuan was a little confused. Does Voldemort have Stockholm Syndrome? It was intimidation first, and now it is lure, using the resurrection of Harry's parents to lure Harry to give him the Philosopher's Stone. Leek Xuan couldn't figure it out a bit, so with Harry's strength, wouldn't that just be done casually? What's the use of talking so much? Seeing Harry take out the Philosopher's Stone, Leek Xuan knew it was time to make an appearance, so he cast off the invisibility spell. This scene is really wonderful. We meet again, the legendary savior Harry Potter and our Mr. Voldemort. It's you. Seeing Leek Xuan, Harry and Voldemort both recognized him. It should be him from the night in the Forbidden Forest. As a qualified hunter, he naturally wouldn't show his true colors to others, so Leek Xuan is still dressed as he was in the Forbidden Forest. Neither Harry nor Voldemort will forget Leek Xuan, who confronted Voldemort that night in the Forbidden Forest with Gatling and bazooka. It's just that those two are you, one is full of anger and fear and the other is full of joy. The former is of course Voldemort. The last time he fought against Leek Xuan, he still hasn't recovered. Now that Leek Xuan appears again, it seems that the opponent is not a friend but an enemy. Maybe the opponent's goal is also the Philosopher's Stone. The reason for Harry's joy is of course very simple. That is, the mysterious man in front of him is powerful. And judging from the situation in the Forbidden Forest last time, he and Voldemort are enemies. That is to say, with him, at least the Sorcerer's Stone can be guaranteed won't be snatched away. As for Leek Xuan's goal is the Philosopher's Stone, No matter what, it would be better than the Philosopher's Stone falling into the hands of Voldemort. If it fell into the hands of the mysterious man in front of him, at most, there would be an extra immortal in the world. But if it falls into the hands of Voldemort, darkness will sweep the wizarding world again, and the Dark Lord will come again, which is not good. What's more, Harry also had his own little thoughts. That is, he hoped that Xuan and Voldemort would fight each other to pass the time, and he had asked Neville to notify the professors. When the professors come over, both Voldemort and Xuan will be wiped out, and the Philosopher's Stone will be well protected from falling into their hands. But will Xuan give him this chance? After all, when Harry told Neville these things, Xuan was watching from the sidelines. In fact, if the Mirror of Eris hadn't been cast by Dumbledore and Xuan couldn't get the Philosopher's Stone in the past, Xuan would have I did it myself. Where are you still waiting here for Harry and Quirrell to talk about it and reveal the secret? Seeing Xuan's appearance, both Quirrell and Voldemort realized that things seemed to be developing in a direction they didn't expect. They didn't expect that Xuan would run out halfway. If seeing Xuan in the Forbidden Forest was unexpected, then seeing Xuan in the basement was really a bit shocking. One must know how many ways Voldemort tried to sneak into Hogwarts in order to avoid Dumbledore, and he even dared not show his face at ordinary times. And how could Xuan come in and out of Hogwarts like no one else, and know that Dumbledore hid the Philosopher's Stone here? Even if Voldemort was killed, he would never have guessed that the guy in the way in front of him was a little wizard in the first year of Hogwarts, right? So Xuan's identity is really confusing. He was completely picked out and no one would suspect him. And Quirrell over there also took advantage of the time of talking to Xuan while making cakes for him, while constantly moving forward, trying to close the distance with Harry. As for the purpose, it is obvious, that is for the one in his hand, a Philosopher's Stone. Xuan naturally noticed Quirrell and Voldemort's little tricks, thinking that the two of them could confuse him by chatting with him in the open. I'm sorry, this trick has been played by me a long time ago. This skill of Minxiu Plank Road and secret storage of Chenkang was used by my ancestors thousands of years ago. It's all leftovers. Xuan strode forward directly and took the Philosopher's Stone from Harry's hand. Harry, who was still looking at Voldemort tensely, suddenly felt a lightness in his hand, turned his head and saw the Philosopher's Stone that was originally in his hand has gone to Xuan's hand. MJU4ND8NTC3 Autumn 1 MZU20 MX OJ E equals. Well, Harry can only close his palms and clenched his fists. We dare not say, we dare not ask. The boss wants it if he wants it. And unlike Quirrell and Voldemort, although Harry was a little scared, at least he wanted to be more familiar with Xuan. As for Xuan, he didn't know each other, and Harry didn't think he could survive that kind of attack with his brutal appearance in the Forbidden Forest last time, let alone Gatling and Bazooka. Just a pistol could kill him up. Give me the Philosopher's Stone. Seeing that Xuan had snatched the Philosopher's Stone away, Voldemort didn't hide anymore. He roared at Xuan directly and even swooped down on Xuan, trying to snatch the magician from Xuan's hand. Xuan could only tell what Voldemort was thinking. He rushed over with his bare hands, even with a magic wand. He couldn't beat him, thinking that he could take away the Philosopher's Stone. Did the last time I fought with him break his mind? Xuan is now in the state of being possessed by Autai. Since Voldemort is so desperate, Xuan should give the Dark Lord a face. Boom! Harry looked at Quirrell, who was kicked out and slammed against the wall viciously, and he couldn't help shaking when he heard the sound. Not scared, but seemed to feel the pain, especially since Quirrell flew upside down, so Voldemort's face came into close contact with the wall. Because Harry was standing a little off, he could clearly see that Voldemort's nose was completely crooked. And Quirrell's face was not much better, with a distinctive shoe print on it, and a few teeth that fell off when he flew out just now. Harry felt that it was an extremely correct decision not to provoke Xuan. He clearly saw that Quirrell rushed towards Xuan, wanting to fight melee. He snatched the magic stone in Xuan's hand, but Xuan put away his magic wand, centered on his left foot, and made a counterclockwise movement with his right foot 360-degree swing kick. Now Xuan has merged with Fire Dragon Autai, and the strength on his body is not just that of a teenager. So after Xuan's roundabout kick, Quirrell and Voldemort will be unable to stand for a while. Stand up. Harry, go ahead and kill Voldemort. Standing still as if nothing happened, Xuan pointed to Voldemort, who was lying on the stone over there, and said to Harry. Harry looked at Xuan with a look that you are not kidding me. You just want to let me go and get beaten, so why not just say so? Don't worry, I didn't trick you. You can just go there and put your hand on Quirrell or Voldemort's face and you can kill him, or you can give him a big mouth if you don't like it. As for why, you have to thank your mother Lily. She used her life to cast the magic to protect you. That's why Voldemort was killed by the newborn, so as soon as he touches you, he will collapse. Hearing Xuan's words, Harry didn't understand, but became even more puzzled and asked. But it's not the first time I have contacted Quirrel. I remember. We shook hands at the leaky cauldron before we entered school. Lily's magic is imprinted in your blood, so normal daily contact will not cause any problems. But look at your hands now, are not all small wounds and fresh. So now that you are in contact with Voldemort, the magic in your body will automatically counterattack. So the love your parents have for you is something more precious than the Philosopher's Stone. It was only when Harry heard this that he suddenly realized, and at the same time felt very warm in his heart. Although he had never met his parents since he entered the wizarding world last year, he could feel the love his parents had for him. Can you tell me about my parents? Harry looked at Xuan longingly and even used the honorifics. There was no way, every time he wanted to ask about his parents, people rarely mentioned about them. It is rare that today Xuan would open his mouth and mention his mother to himself. If Harry hadn't discovered the Mirror of Eris at Christmas, maybe he might not even know what his parents looked like. As for Voldemort and the Philosopher's Stone taken away by Xuan, it doesn't matter at all to Harry now. Momwell. Xuan sighed silently. The boy in front of him who was dubbed as the savior was just a little boy who yearned for affection in his heart. Destroy Voldemort first and then talk about the others. Xuan didn't intend to talk about Lily and James Potter with Harry here, but said it to Harry. As for Xuan not answering his own question but instructing him to do something, what can Harry do? He can only do it honestly. And Harry has one advantage, that is, he can distinguish between priorities at critical moments. Just now he was a little anxious by the news of his parents, and now Xuan said so. Harry remembered that this time he was here to defeat the thieves and protect the Sorcerer's Stone. Now it seems that the Sorcerer's Stone may not be able to protect it, but if Voldemort, the Dark Lord, can be eliminated, Harry will naturally take this as his top priority. Harry, don't you want to revive your parents? Cooperate with me so you can revive your parents. Seeing Harry walking towards him with his arms raised, Voldemort began to panic. He couldn't move at all now. As for Quirrel, his body was already extremely weak. Xuan's kick would at least make him unconscious for a long time. That's fine, it's more humane to die in your sleep than to watch yourself turn into ashes bit by bit. Regarding Voldemort's temptation, Harry said that he is an unmoved and upright savior. It's useless if you say more, and the Philosopher's Stone is already in Xuan's hands. No matter how much you talk about it, I will have nothing in my heart. Fluctuation. The distance between Harry and Voldemort was only about 10 meters, and Harry came to Voldemort in just 10 seconds. From the first temptation, to the later coercion, to the final calmness and indifference, in just 10 seconds, Voldemort's mood changed several times. Harry looked at Voldemort, who was silent and staring at himself and Xuan, feeling a little trembling in his heart. He couldn't help swallowing but still stretched out his sinful hands. I remember you all. I will definitely come back when the time comes. Darkness will completely cover the entire wizarding world. As soon as Harry's hand touched Voldemort's face, his face immediately cracked like the ground that had been dry for a long time. And after 910, the cracks extended to the whole body and finally turned into a pile of powder. Hearing Voldemort's last words before his death, Xuan curled his lips, thinking that you were some wolf who never caught sheep in grazing, and I will definitely come back and suffer death. But I have to say that it was indeed the Dark Lord. After finally finding out that the matter must not be violated, he calmed down completely, neither begging for mercy nor screaming, but letting himself watch himself die again. Xuan also knew what Voldemort's cards were for being so calm. It was nothing more than other Horcruxes. Death didn't matter this time, there were still several chances. 7 lives, let's go to 1 first. There are 6 left, and 3 of them are in Xuan's hands. The Slytherin's locket has already been obtained, and Xuan can get it when he goes back to the end of this semester. As for why not let the snowy owl bring it over, with Xuan's cautious temperament, he still wouldn't do that, and if he lost it halfway, it would really be a needle in a haystack. Dangerous, but nip it in the bud. Seeing that Voldemort was killed, Xuan reactivated Yin's invisibility technique. Just now Xuan saw that when Harry covered Voldemort's face, he specifically aimed at his nose. I don't know if Harry was targeting Voldemort. Nose has a soft spot. As for why he ran so fast, Xuan was not interested in experiencing the feeling of being pierced by Voldemort's remnant soul. Harry was still standing there looking at his hands in disbelief. Xuan said nothing, but Harry was very shocked that it actually worked. At the same time, it also proved that Xuan knew about his parents. Harry was about to turn around and ask Xuan about his parents when he saw a thick black-gray fog suddenly forming above Voldemort's body that had been reduced to ashes. Panicked, Harry couldn't help but turned around to seek help from Xuan, only to find that Xuan had disappeared at some point. Now Harry was completely panicked, and the remnant Voldemort remnant over there was furious. He wanted to take this opportunity to take revenge on Leek Xuan Yibo, but you disappeared. Since the culprit can't be found, let's take revenge on the little guy to calm down. There is no other way, after all there is no one else here. Crazy. Leek Xuan, who was returning along the same road, passed by Dumbledore's Phoenix Fox. Although Fox didn't stop, he turned his head and glanced at Leek Xuan's location. Leek Xuan was not surprised by this, with the keen perception of the Phoenix, and when it appeared with monstrous flames, it swept the entire basement. But there was something unusual about the area where Leek Xuan was. Leek Xuan dared to say he wouldn't believe it without seeing Dumbledore's order to kill him. Naturally, the purpose was to eliminate everyone except Harry so as not to give Voldemort a chance. I don't know if Voldemort's remnant soul can withstand the flames of the Phoenix. Looking at the Phoenix that controls the flames like a flame elf, Leek Xuan's heart is full of desires. It represents the Phoenix reborn from the ashes and nirvana. If he owns it, it means that he has an extra life. Who would how much you hate your own life? Harry over there was tricked by Leek Xuan and was passed out by Voldemort's remnant soul piercing his body. For the Savior to defeat the Dark Lord, of course he has to suffer some injuries, which is more justified and able to gather people's admiration. After all, defeating the Dark Lord without injury and defeating the Dark Lord with all his strength are two completely different results, and the latter is even more lethal. People admire, don't they? Leek Xuan, who returned to his dormitory, cancelled the transformation and put away the equipment. This scene seems to be familiar, and it didn't take long for it to happen. But it doesn't matter. What matters is that Leek Xuan can be said to have made a lot of money tonight. Counting the harvest tonight, but in just a few hours, Leek Xuan harvested a three-headed dog Lu Wei, a branch of Devil's Net, a river troll, and a philosopher's stone. And Voldemort over there tried his best to sneak into Hogwarts and even entered the basement. But in the end he got nothing, but lost his life, pitiful and pathetic. Leek Xuan watched tonight's farce with an attitude of an absolute winner. That's right, the so-called Savior Harry Potter once again defeated the Dark Lord Voldemort and protected the Philosopher's Stone from him. In the original book, when Harry woke up, Dumbledore said, "Although the matter of you and Professor Quirrel in the underground classroom is a secret, it has spread like wildfire, so the teachers and students in the whole school know about it. There is also the phrase, 'Everything is in my plan,' you and I have a tacit understanding. So what do you mean it's not a farce? And about the matter of the underground classroom, apart from Harry's trio who are insiders, plus at most a few headmasters, if Dumbledore doesn't want this matter to be publicized, he doesn't need to do anything at all, just say a word, it's just a matter. With Ron, with Professor McGonagall, they ask not to speak out, so naturally no one will go against his words. But in the end, the whole Hogwarts teachers and students knew about this matter in a short period of time, without Dumbledore's permission and help. Leek Xuan, you didn't believe it at all. This is the first step in his savior building plan. However, Dumbledore's savior plan has nothing to do with Leek Xuan. Leek Xuan is now entering the small world to watch the harvest this time. Because of tonight's battle, there was a precedent in the Forbidden Forest last time. So Leek Xuan simply told Ah Yin and the others that there was an action tonight. So they didn't sleep either, and they all nestled in the courtyard of the villa and watched movies. That's right, watching a movie. Leek Xuan is at the villa but has all the appliances ready. Of course there are projectors and curtains. Because there are many magical animals and their body sizes are also different, so watching movies with a curtain in the yard is naturally the most suitable. Anyway, with Ah Yin around, with its intelligence, Leek Xuan taught it how to operate in a short time, and it was not difficult at all. By the time Leek Xuan entered the small world, the movie had just finished, and the family was still watching the subtitles and discussing about it. Seeing Leek Xuan coming in, all the magical animals gathered around. Even the unicorn, which was just included in the small world not long ago, was very affectionate to Leek Xuan. As for Atai, Ah Yin, and Xiaoyi, they didn't really need to watch the movie just now. After all, they were possessed by Leek Xuan all the time. And Ah Yin was summoned away by Leek Xuan as soon as the movie was played. There's no way, I have to find something for these children to do, otherwise I don't know what the fuss will be like when I'm not around. Especially my own baby, relying on everyone's love for the youngest and younger sister, but they are very naughty. Yesterday, when Ah Yin was not paying attention, he took Norberta outside to try grilling fish by himself, and the result almost caused a fire. The last meal was good, a asterisk is red. And Norberta was also beaten. But now Norberta has rough skin and thick flesh, nothing happened, but hey sister Xiaoyin was spanked. Norberta is also very embarrassed, after all, it has nothing to do with her, the small relationship is that it can't control its own flames so that such a thing happens. So I also made up my mind to learn the control of flames from Atai. With Atai, an old man, Norberta naturally would not turn a blind eye and explore by himself. On Xuan's left arm lay a fire dragon. On his right arm, a small invisible beast tightly clutched his clothes. And the birds, snakes and snuffers ran back and forth on Xuan's body. It was rare for him to be free, so Xuan was not in a hurry and played around with the magical animals for a while before getting down to business. Xuan took Luwei the three-headed dog, the river troll, and by the way, a forgotten mountain troll. Of course, before taking the photo, Xuan did not forget to give the first two a whole-body cleaning package. After all, these two guys have the bad habits of ordinary wild magical animals. In fact, it is very simple to distinguish the magical animals in Xuan's small world from the magical animals outside. That is, to see whether they are clean, hygienic, and behaved. Under the influence of Xuan's request and the accumulation of time, the magical animals have become a little bit obsessed with cleanliness, and they also feel a little like learning from Xuan in doing things. Not to mention that unlike other magical animals that need to worry about survival every day, they live in a small world with no natural enemies and sufficient food. In addition, Xuan prepared various technological products in the human world, which makes their knowledge even wider. Therefore, the magical animals in the small world love cleanliness, and their behavior is a bit human, mainly the eyes, full of aura and wisdom, at least not muddled and full of tyranny. In the terms of fantasy novels, the magical animals in the outside world become monsters, while those in the small world become spirit beasts. Himkai. The first to arrive, of course, was the mountain giant monster that did not need to be cleaned. More importantly, it was close to the villa, and was named Dashan by Xuan. As soon as he arrived, he yelled at Xuan aggrievedly, and Xuan touched his head in embarrassment. After all, after he brought the mountain monster into the small world, he kind of forgot about it. He also left it in the forest, which was quite far from the villa area. At first, Dashan obeyed Xuan's words and stayed there obediently. Later, I saw that Xuan didn't even come to look for it, as if he had forgotten about it since the mountain couldn't come over. Then I'll go there. So the mountain monster Dashan began a long search for the main road. On this road, he traveled through mountains and rivers, walking at sunrise and resting at sunset. Well, it's not that nonsense, in fact. Dashan came to the villa to look for Xuan a few times before, but Xuan was not there, so he went back to the forest, and he built a hut for himself in the forest. Oh no, big house. With Dashan's size, the hut in the forest can't meet its needs, not to mention that Xuan has brought in a river troll now, and one troll will become two trolls in the future, and Dashan won't be afraid of being alone anymore. Rat, and this river troll is still a cute troll girl. As for how Xuan knew, I don't think you guys would want to know. Every time Xuan came in, he played with Xuan and the others, and he didn't even remember the existence of Dashan, let alone the existence of the unicorn behind him. They are running wildly in the small world. They are really as free as the wind. As a mature and prudent mountain monster, Dashan said that he is not envious at all, but the wind and sand are a bit big and his eyes are fascinated. Point 0. Don't worry, Dashan, this time I found a partner for you. I will not be here in the future. There will still be someone to play with you. A giant mountain monster like you complaining about being coquettish. Have you seen it? Haven't you seen it? Xuan saw it now and quickly opened his mouth and said to Tiantian. Since they were all his own animals, Xuan certainly wouldn't dislike them, and the kappa over there couldn't help but ran over and tugged at Xuan's trousers when he heard what Xuan said. I've made arrangements for you too. After a few days of vacation, you'll have a new partner. Of course, Xuan didn't forget to find a partner for the kappa, and he had already told his subordinates about this matter through Snow Owl. For wizards in a certain country where life is good, there is nothing that galleons can't do. If there is, it's definitely because you don't have enough galleons, otherwise they won't be unable to open their mouths and legs. Cough, 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 far away. Xuan was also a little helpless. How did the plan to build Fantastic Beasts Fantasy Township turn into a Fantastic Beasts dating agency? Alas, but that's okay, at least it's going in a good direction, isn't it? When the three-headed dog Lu Wei and the river monsters all came over, there were a lot of people in front of me. No, there were a lot of people and beasts, and it wasn't right. There were a lot of beasts. It didn't seem so interesting. Forget it. Let's do it. Xuan felt a sense of accomplishment in his heart. Thinking back to when I first took over the small world, I was poor and white. But I didn't expect that in less than 2 years, I would have such a big power. Congratulations, congratulations, congratulations. Give the three-headed dog Lu Wei and the river monster to a Yin and Da Shan respectively, and Xuan will leave them alone and let them communicate. The devil's net survives well in the cave, so there is no need to look at it again. In the end, Xuan took out the bright and crystal-clear ruby-like philosopher's stone from his pocket, wondering what the expression on Dumbledore's face when he went to the basement to meet Harry now. Although it seems that Voldemort will not be defeated, the disappearance of the Philosopher's Stone is not a small matter. Fortunately, Nicholas had already made sufficient preparations. Before that, he had used the Philosopher's Stone to refine enough potions for him and his wife, and made the decision to bid farewell to this world after drinking these potions. After all, they have been living for too long. The Philosopher's Stone can only maintain their lives, but it cannot guarantee that their bodies will also maintain their peak. 4-3. Having lived so much as a trembling old man, Nicholas-May has lived enough. And watching his friends and family members pass away one by one, if it is not for his wife to accompany him, Nicholas-May, I feel like I've gone crazy. But now they are really tired, otherwise they wouldn't have lent out the Philosopher's Stone. Do you really think that you, Dumbledore, have enough face? When you really fight, don't look at Nicole May, who seems to be blown by the wind when he walks, but a master alchemist with full firepower will definitely let you know what is called layered armor and the power of alchemy. Do you really think no one has paid attention to the Sorcerer's Stone in all these years? It's just that those guys who made up their minds have all become the flowers and fertilizers of Nicholas May's backyard, and it's also because Nicholas May doesn't want to live anymore. Otherwise, the magic cloth would never be lent out. Even if Dumbledore patted his chest and promised to go to heaven, it was useless. After all, the Philosopher's Stone was related to the lives of the two of them. Who would be willing to give someone else what is at stake if they don't really want to live? Fortunately, they had made second-hand preparations that the Sorcerer's Stone would not come back before that, but Dumbledore made a promise in front of Nicholas at that time. Now he should have a headache how to explain and give Nicholas May a satisfactory compensation. With Nicholas May's ability and status, there are not many things that can impress him now. Xuan looked at the Philosopher's Stone in his hand. Naturally, he didn't use the Philosopher's Stone to refine the elixir of life. With the Beast Spirit Orb, the innate 5-element Spirit Pagoda and the Small World, he didn't have to worry about this problem at all. Lifespan is definitely not a big problem in Dong Huang's cultivation system, and Nicole May's elixir of life refined through the magic stone is just a fake immortality. You need to drink the elixir every year, otherwise you will die. Will die, to be truly immortal, keep your physique at its peak and your state at its peak, without the support of external objects, just relying on yourself. Then Xuan didn't want to obtain immortality through the Philosopher's Stone. Why did he spend so much effort to take away the Philosopher's Stone? It has no effect on Xuan itself, but it is useful to the small world. Xuan can feel the desire of the small world for the Philosopher's Stone. Just at this time, Xuan integrated the Philosopher's Stone into the small world, and as the Philosopher's Stone floated into the air, it was like salt dissolving in water. At the same time, the whole small world suddenly began to vibrate slightly, and the magical animals that were still playing there all ran over and surrounded Xuan in an instant. It's okay, the small world has expanded again. Of course, Xuan knew that Autai and the others didn't come here in fear to seek comfort, but subconsciously came here to protect him. So Xuan hugged Xiao Yin and Norberta, who were at his feet with serious faces, and said to them, "The serious faces of these two cuties are completely different from their usual mischievous faces, and I don't feel pain in vain." Hearing Xuan say that the small world has expanded again, the magical animals are very happy. They also know about the expansion of the small world and they have done it before, but there is no such big movement as this time, and it was completed relatively silently. The small world is their home, and every plan makes them happy. The expansion of the small world also means that the concentration of aura will increase. Among them, Autai and Xiaoi were undoubtedly the happiest ones. After all, they used to cover an area of only 100 or 200 square kilometers, and they ended up flying in the air for a short time. The shock in the small world didn't last long, and it stopped after a few minutes. Xuan checked the information about the small world in his mind. This time, the small world was expanded by about twice, because the small world had an extra 3-headed dog, Lu Wei, which originally added some facets. In the end, the area of the small world reached 500 square kilometers, twice the size, so Autai and the others should be happy. Because Xuan set the expansion of the small world to expand in proportion to the original terrain, Xuan didn't need to make too many adjustments. But this time the difference is that a mountain finally appeared in the small world. This mountain barely touched 1,000 meters above sea level, and it was named Wooming Mountain by Xuan. Yes, it is Wooming Mountain. Don't expect Xuan, who has a good name, to come up with a good name. After Xuan told Ah Yin about the Wooming Mountain, Ah Yin nodded to show that he understood, while Xiao Yin and Norberta, who were in Xuan's arms, turned their heads and looked at each other tacitly, confirming their eyes the person who is going to Wooming Mountain tomorrow. After all, Gao Shan has never really met the two children. One was born in a small world and the other was born in Hogwarts, but they were basically locked up in the hut by Hagrid, and they didn't know much more than the other. So every time there is something new, the two of them are undoubtedly the most excited. Xuan didn't know what the two little guys in his arms were thinking. He was checking the situation in the small world right now. Because it's suddenly doubled in size, many places are empty. The terrain like a lake is fine, and the creatures and plants inside don't need Xuan to worry too much. However, Xuan needs to manually operate the others. If the plants spread and grow bit by bit, I don't know how long it will take. Still, according to the previous process from the original plants, the branches are cut, branched, or seeds are planted. Because it is expected that seeds will be needed for each expansion of the small world, Xuan will reserve the seeds of the fruit every time he harvests, so that they will be used properly when a new site appears. After working for half an hour, the lake water was mixed with psychic liquid and it rained. Finally, the new site is no longer barren. Although the plants are still a bit sparse, the foundation has been laid and the rest will be left to time. Plants can be self-sufficient, but animals have to wait until the holidays to buy from the outside world. After all, animals are different from plants. Xuan is of course very happy that the small world has been transformed. After all, the bigger the small world, the more magical animals it can accommodate. The more magical animals there are, the stronger one's own strength will be. The stronger one is, the more magical animals one can find. This is a virtuous circle. It can only be said that this magic stone is very important to Xuan and the small world, but it is a pity that there is only one piece. Otherwise, 2 or 3 pieces will pile up the small world to thousands of square kilometers. No logistical hassles at all. Although the small world can rely on the arrival of new magical animals to increase its area, generally speaking, the range is not large, basically only tens of square kilometers. This is not the case for every magical animal settled in, but for every kind counted by type. Looking at the time of more than 2 years, the area of the small world has only reached a little over 200 meters, from the first 10 kilometers to the current more than 200, although it has increased by more than 20 times. But don't look at Xuan's current magical animals in the small world. Snake, Niffler, Billywig 28, Bowtruckle, Puffy, Shapeshifter, Panglock, Grindylow, Kappa, Flobber, Hawklep, Ulank, Ironbelly, Charmander, Norwegian Ridgeback, Invisible Beast, Troll, Three-Headed Dog, Unicorn, Acromantula. There are a total of 18 kinds of magical animals, and Xuan has some fortunes to speak of unknowingly. But this time, a sorcerer's stone directly doubled the area of the Our World, which is worth Xuan's 2 years of hard work. Xuan just wants to say, this kind of thing happens again, what's the harm once? After finishing the matter, Xuan went back to the dormitory to wash up and then rested. After all, it was already 3 o'clock in the middle of the night, and he couldn't sleep for a long time. Of course, the exams are over and tomorrow is considered a holiday, so naturally I can sleep. Xuan slept soundly, but Hogwarts tonight will not be so peaceful, just like what he did last time in the Forbidden Forest. For some people, tonight is destined to be another sleepless night. The next morning, Xuan's biological clock woke him up on time, and he wanted to stay in bed for a while, but he still couldn't fall asleep after tossing and turning. In the end, I had no choice but to get up for a little exercise, and then I came down to the auditorium to have breakfast. In fact, after the exam and the result is already considered a holiday, but they can only leave school after the year-end banquet tomorrow night. After all, at the banquet tomorrow night, it will be announced which college won the Academy Cup this year. But this is just a ceremony. After the exam, everyone has nothing to do and there is no class schedule, so naturally they are concerned about the scores of the Academy. Thanks to the previous feat of our Messiah Trio and Mr. Della Comelfort, here are the scores for the Academy Cup. The 4th place is undoubtedly Gryffindor. After all, he was deducted 160 points all of a sudden. Generally speaking, the average score of the Academy Cup throughout the year is more than 400 points. This is 1/3 less. Gryffindor, not the countdown. Who is the countdown? Gryffindor's score was only a pitiful 301 points. Even though they tried their best to pull up the points later on, they couldn't help it. It was already very impressive to be able to make up for 301 points. After all, the time was so short, and Gryffindor was deducted a lot of points during the second period. It was thanks to the Weasley twins that he was able to get back to 300 points. It's not about how many points they added to Gryffindor, but that they controlled themselves and refrained from running around and causing trouble. Otherwise, at least 10 or 20 points would be deducted. Of course, they also forced themselves cruelly, and also added a dozen or 20 points to Gryffindor. With their intelligence and intelligence, they really beat 90% of the students in Hogwarts when it comes to magic learning. Then the scores from high to low: 478,442,364,301. The difference between Wen Kelluo and Gryffindor is a full 177 points. With such a big gap, could it be possible that Dumbledore can take advantage of Harry's brave actions to overtake? But the third Hufflepuff is also very happy. After all, generally speaking, Hufflepuff is at the bottom. It is rare that it has risen one place this year. This time there is no fourth person to add 10 points if Dumbledore dares to directly level or even let Gryffindor overtake when Claw's house points. As eye-catching as Xuan, there are Penelope and Martha in La Wen Clawly. The two of them together are almost the same as Xuan, and they have scored 100 points for La Wen Claw. But it's useless, it's still fourth. As for whether it can overtake the counterattack and become the first, it depends on how Dumbledore operates. Among them, Xuan added almost 100 points to La Wen Kellau. There is no way. An average of 2 points a week for a whole year is 100 points. Xuan's performance is too monstrous. Of course, the main force of Gryffindor's extra points depends on Hermione. Hermione alone, according to her own statistics, has added almost 50 house points, which means that at least one of Neville's or Harry's deducted points will be compensated. Up. And Xuan is still in class with Hufflepuff. No one can compete with him. Xuan said that they were too happy and Dumbledore's but will make you sad. Of course, Snape didn't go too far. He stopped after 20 to 30 points, but the Slytherin students are more expressive than the Hufflepuff students, so it's normal to have more points than Hufflepuff, and Slytherin also has Quidditch bonus items. The second place is Slytherin with 442 points, and the last one is Wen Kelluo, where Xuan belongs with 478 points, the well-deserved champion. After all, this is a score of almost 200 points. If you just add it to Gryffindor, then what other colleges are competing for, just book the second place. Xuan can guarantee that except for the students of Gryffindor who are happy, the students of the other three colleges will not be happy or even think whether Dumbledore has selfish intentions. But if he didn't do this, then Harry's title of savior would not be able to be further promoted. If it's Gryffindor and Hermione, Slytherin still has someone to shoot. But with hello 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 hello. Hello, 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 everyone hello. Xuan really wanted to know how Dumbledore would choose. The third place is our little badger Hufflepuff with 364 points. There is no way, although Slytherin was also deducted 50 points for Della before, but the Dean Snape protects his shortcomings. And in the future, Gryffindor students will definitely not have a good time in the academy. Originally, Slytherin didn't deal with them. Let's go. Xuan was fully dressed and spoke to the first-year wizards who were waiting for him in the common room. Tonight is the year-end banquet, and all young wizards must wear wizard robes and pointed wizard hats to attend. As for the pointed wizard hat, in this school year, the number of times Xuan wears it can be counted on the fingers. After all, the wizard hat doesn't look very good-looking. Of course, Xuan's appearance can be suppressed, but Xuan still doesn't like it, because the pointed wizard hat is not firm on the head and needs to be supported from time to time. Xuan thinks it is more comfortable to wear the peaked cap. I came to the auditorium and sat down at the long table of La Wen Ki Lao. When I saw Xuan coming, the little wizards all looked at him, especially the little wizards of La Wen Ki Lao. They were the most excited. Xuan nodded and smiled at everyone. He naturally knew why. It was because of the Academy Cup. In the past 2 days, all the colleges have been counting their own scores, and who obtained these scores, so Xuan's outstanding performance will naturally be known to everyone. The little wizards of Lon Kelluo are excited. If there is no accident, this year's Academy Cup champion will be Lon Kelluo. The credit of Xuan is absolutely indispensable. I didn't see that even Professor Flitwick in the teacher's seat. Are you looking at Xuan with a smile on your face? While the green snake banner of the Slytherins hangs above the Great Hall for now, it will soon be replaced by the blue eagle banner of Ravenclaw. It's just that although Xuan was smiling on the surface, he was clear in his heart. Whether La Wen Kelluo could win the Academy Cup championship depended on Dumbledore's thoughts. Now is not the time to be sure. The dining table was full of various foods. Xuan took a look, not to mention the regular grilled chicken, steak, pork chops, and baked potatoes. What surprised Xuan was the variety of fruits on the table. Xuan, I feel that this year-end banquet is richer than the food at the school opening banquet. Ding, ding, ding. The familiar sound of Professor McGonagall hitting the cup with a silver spoon. Xuan felt that Professor McGonagall must have used the amplifying charm. Although he didn't use a wand or read a spell, such an amplifying charm should not be considered a big deal to Professor McGonagall. However, when Xuan thought of Professor McGonagall practicing the amplifying charm so hard that he could cast spells silently and without a wand, he felt an inexplicable sense of joy. One school year is over and now it's time to award the Academy. Dumbledore stood up and said, and when the little wizards heard his words, the other 3 college students except Lawen-Kelluo looked at them enviously. There was no way, the gap was too big. However, Lawen-Crow's results are well-deserved and everyone admires them. Lawen-Crow is crushing with points. It seems that Slytherin, who has been the champion of the Academy Cup for a long time, will give up the championship this time. Regarding this, Gryffindor was equally happy as Hufflepuff. Although it was when Kelluo who won the championship, it was easy to say if it wasn't Slytherin. Even many Slytherin students didn't think it was unfair. At most, they were frustrated and planned to work hard in the next school year. Haven't you seen the dark face of the dean after Dumbledore spoke? This time, Slytherin's glory was interrupted because an eagle spread its wings high above and blocked all the light. No wonder Snape was happy. Unexpectedly, the little wizards who had been inquired from the companions with different expressions all looked at the ugly student Lawen-Kelluo. Yeah. The sparse applause showed that the little wizards were not so excited. Dumbledore's reward is a bit too ridiculous, because the reward of 60 points for a good wizard chess is too exaggerated, right? At this moment, the entire auditorium also fell silent, and the little wizards were not fools. With the help of some people, everyone knew about the underground classroom. It was the trio of Gryffindor, and now Neville rewarded 60 points. The remaining 2 are not bad, right? But Ron and Neville also rewarded so much, the little wizards felt unbalanced, especially what Ron did before. Xuan looked at Dumbledore. Dumbledore was rewarded with 60 points for Neville's deeds. Then Ron and Harry both had at least this score, so it was 180 points. The little wizards of Lawen-Kelluo shouted happily, while the little wizards of other colleges also applauded. Xuan also applauded. But he was not so happy but smiled and looked at Dumbledore, waiting for his butt. The scores of each college are as follows. The 4th place is Gryffindor with a total score of 301 points. The 3rd place is Hufflepuff with a total score of 364 points. The 2nd place is Slytherin with a score of 442 points. And the top spot is the total score 478 points for Ravencrow Academy. However, Dumbledore on the teacher's bench didn't seem to notice the strangeness of the little wizards, and continued to say, the 2nd award was for Mr. Ron Weasley, who showed superb chess skills and unparalleled courage and was awarded 60 points. Of the king. Everyone looked at Neville, which made the chubby Neville a little at a loss. It was the first time he was in the limelight. His flustered eyes, flushed face, and restless little hands showed that he is now how embarrassing. Of course, it is undeniable that Ron and Neville were indeed involved in the matter in the basement, but Harry was rewarded with 60 points and everyone decided that it was okay. After all, according to rumors, he defeated Voldemort and saved the Sorcerer's Stone. At this moment, Ron didn't know it because he was praised by Dumbledore in public, but he was happy and smiling, and he didn't feel the strangeness in the auditorium like the sensitive Neville. Hearing Dumbledore's words, all the little wizards couldn't help but quiet down. Even Professor Flitwick, who was originally smiling, looked at Dumbledore at this time, and maybe he had some guesses in his heart. Lawen-Kelluo is doing well, but some recent events must also be taken into consideration. I still have some final points to reward. Then Gryffindor will add 180 points to achieve a counterattack. Gryffindor's 301 points plus these 180 points, 481 points, is 3 points higher than the current leader Lawen-Kelluo. Xuan didn't show any fluctuations on the surface, but he was sneering in his heart. The Weasley twins over there couldn't help but look at each other when they saw their brother's stupid appearance, and then sighed heavily. Mr. Neville Longbottom, when others are in danger, he calmly displays his ingenuity, uses his knowledge, and rewards him with 60 points. Seeing Ron like this, Neville couldn't help tugging at his wizard robe, but it didn't work. Neville's work couldn't stop the excited Ron from showing off. The 3rd item is awarded to Harry Potter, in recognition of his extraordinary courage, and sense of responsibility for standing up at critical moments. I award Gryffindor Academy 60 points. After Dumbledore's voice fell, everyone held their breath, and they didn't expect their original guess to come true. Sensing the strange gazes from the other 3 colleges, none of the little wizards of Gryffindor applauded, even though they knew that they had won the Academy Cup this time. Why did everyone cheer and applaud Gryffindor over Slytherin in the original timeline? The first one is that Slytherin's popularity in Hogwarts is really not good. Moreover, they have been consecutive champions of the Academy Cup. This time Gryffindor counterattacked. Gryffindor was naturally happy for his victory, and the other two academies were naturally happy to see Slytherin's dethrone. Coupled with the addition of Harry and the others' deeds, and without the existence of Xuan, a monster, the demeanor was completely taken away by Harry's side. But it's different now. In the eyes of the little wizard, Xuan is not said to be more powerful than Harry the Savior, but at least the difference is almost the same. Regardless of looks, grades, strength, behavior, etc., they all beat Harry, and Harry just had a deed bonus for defeating Voldemort. But to be honest, the matter of defeating Voldemort is not so empathetic to the little wizards who have not experienced the dark rule of the Dark Lord. So in the future, Harry will also suffer cold violence at Hogwarts. But Xuan is different. He is a real person. What he usually does is obvious to all, and he is also convinced. But now Dumbledore's actions are not recognized by everyone at all. If my calculations are correct, I think the decor needs to be changed here. Gryffindor won the House Cup. Dumbledore clapped his palms, and the green snake banner above turned into a red lion banner. Although some thought it was unbelievable, the little wizards of Gryffindor couldn't help but cheered when they saw that their college had won the honor of the Academy Cup, and some even threw their wizard hats into the air. As for the other three academies, Slytherin looked back and forth between Wenclaw and Gryffindor as if watching a good show. Although Slytherin did not win the Academy Cup this time, the original first player Wenclaw was also drawn by Gryffindor down. As for Hufflepuff, it is still a shame, and there is nothing unacceptable to return to the fourth place. The little wizards of La Wenclaw were full of dissatisfaction. Martha even planned to stand up and break heads with Dumbledore, but was stopped by Penello. It's useless. Dumbledore is the head of Hogwarts College. It's his right to give points to whomever he wants. No matter how much you argue with him, it's useless and it won't change the result. Xuan first whispered something to Martha, and then said loudly to the student La Wenclaw who had been looking at him. This time we are 177 points behind Gryffindor and still haven't won the Academy Cup. But it doesn't matter, next year we go all out. Pull the score gap to 200 points, or even 300 points. I don't believe that Gryffindor can catch up with us. The subconsciousness in Xuan's words is naturally clear to the little wizards of Wenclaw. That is Dumbledore's eccentricity, and we cannot change it. This time he can use extra points to make up for the gap. But if the score difference reaches 200 points in the next school year and it is still the same, there are some things that cannot be separated. If Dumbledore did this again, no one would trust him as the dean, and the deans of the other three houses would also have objections to him. To be honest, Xuan didn't expect that Dumbledore would really use his honor and everyone's trust in him to do such a thing. Letting him attack Xuan completely violates his philosophy. Xuan is just showing off his excellence. If he attacks Xuan because of this, then Hogwarts will definitely play. Although Dumbledore had a lot of calculations, his own starting point was good, which was to eliminate Voldemort, and he didn't care about sacrificing something during this period. Even his own life, even if it sounded a bit contradictory. If there is another Hufflepuff, then Gryffindor will definitely become the previous Slytherin. It seems that the next school year will definitely not be peaceful. Now that there are so many people, Professor McGonagall can't ask Dumbledore directly, so he can only suppress his doubts and wait until the banquet is over. If you don't ask clearly, Professor McGonagall will not be able to sleep peacefully. He can't blame Xuan or prevent Xuan from doing this and tell him to keep a low profile. You have influenced me to cultivate a savior in this way. What Dumbledore is doing now reminds Xuan of the behavior of a referee from a country that lived a good life during the Olympic Games in his previous life. It turned out to be so unfair in the end, which was very uncomfortable for her. She didn't even want this house cup, but Dumbledore knew it too. So it's no use even asking yourself, and really let Gryffindor give up the house cup now would they want to? Of course, Xuan also knew what Dumbledore meant, that is to create a savior, so that Harry's reputation will be stronger before he can lead the wizards to defeat the revived Voldemort. This naturally starts with Hogwarts. After all, the minds of little wizards are not yet fully mature, so worshipping and chasing stars is very normal. Professor McGonagall also saw the hostility of Wenclaw towards Gryffindor, and now it's all right. They were originally at odds with Slytherin, and now there is Wenclaw. As long as Harry is in the spotlight day after day, year after year, then these wizards who will grow up with him in the future will definitely be his best support. Naturally, I don't want to. How can I give up all the honors I got? But he didn't expect that there would be such an excellent Xuan who enrolled with Harry this year. Harry's demeanor was completely taken away by Xuan. It is true that eyes can be donated to those in need. In fact, even Professor McGonagall on the stage is not happy about winning the Academy Cup. After all, she has seen Kelluo's performance this year, and she even gave a lot of points. Since Dumbledore did this, it must have been carefully considered. Even though he knew that doing so would dissatisfy the little wizard of Kelluo and Professor Flitwick, he still did it. Didn't Dumbledore know that doing so would make the students of Ron Claw repel or even hostile to Gryffindor? Of course he knew, but after the Academy Cup there was a holiday, and a month or two would make the emotions in these little wizards' hearts fade a lot. In this way, Harry will receive much less criticism, and he has other plans and means to downplay these criticisms later on. At the same time, there are risks in doing so. If it is not good, not only will Harry not be able to become the leader of Hogwarts, but he will also become a disgrace to Hogwarts. And this kind of thing can't be done too much. If you are biased once, everyone won't say anything because of your own ability and reputation. At most, you will have objections in your heart. You may be able to bear it twice, but the third time will definitely revolt. Perhaps by doing so now, his credibility has dropped a lot, but Dumbledore has no regrets. He only hopes that Harry can grow up as soon as possible. Especially this time in the basement, he also confirmed one thing, that is, Harry could indeed cause harm to Voldemort, which was also what prompted Xuan to continue to do so. Otherwise, just relying on a prophecy would not be able to make Dumbledore make up his mind. Dumbledore didn't place the bet without any certainty that Harry could defeat Voldemort. If Harry wants to defeat Voldemort, it is naturally impossible to rely on his own strength. He can only use external tactics. This time it is confirmed that Harry is qualified for the role of the future savior. Harry, grow up as soon as possible, get up. Dumbledore glanced at Harry on the long table in Gryffindor and said silently in his heart. Dumbledore was probing and Xuan was also probing. This time the Academy Cup champion was taken away. Xuan was naturally upset and he was not a saint, so how could there be no disturbances? But in fact, Xuan's limelight this school year has given the Academy extra points just to wait for this moment, to see how far Dumbledore can go to train Harry. After all, a movie is a movie, and a novel is a novel. Xuan had to try Harry's role in Dumbledore, and this time it came out. Dumbledore seemed to pave the way for Harry even if he sacrificed himself. Xuan also knew what to do next and how far he could go. This wave was an air fight between Xuan and Dumbledore, although Bulito didn't know it. It doesn't matter, Xuan didn't want to compete with Harry for the title of savior, but just for convenience later. Now it is very clear, it is good for Xuan to keep such an excellent personality. If he does not continue to go out of line, the mask of the mysterious person in private will not be able to be removed. Moreover, the time in the Forbidden Forest and the theft of the Sorcerer's Stone also made Dumbledore vigilant. Such a character who appeared elusively and completely unexpectedly. Compared to the Dumbledore who eats and thinks in the middle of the teacher's bench, it tastes like chewing wax. Xuan sitting on the long table of Lawn Crow is completely different. Although Lawn Crow did not win the Academy Cup this time, everyone knows that the problem is not with Xuan. Now the situation is a bit interesting. Gryffindor won the nominal Academy Cup championship, and Kelluo won the actual Academy Cup championship. Even Professor Flitwick on the teacher's bench had to suppress his unhappiness and held up his glass of wine to smile at Xuan, hoping that he would not be unhappy. However, questioning afterwards must be indispensable. I don't know if Dumbledore has figured out what to say to Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick. Therefore, regarding the fact that Kelluo did not win the Academy Cup championship, Xuan can only say that sometimes hard work is no match for the Black Whistle. But the Black Whistle is also no match for the open hang. Sorry, I am the last one. After testing out Dumbledore's attitude, Xuan also had a clue in his mind, so he called Penelo and Martha, who were still aggrieved, to eat quickly. Why don't you eat? Because of this anger, not only eat, but also eat more to make Dumbledore poor. Xuan's nonsensical words made Penelo and the others laugh. After all, thinking they were stupid, Hogwarts funding was not from Dumbledore, but from the school board, otherwise Della would not be so arrogant, not only because Lucius Malfoy is also a member of the school trustees. Don't think that Dumbledore is a kind person who doesn't kill. When he was young, he and Grindelwald made a big name. If they didn't part ways later, there would be no such thing as the second generation of Dark Lord Voldemort. 0.0. That is to say, in recent decades, Dumbledore, the strongest white wizard, has become the head of Hogwarts. There are many things like this. It can only be said that the wizarding world still respects strength. Finally, under the double persuasion of Penelo and Xuan, the little girl Hermione finally returned to her original appearance, and Xuan couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Don't think that it was Gryffindor who stole the championship from Claw. As you saw tonight, it was Dumbledore who stole the championship from Claw. Xuan, Of course Penelope followed, and Martha, who was abandoned, said that she was used to it, and it was a bit distressing to get used to it. Before she could say anything, Penelo, who followed her, held her hand. Xuan gave Penelo a look, indicating that the matter was left to her. Ask for flowers. Therefore, a strange phenomenon appeared in Ron Crow, and he was not unhappy because of Dumbledore's eccentricity this time. Xuan's first school year at Hogwarts ended in such a strange atmosphere. Xuan, who had eaten enough, was about to go back to the dormitory with the students of La Wen Kelluo, and Hermione came over there up. Penelo nodded. Compared to the young Hermione, she is smart and no longer has a black and white concept of life. And she is a girl, so it is most suitable for her to tell Hermione. Seeing Hermione with a guilty face and tears in her eyes, Xuan quickly interrupted her, seeing that this is not a good place to talk, so she led Hermione to the side. As for why, I won't say more here. After all, the timing and venue are not suitable. Just think back to what I mentioned to you before. It's okay, Hermione, you don't have to blame yourself. It has nothing to do with you. There's no need to take the responsibility on yourself. Hearing Xuan's words, Hermione still felt a little sorry and said, but, on the contrary, it was a feeling of turning grief and anger into appetite. A group of people were crazily complaining while eating and drinking. So in terms of financial rights, the matter of the Dean of Hogwarts College is not once or twice. It can be said to be a fine tradition. Wuo. Xuan, who was sitting on the Hogwarts Express with Penelo and the others, listened to the sound of the train moving forward and the rapidly receding scenery outside the window, followed by another long journey. There were only Xuan, Hermione, and Penelo in the carriage, and Martha didn't want to disturb their three-person world without seeing them for such a long time. Now Hermione and Penelo are playing backgammon played by Xuan. The two girls are both smart and they are evenly matched for a while. Xuan watched from the sidelines. Basically Penelo won more. It's boring to watch, and Hermione has been losing all the time, so she doesn't want to continue playing. So Xuan took out a deck of cards and taught Hermione and Penelo to play Dowdiju. The rules of fighting the landlords are not difficult, so after Xuan explained and played a few times, the two girls of 137 got started. It can be said that in the following time, except for the time of eating and going to the bathroom, the three of them have been playing Dowdiju, mainly because Hermione and Penelo are a little hot. Xuan was similar in his previous life. When he first learned fighting the landlords, it was called an addiction, otherwise there would be no theory that the game is harmful. But just fighting the landlord makes Hermione and Penelope so obsessed, so if Xuan brings out another Huxia quintessential mahjong, wouldn't they not eat or drink? Should perhaps, probably not. Get off at King's Cross Station, make an appointment with Hermione and Penelope. They can come to find me to play after half a month. After all, I must have to deal with the company's affairs for a while when I just came back. Hermione and Penelope also had to spend time with their family, which was just right. But after looking at the address Xuan gave, Hermione discovered that Xuan lived next door to Harry. Harry, do you want to go together? When Xuan saw Harry standing on the side of the road with a lot of luggage alone, he asked the driver to drive the car over and asked if he wanted to lower the window. No need. Harry, who was waiting on the side of the road, saw Xuan suddenly appearing in front of him and stuttered a little in fright, although he didn't know how long it would take for Uncle Dursley to come, and he must be cursing when he came. But at least it was better than riding in the same car with Xuan. After all, what happened at the College Cup last night made him a little afraid to face Xuan. Okay, then I'll go first. Of course, Xuan saw Harry's embarrassment, so he didn't force it. He just felt sorry for him when he asked this question. But the boy's self-esteem made him unwilling to accept Xuan's kindness, and he really didn't know how to face Xuan now. Master, this is the rumored savior Harry Potter. Geoffrey, who was sitting in the co-pilot, asked. Geoffrey is the head of the wizards on Europa. He was responsible for dealing with the Slytherin locket with Mundungus last time, and now the locket box is in the safe at Xuan's feet. Yeah, that's Harry Potter the savior, but he's just a kid now. Geoffrey saw that Xuan didn't say anything in the middle of the sentence, but looked out the window thinking about something, so he didn't ask any more questions. For his boss to be a first-year Hogwarts student, Geoffrey didn't take it seriously at first, thinking that Xuan was the son of that kind of family. It turned out that Xuan did not rely on his family, but on himself. During the vacation a few months ago, when Xuan showed his strength in front of Oleg and the others, Geoffrey will never forget Xuan, who is as powerful as a dragon with one enemy dozens. Moreover, a Ulank iron-bellied fire dragon was directly summoned later, wearing a magic-patterned steel armor and holding a mace about the size of a person. There are also 5 birds and snakes with strange breaths. No matter which combination they are in, no one can walk through their hands. But in front of Xuan, they are all very well behaved. But when fighting with Jeffrey and the others, they are crazier than the other. This is why eating these things can also improve Jeffrey and the others. In addition, their strength is basically at the stage of great wizards and wizards, so spiritual fruits will have an effect. But it's okay. The spiritual fruit, spiritual wine, and spiritual honey that Jeffrey mentioned are naturally produced by the small world, and they grow in a place with rich spiritual energy like the small world, more or less contaminated with some breath. In addition, Xuan is also generous in his moves. Whether it is gold gallon, various potions, or guidance of various spells, Xuan has not treated them badly in terms of resources. In the world of wizards, wizards and grand wizards actually account for the vast majority. As for elite wizards, there are very few of them. Generally speaking, the ratio is at least 50 to 1. It's not because I'm afraid of hard work, but because I'm afraid that my strength doesn't improve even after working hard. That's really frustrating. Of course, Harry was very repulsed to go back to that cramped attic, that impersonal home. These things not only taste good, but you can also feel warm all over your body after eating them. Your physique has improved a little, and your magic power has also improved a little, but this requires a lot of food. It seems that Xuan's ability is also very powerful, and he naturally knows that Xuan is alone. And when Xuan invited him, he realized that Xuan actually lived not far from him, at 8 Privet Drive, Little Winging, Surrey, and he had met Xuan a few times before entering Hogwarts. Although the amount of improvement is not much, it is a channel for promotion for Jeffrey and the others whose magic power has been difficult to improve. If the amount is small, the amount is small, at least hope can be seen. What are people like Jeffrey who are difficult to improve their strength afraid of? Not to mention other spiritual fruits, spiritual meat, spiritual fish, spiritual wine, and spiritual honey. Therefore, Xuan, who is not only powerful in himself, but also possesses powerful means of controlling beasts, is mysterious and powerful in the eyes of Jeffrey and the others. Among them, what makes every wizard crazy is a potion called Wizard's Blood that Xuan took out, which can enhance the wizard's magic power without damage and side effects. But Harry watched Xuan's car drive away. When he got out of the car, he saw Jeffrey and the others respecting Xuan more than the young wizards at Hogwarts. Not to mention the Morning Star wizard above, even many wizards are at the wizard level until their death. I improved but found that no matter how hard I struggled, it was only 0.2, which was futile. Putting away the envy in his heart, Harry continued to wait for Uncle Dursley's arrival by the side of the road. But unfortunately, he only had galleons and no pounds. Otherwise, he would have been able to take a taxi back by himself. It's so noisy. Standing in front of the window, Xuan looked at Vernon firstly, who was standing on the ladder to add fences to the windows of Harry's attic. It was really hard for that wooden ladder, and it endured the unbearable burden of life. Wait, it seems that Dobby the house elf should have come to find Harry. It is true that Dobby may have brought Harry a lot of troubles in this school year and even in the future, but in the end, Harry who saved Dobby was also saved by Dobby. Fate is so wonderful. However, this has nothing to do with Xuan. Rather than spying on the life of a boy who is about to turn 12, Xuan is more willing to look forward to the next trip with 2 girls. That's right, this day at the end of July is not only the birthday of our great savior Harry Potter, but also the day Hermione and the others decided to come to find Xuan. As for how to communicate, Xuan said that the Snowy Owl's exercise volume this month not only met the standard, but also exceeded it. This month, Xuan was extremely busy in the first half of the month on 28, mainly due to the Magic Research Institute he opened before. Didn't Xuan harvest a lot of items in the response room before? Established a Magic Research Institute, the purpose is to become their own help. But it's too early to talk about assistance, we can only call it resistance. Xuan spent most of his time this month helping the Institute of Magic to get on the right track, mainly in terms of theoretical knowledge. For this reason, Xuan also went to the Lihin bookstore in Diagon Alley and spent almost $1,000 in galleons to buy countless books, just to study people. Of course, there are quite a few wizards in Jeffrey, but to be honest, their level Xuan can only be described as appalling. After all, they have graduated for so many years, and they don't remember the theoretical knowledge so clearly. Although if the researchers don't understand, they can ask them, but if they want their systematic professors, it will be more difficult. After all, it requires very powerful knowledge. Heritage. I didn't expect that I didn't take the path of being a teacher in my previous life. and I could experience it after time travel. After working hard for a month, Xuan complained that this month has been exhausting. After all, if you can become a researcher, I will not mention whether you are smart or not, but you must have extremely strong curiosity. If it weren't for Xuan's identity as the boss, these people would like Xuan to stay in the research institute like them, eating, drinking, and sleeping in the research institute, so that their sponges can absorb as much water as possible from magic knowledge. No way Xuan will start school again in September, and I have nowhere to ask for advice. Although there are textbooks and there are wizards like Jeffrey, but compared with their own bosses, all of them in their teens are no match for their teenage bosses. Of ordinary people, Jeffrey and other wizards, adding up can't beat them and adding up knowledge can't compare with them. We're used to it, showdown is bad, Xuan. The first one to arrive was Hermione. Luckily, Hermione took a taxi by herself. Otherwise, Xuan would have to think about how to deal with the Granger couple. After all, he didn't have such experience to learn from in his previous life. Here you come, sit for a while, Penelo hasn't arrived yet. Xuan opened the door to welcome Hermione in, and there was still some time before the appointed time, so Xuan was a little surprised that Hermione came so quickly. Although Hermione was free, the other two were not free, nor was the real protagonist, so they postponed the meeting until now to celebrate. Unexpectedly, after entering Hogwarts for a year, my elbow turned outward and it was because of a brat. It's just that Xuan was busy at the Research Institute at the time, and Penelope had to accompany his parents. Penelope was a half-blood wizard, and his mother was a wizard, so he had many wizard friends, and he had been traveling around for half a month. Mr. Granger didn't know that his little padded jacket had started to slowly turn into black-hearted cotton. After giving Hermione enough pounds, he took his wife to the dental hospital. Of course, as soon as the results of such joint efforts came out, Penelo immediately sent an owl to Xuan and Hermione to inform them. So the 5th grade was really a hard year for her. If it wasn't for the addition of Xuan to help her train in actual combat, and Hermione also helping her in sorting out theoretical knowledge, she would still be happy. There is really no way to accomplish this feat. As the prefect of La Wen Kelluo, Penelope naturally got the time converter given to her by Professor Flitwick, otherwise she really has no skills at all. Unlike Hermione and Xuan, who are about to enter the 2nd grade, Penelo is in the 6th grade at the beginning of school, and in June, Penelo and the 5th grade students took the ordinary wizard level exam, which is one Wu exam. She wasn't angry either. Penelope also grew up at Hermione's age. She could guess what she was thinking, but she didn't have a sweetheart when she was that age. After all, after taking the OWL exam, you can consider work. Although there are still 2 years left, you should pay attention to planning ahead. And this time, he obviously refused his father to drive him here. The excuse was that it was still early to leave, so it would be good to let them go to work first and then take a taxi by themselves. As a result, Mr. Granger and the others had just driven away, and Hermione went out to take a taxi to Xuan's place. Didn't you expect it? Half an hour later, Penelo also came to Xuan's small villa. She was a little surprised, but she was smart enough to know what was going on after a little thought. Xuan took out a few tickets. This is a full set of unlimited play tickets that he specially asked his subordinates to buy. 3 tickets cost almost £1,000, not cheap in this day and age, but for Xuan it's still worth it. Let's go, don't you guys want to go to the amusement park today? I've already asked someone to buy a ticket to start your crazy day. The OWL exam lasted for 2 full weeks. Generally, the written exam was conducted in the morning, the practical exam in the afternoon, and the astronomy practical exam in the evening. The results were announced in mid-July. In the past half-month, Penelo was busy celebrating with her family that she had won a full 12 outstanding points, which was the highest record in Hogwarts. Xuan didn't know that Hermione came early on purpose, and since he hasn't seen him for a month, the little girl misses him very strongly. It's really noisy and people don't sleep at night. Xuan heard the movement from number 4 Privet Drive, lifted the quilt and got off the bed and looked towards the attic where Harry lived. Sure enough, it was Ron, Fred, and George who drove the modified magic car and directly broke the fence installed by Vernon Dursley during the day. The sound just now was the sound of the iron railing falling to the ground. Xuan was not the only one who was awakened. The same was true for the Vernon couple who lived with Harry, and the little chubby Dudley was also awakened directly. Potters! Well, this hysterical shout definitely contained Vernon's love for Harry. As for Harry in the attic, he naturally heard Vernon's yelling, and Ron over there couldn't help yelling at him to urge him to hurry up. Hurry up. Come on, Harry. Well, the Weasley twins also started to yell, and the scene seemed to be getting hotter for a while. Now that you're awake, let's just finish watching this scene. No. Dad. Boom. In the end, the play ends with Vernon falling from the second floor onto the first floor lawn, and Harry leaving in Ron's magic car. That is to say, the floor is not high, and the lawn below is very thick, and Vernon is super fat, so Vernon was not injured, it was just frightened. Seeing Harry going away in the night sky, Vernon didn't have too much anger in his eyes. He sighed silently and opened the door to go back. Although the scene seemed to be over, Xuan knew it wasn't. Because there was such a big commotion just now, why didn't other people move at all except myself and the Dursleys family? One must know that whether it was the falling of the iron fence, the yelling of Harry and the others behind, and the movement of Vernon falling to the ground, it was not small. It's impossible for everyone to sleep so deeply and so deadly. And after being woken up, Xuan could feel that a large-scale magic had been cast on Privet Drive. To be precise, it is a mixed magic, which includes the stun spell and the earplug spell. After all, if there is no such spell, the people around will have come out to watch. But the flying magic car shouldn't appear in front of Muggles. If they really see it, then there will be another wave of Oblivion curse. So it would be better to simply keep Muggles from seeing it from the root cause. As for the Dursleys, they already knew some things about the wizarding world, so there was no need to erase their memory. Xuan reckoned that if it wasn't Dumbledore, it was Snape. Anyway, it certainly couldn't be someone from the Ministry of Magic. Xuan thought it was more likely to be Snape. After all, Dumbledore always let Snape do this kind of thing, like wiping his asterisk, let alone for Harry Potter, so Snape is definitely the #1 contestant. As for why Xuan wasn't affected, Snape's magic had a relatively large range, so it didn't work for Xuan's strength. In addition, Xuan has the innate body protection of the 5-element spirit pagoda. If such a degree of stun spell and earplug listening spell can affect Xuan, then Xuan really failed very badly. Xuan dared to assure that Ron and the others came to pick up Harry from the Dursleys' house. There was definitely Dumbledore inside, not to mention they knew about it through the owl contact. Harry's owl was locked in a cage. Moreover, the iron fence in Harry's attic was only installed during the day, and Ron and the others arrived at night, and any fool could see that there was something wrong. After watching the play, let's go back to sleep. I'm so tired after going out to play with Hermione and Penello during the day, and go shopping after dinner together at night. What is more uncomfortable than going shopping with a girl is to accompany two girls. It just happens to be produced as the closing stage of the series. After all, there are still cards for the mysterious man, giant monsters, werewolves, and the like. Where is it comparable to the mysterious man? The textbook for this year's Defense Against the Dark Arts class is his complete set of books, so adding up, it is at least a few tens of galleons. Class teacher. The bright spot is that because Quirrel has been beaten to death by Harry in the basement, a new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher will be replaced this year. And this year's victim is Gilderoy, who has a good Oblivion spell and a good writing style. Lockhart, so sometimes if you want to enjoy some blessings that others can't enjoy, you have to pay a small price. At that time, you can completely follow the previous Walking with Trolls, Wandering with Werewolves, Holidays with Hags, Break with Banshees, Swimming with Ghouls, with Snowmen the Year of the Year, Traveling with the Vampire. At the same time, Xuan felt that Lockhart had another purpose, to come to Hogwarts to be gilded. If he had been there in the last school year, he would have been able to borrow this experience with his best forgetting spell, and by then it would be another best-selling novel. People fight. Xuan suspected that Lockhart knew that the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor at Hogwarts was a position cursed by Voldemort, but he was still willing to accept Dumbledore's invitation. He must be thinking of earning money and increasing the sales of his books. It can only be said that Lockhart, who doesn't know the inside story, plunged into the fishing net and will become one of Harry's stepping stones by then. And eating is also very ugly. No matter what grade you are in, you have to buy a full set of books. Maybe there's something else you want to get involved with. After breakfast the next day, Xuan received a letter from Hogwarts. After feeding the owl that delivered the letter, Xuan took a look. It was an item that the second grade needed to purchase. These dozens of gold galleons can still be produced by gritted teeth for a young wizard of mixed blood or pure blood, but it is more uncomfortable for a young wizard of Muggle origin. After all, Harry Potter, a first-year wizard who has just entered school, can defeat Voldemort. No matter what, he can't be inferior to Harry, right? Although Xuan has a lot of money, he has no intention of giving money to this liar, and he will enter Hogwarts' 5th house, Azkaban, in a year. Last school year, the story of Harry fighting Voldemort alone in the basement has spread throughout the wizarding world in this short month. Maybe Lockhart has an idea that I can do it, Qian Zhao. What to do when the time comes to class, Xuan said that there is a magic called the copy spell, which is enough. Come downstairs and take a car to our #1 store in Diagon Alley, the Leaky Cauldron Bar. Today we are going to Diagon Alley to purchase items. And I also made an appointment with Penelope and Hermione yesterday. As for how we knew about it before the notification letter arrived, it was naturally informed by our classmate Penelope. After all, it is this time every year. Freshmen will be a little later. After all, the number of owls in Hogwarts is limited, and Muggle-born students need their professors to visit their homes, so it is normal to be late. And most of the old students will complete the purchase within a week of receiving the notice. Most of them are on the first day, and they are all on vacation for a month, so they just have a reason to go out to Diagon Alley. Children also have the desire to buy. Our defense against the dark arts professor has finally changed this year, and we don't have Quirrel's stuttering lectures and the smell of garlic. Who would have thought that Quirrel, who seemed timid and stuttering, would be possessed by Voldemort's remnant soul? In Diagon Alley, Penelope and Hermione were chatting about what happened in the last school year, and Xuan also told them some inside information. The purpose is to make them more vigilant. Don't be fooled by 810, I don't know if I have used it. But this year, our defense against the dark arts class is taught by the famous Gilderoy Lockhart. Our defense against the dark arts class this year is definitely not the same as last year. That's right, Gilderoy Lockhart is not just a writer. He is also a recipient of the 3rd class medal of the Order of Merlin and an honorary member of the Anti-Dark Magic League. From his writings, it can be seen that he has a profound understanding of various magical creatures' research and rich combat experience. Hearing what Hermione and Penelope said, Xuan couldn't help but shook his head. Lockhart's packaging and marketing was really perfect. Not only middle-aged women in the wizarding world fell in love with him, but even young wizards also looked down on him for idols. What's wrong? Seeing Xuan shaking his head with a smile, Penelope couldn't help asking. Hermione on the side also looked over. They were discussing Lockhart just now. Xuan's meaningful expression showed that there must be something inside that they didn't know about. The last time Xuan showed this expression was during the Quirrel incident. From Xuan's mouth, they knew that it was only a basement incident, which contained so many inside stories. If Dumbledore hadn't forced Gryffindor to give Gryffindor extra points at the year-end banquet later, they wouldn't have believed it. After all, many times people have a good impression of a person first, and others will think bad things about him, and they will think it's fake or slanderous. No way, and he is also a super good person in the eyes of everyone. Of course, it cannot be said that Dumbledore's behavior is bad, but that it is full of calculations. That is to say, the new generation like Hermione and Penelope don't know about Dumbledore's past, and if they know, they won't gossip around. Otherwise, if they know about Dumbledore's blood pact with Grindelwald and his ideal of unifying the wizarding world, he killed his own sister during the fight, etc., so he won't have the same impression of Dumbledore. Would you believe me if I said that Lockhart has nothing but a liar? How is that possible, Lockhart? Hearing Xuan's words, Hermione and Penelope retorted subconsciously, but after saying a few words, they shut up. Xuan shrugged his shoulders, and the smile on his face showed that he was right just now. He can only say that Lockhart's packaging and disguise are really good, and he has fooled most people. Of course, Xuan thinks that Dumbledore must know about Lockhart down to earth. But Lockhart's works, the descriptions of dark creatures such as vampires and snow monsters, are verified to be correct by the entire teacher world. Hermione raised her own silly doubts. After all, Lockhart's books are bestsellers. Not just relying on his face for the prettiest smile, but really something. Whether it is the writing or the description of the deeds, people who read it really feel that Lockhart has experienced these things. The thing is true, the dark creature is also true, and the experience is also true. But is there a possibility that the protagonist is not him? Hermione said in disbelief. This really did a lot of harm to her young heart. There was Dumbledore before and Lockhart later. Is there anyone in the wizarding world who can be trusted? Penelope said this fact with some helplessness. There are not many famous wizards from La Wenkelluo, but Lockhart is definitely one of the most famous. Why doesn't he dare? He didn't do it now, and he has been doing it for so many years without being discovered. Doesn't it mean that he handles the tale well? Forgetting curse. As for doubting the veracity of Xuan's words. According to this statement, Lockhart's combat effectiveness should not be high, so how did he solve this problem? Could it be possible to kill all those wizards? This is impossible. If this is the case, then Lockhart's actions should have been discovered long ago. Xuan nodded, indicating that their guess was correct. If it wasn't for their relationship with Xuan wouldn't point it out at all. But in doing so, why didn't the original owner come to the door or expose him? Xuan laughed and silenced Hermione and the others with one sentence. What he said was very clear. That was Lockhart's experience of stealing from others and transforming it into his own. With the IQs of Hermione and Penelope, they quickly understood the key point, so they looked at each other and said the spell in unison. Being a black magic professor for 2 consecutive years is a bit embarrassing for Wen Kelluo. It also means that this year is another year of relying on self-study. Li Xuan sneered, Lockhart is quite courageous, especially when planning for himself after all. He always thought that he was the most beautiful boy in the crowd, but the reality gave him a slap in the face and then he started to go astray up. As for Quirrel, everyone knew it during the self-introduction at the beginning of the school year. How dare he? Isn't he afraid that the Ministry of Magic will find out? Li Xuan also expressed helplessness about this. The reputation of his own college has really been tarnished. Speaking of which, both Lockhart and Quirrel came from our La Wen Kelluo college. I've been with Li Xuan for a year, and they know what Li Xuan's temperament is, and there's no need to lie to them. Saying bad things about Lockhart will do him any good. Okay, as long as you know about this matter, don't spread it around. After all, there are some calculations in it. In the end, Li Xuan still kept Hermione and Penelope a secret. Although the water in Lockhart, which is wider than the sea, will definitely be discovered when school starts later, it has nothing to do with him. Hermione and Penelope nodded. They were not stupid. Since Li Xuan said so, it must have something to do with the White Wizard. By the way, there's no need to buy Lockhart's books. This year's defense against the dark arts textbooks will all be replaced by his books. It's too ugly to eat. Dozens of galleons will be used to copy them during class. Just deal with it. Hermione and Penelope nodded. If Li Xuan hadn't said that, they might not have thought of this method. Maybe they would think of it later, but they bought all the books, and Lihin Bookstore doesn't support return service. It's useless to think about it up. If it was the initial impression of Lockhart, even if it cost dozens of galleons, although it was a bit painful, it was still acceptable. But now I know the truth of the matter. Sending gold galleons to liars. How stupid they are to do this kind of thing. Wouldn't it be good to go to Mrs. Primpney's beauty pharmacy to treat yourself with these dozens of gold galleons? Or go to Florin Fusco's ice cream parlor for ice cream, bouncing around at the magic joke shop for some joke merchandise and more. Okay, let's go. Li Xuan paid for the ice cream and took Hermione and Penelope to other shops. What I just talked to Hermione and the others should not be said on the street. So Li Xuan found a seat in the ice cream shop and activated the soundproof array here. Otherwise, for what they were talking about just now, maybe a Lockhart fan popped up from the side and started yelling at Li. Li Xuan, who traveled through time, was very aware of the horror of the fans, so before Lockhart's golden body was broken, it was better for him and Hermione to keep silent. Although not afraid, but disgusting like a stink bug, are you afraid of it crawling on the back of your hand? No, but the stench it leaves will make you sick. The place Li Xuan is taking Hermione and Penelope to is the Lihin Bookstore, where Lockhart is currently holding a book signing, or in other words, has been there for the past few days. They have already decided to use the copy spell to copy the textbooks. Of course, Li Xuan didn't take Hermione and Penelope to buy books, but to watch a big drama. That's the drama of platinum hair versus red hair. The reason, of course, is that Li Xuan saw Harry, who was brought out of Nocturne Alley by Hagrid, with a dirty face. Not only him, but also Ginny Ron. This is the bad point of using flu powder. It's cheap, but it's a test of people's accent, and there will be a little unfriendly experience in the process. That's Harry, Ron, Della. Who's that little girl? Looking at Harry and Della, who started bickering with each other over there again, Hermione didn't feel any strangeness anymore. Her focus was on the girl who stood up to defend Harry. Ginny Weasley, the youngest child of the Weasley family, Ron's sister and Harry's admirer, is entering Hogwarts this year. Li Xuan summed up Ginny's characteristics in one sentence, and also answered Hermione's question. Unlike the aggrieved Hermione, Penelope, who had been at Hogwarts for 6 years, knew how arrogant those little wizards from pureblood families were, and was afraid of pointing their nostrils at others. Seeing Lucius' performance, Hermione couldn't help thinking of what she did on the Hogwarts Express Della a year ago. She thought it was just Della, but she turned out to be a good tutor. But Li Xuan didn't come to see Ginny and Harry, but to see the handsome long-haired guy with blonde hair and ruined eyes holding a snake-headed cane. Adding Harry, 2 adults and 6 children, not only will he be beaten, maybe even Della will be beaten by Harry and Ron, who have long been unhappy with him. It is rare that Goyle and Crabbe, the 2 servants, were not with him. Delacour's arrogance is in the same line as his father, and the Malfoy family is really a family that deserves no recognition. But maybe Lucius is also afraid of being beaten. He and Delacour are the only 2 members of the Malfoy family here, and the Weasley family is all there. Ask for flowers. Let's go, there's no show to watch. It's time to buy the items for the start of school. Don't forget that you applied for the purchase. In the end, Lucius retreated, but his goal was achieved. Xuan saw the textbook that changed from 1 to 2. Not only Xuan saw it, but also Harry, who was standing beside Ginny. For the first time he met Lucius Malfoy, Harry had only one idea, that is, Draco's disgusting arrogance and dislike is hereditary. Not only Draco Malfoy is annoying, but Lucius Malfoy so is Fu. Sure enough, the temperament of girls who eat melons and gossip is the same no matter which world they are in. And this is the West, not the Donghuang of the previous life. The children here are much more precocious, so it is no wonder that Hermione and Penelope have such thoughts. The eyes of Hermione and Penelope flickered with gossip, and the fire of gossip blazed in their hearts. They were 1 year younger than Harry, but they dared to stand up for Harry in the quarrel between Harry and Della. Not at all cowardly, this is not a small melon. Don't get me wrong, Xuan's orientation is normal, and I look at him because he is Lucius Mardu, the father of Draco. Xuan pays attention to him and wants to see how he puts Tom Riddle's notebook in Ginny's cauldron. Arthur Weasley over there naturally saw Lucius Malfoy taunting the children there, so he stepped out, and the children's quarrel turned into a parents' quarrel. Xuan said to the 2 girls, the 2 girls nodded, and they should do the business first. Harry and Ginny still have a lot of time to eat the melons after school starts, otherwise they won't be handed out spoons when they get home. 0. Seeing Lucius retreating, Xuan felt a little regretful that he didn't think it was a big deal. He thought Arthur Weasley would have a fight with Lucius Malfoy, but it ended like this. But he wasn't sure whether Lucius took 1 or 2 from the cauldron just now, because his attention had been on Draco. The next day, Xuan came to Diagon Alley again, but this time he did not use the identity of Xuan, a student of Hogwarts when Kelluo, but the image of the dark wizard who broke into Gringotts last year. Boss, I'm here to pick up the wicked bird that I ordered with you earlier. By the way, have you found the balloon bird? Xuan took out the voucher for the down payment before, and asked the owner of the magical beast shop. The evil bird has arrived at the store. According to your request, the more the better. This time there are 9 evil birds, 3 males and 6 females. All 4 colors are available, orange, pink, green, and yellow, but pink is relatively rare, only 1. The boss first took Xuan to see the 9 witch birds he ordered. Xuan was very satisfied when he saw the colorful witch birds jumping up and down in the cage. Now that the evil 740 female bird has not made a sound, of course it is because of the silence curse cast. Otherwise it would not be possible to sell. Purchasing a witch bird needs to go to the Ministry of Magic to test for a special breeding license. Of course Xuan didn't have one, but during his last Christmas holiday he asked his staff to take the test, and at the same time asked them to come to the Fantastic Beasts store 1. Why do you take the test by yourself? Does Xuan need that piece of paper? If it wasn't for buying the wicked bird, Xuan wouldn't need to be so troublesome. The Fantastic Beasts store also recognizes the voucher but not the person. Bring the voucher and pay the final payment, and the Fantastic Beast will be yours. If you want to do business in the wizarding world, one thing is very important. Don't be overly curious and to explore the identity of the guests. It is good to keep a certain amount of confusion. That is to say, after such a long time interval, otherwise, how could we get 9 of them all at once? And one of them is a particularly popular and rare pink one. Because the number of orders placed by Xuan is large enough. Otherwise, this pink witchbird must have been taken out and sold separately. But now that Xuan has given enough money here, there is no need to make such a fuss. These 9 villain birds will settle together later. What about the Quirrel bird? Next, let's look at the Quirrel bird. The ball-dunning birds are currently out of stock. After all, with the development of the times, the number of ball-dunning birds has become less and less. In addition, they are good at dodging, so we have not received any goods. Hearing Xuan's words, the owner of the Fantastic Beasts store showed an apologetic smile on his chubby face. He had no choice but to earn this money, but for almost half a year his own channels have not received the ball, even the amount 1+++. Okay, then I'll take a look at it myself, and I'll ask you to pay the bill later. Xuan realized that he was already mentally prepared for the fact that there was no ball to escape the bird. After all, this is not the time when Newt Scamander was young. Although many magical animals have not become extinct, their numbers have plummeted and basically hiding in the deep mountains and old forests. Xuan was looking around in the magical animal store, but there didn't seem to be any new magical animals recently. They were all very common magical animals like Nixie and Puffy. Is this a ballfish? Looking at the spherical body in the water tank, with piebald spots on its body and 2 legs with webbed chewing fish, Xuan recognized its origin. This is a colored ballfish with a danger level of XXX. It lives in deep-water lakes. It usually patrols the bottom of the lake in search of food. Its favorite food is water snails. Generally speaking, colored ballfish are relatively rare. After all, they live at the bottom of the lake and don't show up very often. Meeting is fate, so why not join Xuan's small world? It's just that the magical creature like the colorful ball fish is actually not very useful. It is not dangerous. At most, it will bite the swimmer's feet and clothes. Including them in the small world is of course to enrich the species of the small world and increase the area of the small world. After packing away all the ball fishes and discovering a new species, Xuan thought it would be great to visit the Fantastic Beasts store after nothing to do. If it weren't for the fact that the side effect of the soft-clawed land shrimp has been verified by real people in time, Xuan couldn't believe that such a little guy was involved in the power of bad luck. There is such a concept in the wizarding world. That is, if you are bitten by a soft-clawed land shrimp, you must cancel all gambling and speculation-related business 5.7. Otherwise, you will definitely lose your pants. There are soft-clawed land shrimps here. A bite from a soft-clawed land prawn can have unusual side effects, with the person bitten having trouble for a week. Although the soft-claw land shrimp has the same danger level as the colored ball fish, it is not as useless as the latter and can only add one to the species in the small world. But today's harvest is okay, so don't be greedy. This function does not mean that it can be eaten. The soft-clawed land shrimp is inedible because its meat is not easy to digest and it will cause high fever and green rash. Boss, count all these soft-claw land shrimps. This magical animal that is like a lobster but does not live in water but on land is the soft-clawed land shrimp. Like the ball fish, it is a magical animal with a danger level of XXX. In Xuan's view, the ability of the soft-clawed land shrimp involves the illusory concept of luck, and it is even derived from bad luck to fate. It's just that maybe encountering the soft-clawed land prawn used up all the luck that Xuan had accumulated this time, and after Xuan drove around, he didn't find any other magical animals that caught his heart. Of course, big customers like Xuan are the most welcome. Who doesn't want their customers to buy wholesale at retail prices? It can only be said that the magical animals in the magical world are really worthy of the word magical and contain various powers. Xuan continued to walk forward, but it was all ready to end, and he still didn't see any new magical animals. He thought it was over, but he saw several bodies about 30 centimeters in a sandy glass cabinet in the corner long. Xuan shouted to the owner of the magical animal shop over there. Of course, the other party was happy to hear Xuan's words, and he bought one or two with others, and he still had to tangle with each other. This kind of magical animal usually eats small crustaceans, but it doesn't mean it won't show its sword against larger animals. If it is an accident to encounter a colorful ball fish, then the soft-clawed land shrimp is an accidental accident one. It looks like a lobster, a light gray body, and many magical animals with dark green spots. After leaving the Fantastic Beasts store, I found a place to store the magical animals in the small world. Xuan went shopping again, bought some ice cream and other snacks and put them in the small world's warehouse. Just left Diagon Alley. Back at the villa, Xuan didn't expect Avery to bring 2 Kappa boys, and they were all female Kappa boys. I didn't see it in the Fantastic Beasts store, but Avery and the others actually bought it. Sure enough, it was right to subdue these people. Now Xuan's sources of Fantastic Beasts mainly come from 4 channels. The first one is naturally the Fantastic Beasts store, which is also the source of almost 1/3 of the Fantastic Beasts in Xuan's hands so far. But as time goes by, the help of the Fantastic Beasts store will become less and less. After all, this is a store in Diagon Alley, and sometimes some rules must be followed. And although the other party also has channels, but their strength is not enough, or Xuan's priority is not enough for him. If there is really a rare magical animal that Xuan wants, he is more willing to sell it to those old customers. 28. One is to maintain the relationship, the other is that the other party will not give less galleons, and the third is that everyone knows the basics, and selling to the other party will save a lot of trouble. Even though Xuan has spent a lot of galleons in the Fantastic Beasts store, it is still a bit difficult to squeeze into that circle. After all, what Xuan lacks most now is time. This is true whether it is the improvement of his own strength or the improvement of the power of his subordinates. But Xuan will not be overly anxious. Now that his progress is not slow, there is no need to force too much. In the same way, the Kappa was included in the small world, and it was placed in the area where the male Kappa was before. After chatting with Avery for a while, Xuan entered the small world. Entering the small world, Xuan didn't rush to the villa area, but first experienced the current situation of the small world. This time, 3 new magical animals were added, namely the colorful ball fish, the witch bird, and the soft-clawed land shrimp. The number of Kappa has also increased. And after the holidays, Xuan spared no effort to make up for the skyrocketing area at the end of the school year, constantly sending plants and various ordinary animals into it, and now the area of the small world has increased to 535 square kilometers. When we came to the villa area, the wicked birds who had been taken into the small world in front of us were standing on the trees in the yard, looking at their unusually gorgeous feathers. Standing on the trees was indeed very pleasing to the eye. However, the beautiful feathers endow them with a special charm, and there is also a price, that is, being targeted by wizards. After all, the feathers of the witch-bird have always been a good material for fine quills. This is also the reason why witch-birds are so rare and rare. After they are discovered, they will basically be captured and raised by themselves. After all, this is also a long-term way of making money. Of course, this has to be done on a scale. Otherwise, the feathers of 1 or 2 witch-birds are not too many, plus the time it takes to grow. The cost of taking care of them is not directly proportional. Naturally, Xuan didn't have this idea gold galleons. I still have a lot in my warehouse, which is left over for Oleg and Jeffrey to develop a lot of gold galleons. Xuan just started to invest in it, and unless there are some circumstances or accidents, Xuan will not invest in it again. After waving his hand, he released the animals brought over for the experiment, and Xuan also walked towards the villa area. Let the soft-clawed land prawns be put here first, as there are no natural enemies here, and Xuan will also let a yin come to take care of and feed them on a daily basis. After some simple investigations, it was found that there was no poisonous gland and venom sac in the soft-claw land shrimp that made its bite have a cursed side effect, but because of itself. Xuan, the most difficult start for a faction, has already given support, and the support is almost tens of thousands of galleons. If it can't develop with such support, reach a balance of payments, or even start to make money, then there is no of any value. Of course, Xuan also tried the supposition method with Xuan's current physical fitness and magic power in his body. He can completely withstand the possession of all the soft-clawed land shrimps in front of him at 397. Xuan was very satisfied with this point. It looked like an ordinary magic attack who knew there was a curse attacking it. Moreover, the curse of the soft-clawed land shrimp is not as obvious and easy to perceive as black magic, but it is silent and secretly haunting you. To tell you the truth, Xuan is very interested in the doom attack of soft-claw land shrimp, and the main purpose of coming here this time is to study this. Because these little guys have recognized their masters, Xuan let them experience it, and found that this ability can also be acquired from the soft-clawed land shrimp. In the future, Xuan's attacks may also have a curse effect. It's a pity that the soft-clawed land prawn's supposition ability has not been strengthened, but Xuan made all the soft-clawed land prawns attack the same target, and the degree of curse can be superimposed, but Xuan can't. After experimenting for a long time, Xuan also discovered a problem. That is, the curse of the soft-clawed land shrimp is just a simple decline of luck, and the impact will not be particularly large. Now we can only cultivate soft-clawed land shrimps as much as possible, not only to enhance their ability to curse, but also to increase their IQ as they become stronger, at least in the case of magical animals in the small world. How to strengthen the curse of the soft-clawed land shrimp in the future, or the reason why the current curse of the soft-clawed land shrimp is so weak is related to its strength. As long as its strength is stronger, this ability will be stronger, which requires time to do some research. For a while, Xuan couldn't understand why. According to the theory, magical animals would inherit their abilities when they fuse with themselves. The more they inherit, the stronger their abilities should be. I have tried it on myself. Otherwise, Xuan would definitely call Yin to be an interpreter so as to get to know the soft-clawed land shrimp well. Generally speaking, there is no problem in normal life, and it will only really show its power when engaging in behaviors similar to gambling or speculation. I have to say that this soft-clawed land prawn really aroused Xuan's interest. But if he wants to communicate with the soft-clawed land prawn, the other party's IQ is low, so he can't communicate, and can only feel the other party's joy and sorrow, simple emotions like sadness and excitement. After greeting a yin and the others, Xuan rejected Xiao Yin and Norberta's adventure invitation. In fact, he just ran around and came to the lake, where he placed the soft-clawed land shrimp. That is to say, this little guy was targeted by the goddess of misfortune, or endowed with a little power of doom. Arriving at the villa area, Xuan has unraveled the silence curse for the wicked birds over there. This kind of magical animal from non-continental birds, their calls are very high-pitched, and they will make those who hear them lose their voices. Reason. However, Xuan was not unprepared. Although the silence and breathless curse had been undone, The witchbirds who recognized Xuan as their master could of course follow Xuan's order to control the power in their bodies. Therefore, even if Xuan untied the silent curse and let them shout to their heart's content, it wouldn't have any effect on the other magical animals. And the wicked birds who have been imprisoned for a long time are rarely released and are now chirping non-stop. Xuan and Norberta below are curiously looking at their gorgeous feathers, especially the long tail feathers hanging from above, like the bait hanging in the lake, and Xuan and Norberta seem to be curious fish looking for food. They are full of attraction in their eyes. That is to say, the tail feathers of the witchbirds did not shine like metal, otherwise there would never be 4 more little snuffers underneath. And now the little snuffers are so busy that they don't have time to pay attention to the witches. They go out early and come back late, and they are busy hunting for treasures everywhere. These treasures are mainly some treasures that Xuan obtained in the Room of Requirement before, such as those worn-out gold galleons, silver sickles, and the like. Once Xuan came to find that the snuffers were basically listless in the yard, and they were basically fattened up. After asking about it, I found out the reason. It turned out that they searched all over the place and found no treasure that attracted them. Afterwards, they completely lost power and started to fall apart. Looking at it like this, Xuan thinks it's not good. If this goes on like this, he won't be able to raise 4 sniffing pigs but 4 snuffing pigs. After thinking about it for a while, I took out some of Curry's things and hid them around and asked Sniff to find them so that these guys could be moved. 1 year has passed, these little snuffers know. It should be said that they have almost grown up in such a favorable environment as the small world. In this way, they also exercise the innate ability of Zixi, and at the same time allowed them to exercise a lot. Xuan was really worried about this. As for those treasures, of course Xuan knows where he puts them, and after the snuffers get acquainted with their own nests, Xuan will quietly take out some after a while so as not to attract their attention, and then put them around, let the snuffers keep looking. Wouldn't it be a balance of payments? Sniffers are happy, and Xuan is also happy, saving you from having to constantly take things from the warehouse. Sniffers, we really will thank you. Do you want us to sing you a song? Thank you, because of you warm the 4 seasons. It can only be said that we are not human beings, but you are also a real dog, and I really admire you, the 6th child. At present, Xuan's plan is flawless and has not been discovered by the snuffers, but when there is a thunderstorm, he will know what the anger from the snuffers is. The Zixiu people enjoy this process of searching, and the unstable factors in this process are Xuan and Norberta, because they will sometimes join the Zixiu people in their treasure hunt. For the joining of Xuan and Norberta, Zixiu welcomes with both hands and feet. After all, Xuan and Norberta are just enjoying the process of searching, and it is just a game in their eyes, so generally the treasures they find will not be taken, and they will be given to Zixiu. This kind of teammates Zixiu don't like it and hate it, then it's really time for a thunderbolt. Xuan rejected Atai's invitation for a ride and came to the birds and snakes. After observing Xiaoyi, Xiao and Xiaowu are next. Unlike Xiaoyi, their evolutionary direction is closer to Feiyi. In addition to studying the soft-clawed land shrimp, what Xuan has to do today is to observe the evolutionary level of the birds and snakes. And the color of the scales on its body also began to change. Originally, the scales on the bird and snake were blue-green, but now the scales on Xiaoyi's body were bright red like a raging fire on the head and neck. From Xuan's point of view, their evolutionary types, sour and fat, are a bit like evolving towards poisonous snakes and boa constrictors. Just look at their body shape changes. Xuan doesn't know for the time being and can only look at the later research. Compared with before, the 3 bulges on Xiaoyi's body, the one on the abdomen has disappeared, turned into a leg, and the original pair of symmetrical legs after the appearance of the 3rd foot completely deviated come. 4 of the legs are a pair at the front and back of the body, with a pair of wings on top and the last pair of legs in the middle of the body. And there are 2 scarlet whiskers growing under the bird's beak. Xuan can feel the fiery energy contained in these short whiskers, so this is the area where Feiyi changed Zhao Qianzhao's Wanyuan. The difference between Xiaoyi and Xiaoer can be seen from the body shape alone. Xiaoyi is going to be slender and slender, while Xiaoer's body is getting shorter and their waistlines are getting thicker. Let's look at Xiaoyi first. The direction of Xiaoyi's evolution is a bird with a body shaped like a snake, with 4-winged wooden eyes and a pair of legs. Then start to accept the calendar that belongs to the sour and fat legacy. This is a 4-winged and 6-legged monster that will suffer severe drought. Unlike Xiaoyi, Xiaoer's 6 bulges on their bodies have all been broken, and now they have turned into a bird snake with 2 pairs of wings and 6 legs. Up, the color of the body has not changed, but the 2 pairs of wings have turned red like flames. Compared with the completely grown feet on the abdomen, the two bulges on the back haven't changed much, they just got bigger. You can also see the difference from their respective beaks. The first one is slender and sharp like a seagull, while the second one is more generous and powerful like a parrot. After inspecting the birds and snakes, Xuan also has an idea in his mind. Now the birds and snakes are only evolving towards the shape of fat and sour. When will their appearance fully evolve? And the four-eye socket-shaped scratches behind the eyes gradually deepened, making Zio-Yu look a bit strange. But no matter how it changes, it is still his own Zio-san. The abdomen is red-green, the small part of the tail is the original blue-green, and a golden mane has grown on the neck. The beak has become sharper and sharper, and the reflection can be seen in the sun color. 2 months go by so fast. I sat in the compartment of the Hogwarts Express again, still the familiar compartment. That is, the last window compartment, which has become the old place of Xuan and Penelo. Yeah, I felt like I didn't do anything for the past 2 months, and it passed by all at once. Penelo over there shuffled the cards skillfully while talking. This scene was a bit awkward, which made the corner of Xuan's mouth twitch. He taught Penelo and the others whether playing cards is good or bad. I have become so proficient in such a short period of time, give me back my cool goddess. Yeah, and like Xuan said, if the professor of defense against the dark arts this semester is that liar Lockhart, another school year will be wasted, 3 belts and 1. This Hermione is the landlord, said while playing cards. It doesn't matter anyway, Penelope's OWL exam has passed, and we are only in the 2nd grade, there is still a lot of time, and I am afraid that I will not learn anything. You can easily learn the theoretical stuff by yourself, and the rest is nothing more than actual combat. You practiced with me for the whole school year last year, not to mention beating Hogwarts invincible all over, but at least your hands-on skills are no better than those of your peers. The wizard is poor, 3460Q. Excuse me, this is true. The two women agreed with Xuan's words, and even felt that if Xuan hadn't been young and hadn't graduated yet, it wouldn't be impossible to be a professor of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts. Xuan's level is better than that of Quirrel last school year too much. Wait, that's a car. Penelo put down the sign and pointed to the sky outside the window, making both Xuan and Hermione look out of the window. It was a small blue car, and it was speeding in the sky right now. That's right, not just a car, but our savior Harry Potter and his good friend the red-haired Ron Weasley. There was a hint of anger in Hermione's words, but more of helplessness. Last semester Night Tour was caught and deducted so many points. If Dumbledore hadn't forced Gryffindor to add points at the end of the school year, Gryffindor would have won the Academy Cup championship from La Wen Keluo. Because of this, Luo was still very embarrassed in front of him. It's good now I started to make troubles before school started. Is it going to take advantage of the College Cup, Sita, and start to make troubles so I won't get any points? Sometimes Hermione felt that it might be a mistake for her to enter Gryffindor. Looking at the Cubs who kept making troubles and deducting points there every day, especially Harry Potter, the so-called savior, Hermione doubted whether the rumors were true. If Xuan knew what Hermione was thinking, he would only tell her that this kind of thing is good to get used to. In the future, Harry and the others will do more tricks, and you will get used to it. But don't worry, with Dumbledore in Harry's favor, Gryffindor must have more Gryffindors. Just like a month ago, Ron and the others drove to Privet Drive to pick up Harry Snape to wrap up. This time they missed the Hogwarts Express driving the magic speeder and got spotted by Muggles and featured in the Daily Prophet. According to Snape, Harry's behavior could indeed be expelled, but Dumbledore said, "They are not students of Slytherin but Gryffindor, so let Professor McGonagall deal with it properly." Xuan didn't expect that Harry and Ron would still be late and miss the Hogwarts Express. After all, he was in the last carriage, and he didn't know what was going on ahead. Listening to this voice, you don't need to guess that it's Fred and George. They are undoubtedly the most fun and interesting people at this time. It's okay on the train, you can rest and do other things, but like Harry and Ron, you can only switch between 2 people to drive, otherwise, whoever gets off this trip will still have to be dismissed. After only entering Hogwarts for a short school year, Ron has done a lot of things and most of them are not trivial. Could it be possible that entering Hogwarts can enlighten him, turn on the trick switch in his body? I have to get out of the car and walk around halfway, just to make it easier. That is, the area where the Hogwarts Express is driven has been cleaned up by Aurors sent by the Ministry of Magic, and patrolled from time to time, otherwise, with their small bodies I am afraid there will be no scum left. In order to ensure the safety of the young Hogwarts wizards, the Hogwarts Express was accompanied by Aurors, but everyone didn't know it. After all, this represents the new force of the wizarding world in England in the next few years. If you don't do it well, prepare for safety. It would be ridiculous to be taken over by a black wizard. So Harry and the others must have arrived later than the Hogwarts Express, not to mention that they couldn't make it to the sorting ceremony. Maybe they arrived when everyone was full. Now that I have caught up with the train, as long as the two of us stay behind, we won't miss the start of school this time. But they may not have considered the endurance of the magic speed car. After all, the journey lasted about 7 or 8 hours. Not only Penelo found out, but other little wizards also found out at this time. After all, such a big car is flying in the air, and there are deserted mountains all around, so how could they not pay attention? Cool. Harry Ron's. Penelo over there looked at Hermione, who was desperate before the start of the new semester, with some sympathy. She and Xuan knew that Hermione planned to work hard to help Gryffindor win the Academy Cup this semester. She was upright and planned to start the semester. Talk to Harry and the others and stop messing around. Now it looks like the magic speed car's stealth thruster is still broken, and our Mr. Ron Weasley will definitely get a howler letter from his dear mother. Ron and Harry were also amazing. They were able to find the route of the Hogwarts Express and even caught up, but from this aspect, it can be seen that the speed of the Hogwarts Express is really not fast. So you know what you know, and you don't need to say more about what you don't understand. Harry and Ron in the air naturally heard all kinds of cheers and shouts below. Ron looked excitedly, but Harry was a little worried. Finally, under Harry's persuasion, Ron hoisted the car on the Hogwarts Express. Behind, they never imagined that the cowardly little brother Ron, who has always been bullied at home, is so courageous to drive his father's magic car to chase the Hogwarts Express. Please inform the whole school of this kind of deed. But before they even arrived at Hogwarts, they gave Hermione such a big surprise. For a moment, Hermione just wanted to say, "I'm tired, hurry up and destroy it." But this has nothing to do with Xuan. He is just a melon eater, and we will leave the rest to our headmaster Dumbledore to worry about. A few hours later, Xuan and Penelo got off the train. Just like last year, it was completely dark at this time. This time Xuan and Hermione didn't have to follow Hagrid to walk the road of the Hogwarts Big Four like last year. Following Penelo, the three of them boarded a carriage that was empty in the eyes of little wizards, except Xuan. Is this the Thestrals that only those who have seen death and understand the meaning of death can see? Xuan looked at the front of the carriage, which was empty in the eyes of others. There were two black-winged flying horses, and the Thestral's head was like a dragon. Xuan felt that it was more like Autai, that is, Ulank's iron belly. Xuan was not surprised that he was able to see the Thestrals. After all, his time travel can be said to have experienced a kind of life and death. That's weird. And the Thestral is tall and tall, like a handsome black horse, with a pair of bat-like wings growing on the bulge of the shoulder bones, and the eyes have no kernels, only silver-white whites. And there is no flesh on the Thestral's body. The black fur is only attached to the bones, and the bones are clearly visible, dragging a long black tail. When everyone got into the carriage, this time the prefects of each college counted the number of people. So as to avoid the situation like Ron and Harry again, their speeding carriage in the afternoon everyone was watching. The flying speed of the Thestrals is very fast, otherwise Hogwarts would not use it to pull the carriage. After all, except for the first-year students, the rest of the students have to wait for them in the auditorium before the arrival of the first-year students. After all, Xuan and the others don't need another sorting. Because the Thestrals are very fast, sometimes when they need to travel long distances like Dumbledore and they don't want to use apparition, they will take the Thestrals plus carriage. Looking at the Thestrals flapping their wings in the air, Xuan was thinking about how to get some wool from Hagrid. Poor Hagrid last year, Xuan took away the Norwegian spine young Norberta and 3-dog Lu Wei. Now that he has just started school and Xuan is staring at his Thestral, I can only say that Xuan is a bit unkind. He caught someone and squeezed him hard. Xuan said that he can't help it, because Hagrid has good things, although the quantity is small. But everything is high-quality goods, that is. Hagrid's background is not good. Otherwise, he has about 7 or 8 newts. He is definitely well known in the magic world for his outstanding ability. Speaking of the Thestrals at Hogwarts, Xuan also talked to Hagrid. It is not an exaggeration to say that these Thestrals are Hagrid's personal property, that is, he just gave them to Hogwarts for free. Speaking of which, Hagrid is the only wizard in England who has tamed Thestrals, and Hagrid has cultivated the Thestrals as large as Hogwarts. Usually, these Thestrals live in the Forbidden Forest and do not appear in the forest. In front of the students, this group was developed from the original 1 male Thestral and 5 female Thestrals. One of the male Thestrals was Hagrid's favorite Thestral, and Hagrid named it Woo. So the dozens of Thestrals in front of me traced their bloodlines and found that they are actually an old ancestor. which is almost like the group of giant A-tide spiders in the Forbidden Forest. They are all descendants of Aragog, really descendants infinity too. The Strauss are very intelligent and loyal animals. Once tamed, they will never leave their masters. That's why Xuan didn't directly force them into the small world. He didn't know if it would be harmful, it will cause the Strauss to come to death. Entering the auditorium, Xuan said hello to classmates and friends whom he hadn't seen for 2 months. The whole auditorium was noisy, but McGonagall did not stop them. It's just that Xuan didn't have any thoughts about Ginny, but was thinking about the Tom Riddle's notebook that Lucius put in Ginny's cauldron in Diagon Alley. Therefore, I still plan to ask Hagrid for some, or to see when the Strauss have newborn babies and have not had time to recognize their masters. Then they can be included in the small world. The Strauss have a keen sense of direction. As long as they are told where they want to go, they can send people to the destination accurately and quickly. The familiar Professor McGonagall, the familiar Sorting Hat, but this time it is not the familiar Hannah Abbott. This time, Xuan and the others entered through the gate of Hogwarts, which is the main entrance. The gate is all made of iron and is very gorgeous. There are many stone pillars with winged boar statues on the top of the gate. Rot, please be quiet, our sorting ceremony will begin next. Xuan saw Ginny Weasley in the crowd. Not surprisingly, the Weasley family was definitely a Gryffindor. But let's just listen to it as a story. The characters in these myths don't have much to do with Xuan for the time being. He was thinking about how to get this thing with the other party. He didn't want any petrochemical incidents to happen this year. He just hoped to continue to spend this year in peace and let him develop for another year, so that even if Voldemort was resurrected next year, Xuan would definitely don't coax him. This wild boar statue also has a unique meaning. It may refer to Chris Yor, a character in Greek mythology, a monster born of Poseidon and Medusa and the brother of Pegasus. The Strauss were very fast. It took more than half an hour for the journey last year, but this time they arrived at Hogwarts in less than 10 minutes. Having been teachers for so many years, they also understand the nature of the children. It can even be said that it is not without meaning to let the old students enter the auditorium in advance, and let them communicate and talk for a while in advance. He is also sometimes depicted as a winged boar after Medusa is killed, emerging from the blood spurting from her neck. At that time, Xuan will have 4 Horcruxes of Voldemort in his hands, and if he kills them all at once, Voldemort will not lose any blood, and Xuan will not believe in small ones. The Strauss have a very good sense of direction. This should be the evolution of the horse's sense of direction. After all, everyone has heard the story of the old horse knowing the way. But the Strauss have a small hobby, that is, they have a unique hobby for birds. Hagrid put the Strauss in the Forbidden Forest for this reason, otherwise the owls going to and from Hogwarts will suffer. Maybe Hogwarts it will also become a forbidden place for the owl family. In the middle of the meal, Xuan found that our Mr. Filch walked in through the small door with a face full of excitement, and came to Professor Snape to talk to him. Snape's originally gloomy expression became even uglier for a while. He waved his hand to let Filch out first, and then he went to Dumbledore in the middle of the teacher's bench to whisper something in his ear. Dumbledore's complexion didn't change at all. He was still kind and kind. It can only be said that he did not need to say how much he cultivated his energy. After seeing Snape leave the table first, and Dumbledore went to talk to Professor Sprout and Professor McGonagall, and our savior Harry Potter and Ron Weasley were not seen on the long table opposite Gryffindor. How can Xuan not know what happened? No doubt our savior has finally arrived at Hogwarts 863 after going through untold hardships. This journey was not easy. Ever since the house elf Dobby appeared at the end of July, he felt that everything he did was not going well. It was obvious that someone hindered him and did not want him to return to Hogwarts. Of course, Xuan didn't care about Harry and Ron but thought of the Whomping Willow, which can be regarded as one of Hogwarts' specialties. This time, because of Harry and Ron's actions, the Whomping Willow was seriously injured. Xuan decided to see if he could use this to get some Whomping Willow branches and put them in the small world to cultivate a few Whomping Willows. The reason why I didn't do this last school year was because I didn't want to attract the attention of Dumbledore and the others. After all, the Whomping Willow is Professor Sprout's darling, definitely will be found. Unlike now, it doesn't matter if someone helps you take the blame and you can get more. After dinner happily, I went back to the dormitory with the La Wen Ki Lao team. Xuan still lives alone. This year, there are at least a few boys among the La Wen Ki Lao freshmen compared to Xuan last year. Single seedlings are much better. After returning to the dormitory, Xuan put on the wizard robe with a hood. At the same time, he borrowed the ability of the bird and snake to grow in size. Using Ah Yin's invisibility technique, Xuan was very proficient in this set. For convenience, Xuan now travels directly from the window of the dormitory, and now he has opened a door at the window, allowing him to come and go as he pleases. Wouldn't it be easier to get in and out than through the doors of the La Wen Clau common room? Especially Xuan, who travels at night, saves himself from having to answer questions about the bronze eagle door knocker every time he comes back. Xuan flew to the place where the Whomping Willow is, that is, where the Shrieking Shack is. The Whomping Willow has not been planted for a long time, at least not when Mrs. Weasley was studying, but it should have been decades. After all, when Lupin was studying, in order to pass the transformation period of the werewolf full moon night, he would hide in the Screaming Shack to prevent himself from harming other students. Xuan came to the place where the Whomping Willow was, and saw that the Thingling Willow, which was originally full of branches and leaves, looked like a typhoon had passed through. Many branches and trunks at the top had fallen off. How much damage was done to it by the Ford Anglia that Ron was driving? Xuan can't control the psychological shadow of the Whomping Willow. It seems that Professor Sprout and the others haven't had time to take away the branches of the Whomping Willow. Seeing this, Xuan was impolite and directly took away about 1/5 of the branches. If there were more, it would be easy to be discovered. As soon as he finished collecting, he heard voices coming from over there, and Xuan was not too many. Now that the mission is complete, let's go back early. Back in the dormitory, Xuan went into the small world and found a place to plant the branches of the Whomping Willow. He even went to dilute with some spirit liquid and watered it to increase the planted success seat. After last night, I went to wash up and get ready to rest. After traveling for a long time, how comfortable it is to take a hot bath and lie on the bed. When he woke up the next morning, Xuan first checked the situation of the Whomping Willows in the small world. Fortunately, 5 Whomping Willows survived. Don't ask how you can be sure in one night in an environment like Small World plus the watering of psychic liquid, you can already know a lot of things in one night. Xuan also didn't remove the other branches of Whomping Willow that didn't take root. Giving them a little more time and opportunity, maybe it will give Xuan more miracles. Get up and exercise, the familiar and regular life will continue, go downstairs to eat breakfast. When Xuan and the others returned to the dormitory last night, they found that the schedule had already been placed on the dormitory table, so this morning we went straight to class. In fact, there is no change in the courses. It is still the 7 courses, the only thing that changes is the time of the courses. Like last school year's Monday morning herbalism class with Hufflepuff, which turned out to be Professor McGonagall's transfiguration this school year. But it didn't affect Xuan at all. What class he took didn't affect his scoring for Wen Kelluo. Of course, if he observed carefully, Xuan could still notice the tiredness in Professor McGonagall's eyes. It seemed that he had dealt with Harry last night. Things with Ron also took a lot of time and energy. It's only been a year, and Professor McGonagall has rubbed Harry's asterisk several times. For this, Xuan can only wish our Professor McGonagall good luck. Xuan was curious about one thing, and that was about the House Cup last semester. How did Dumbledore talk to Professor Flitwick and Professor McGonagall in the end, so that they didn't have the slightest objection? Xuan felt that he had to ask his headmaster when he had time to see what kind of pie Dumbledore had drawn. The Transfiguration class in the morning, and the Herbal Study in the afternoon in the previous morning, this first class of Herbal Study, Xuan and the others are no longer in the know. One greenhouse but came to the number 3 greenhouse that only came to the 2nd and 3rd grades. Compared with greenhouse number 1, which is full of harmless plants, greenhouse no. 3 has begun to have some different creatures in 5.0, just like today's Mandela grass, whose rhizome looks like an ugly human baby. Although the rhizome of Mandela grass is so ugly, its medicinal value is extremely high. Cutting the rhizome can be used to make Mandela grass resurrection potion. This is also the most important magic plant in the year of the basilisk. Of course, Della grass does not only have such a function, it is also an important part of many antidotes. This is why Steerout taught to cultivate so many Della grass. In addition to teaching the students to recognize and know how to cultivate this commonly used magical plant, it was provided for Snape and Madame Pomfrey. After all, little wizards are restless, and the school infirmary needs to keep some antidote. Mandela grass is commonly used, but it does not mean that it is harmless to humans and animals, otherwise it would not be taught in the 2nd grade. The scream of an adult Mandela is deadly, and the scream of an immature Mandela can also stun people, so earmuffs and dragonhide gloves are required when pulling out a Mandela. The former is to avoid the screams of the Mandela, and the latter is to avoid some little wizards sticking their fingers into the mouth of the Mandela. Delaco Malfoy, why don't you just give me your ID card? Delagrass that starts to be moody and reticent means it has reached maturity. and is ready for transplanting and harvesting after the acne on the dahlia has healed. Professor Sprout explained the knowledge points to everyone while demonstrating. The students of Wen-Kelluo and Hufflepuff all obediently and conscientiously remembered this knowledge point. Factor: it was another fulfilling day. On 28, after dinner, there was no class in the evening. Xuan chatted with everyone in the auditorium for a while before returning to his dormitory. After entering the small world, 3 more trees of the Whomping Willow survived, but the remaining branches of the Whomping Willow have no intention of taking root or sprouting at all. I am very satisfied to have 8 Xuan plants. After all, they are all in vain. What is there to be dissatisfied with? You must know that even Hogwarts only has 1 Whomping Willow. After staying with the magical animals in the small world for a while, Xuan came out to wash and go to bed. It is extremely cherished for Xuan to relive this kind of study life. After all, some things are really understood only after graduation and going out to work as a distinguished 996 dozen workers. Woke up early, looked at the blue sky outside, today's weather was good, and I was exercising with Hermione and Penelo, and then I went back to wash up. Maybe it's because Xuan's persistent exercise really has some effect. Not only Xuan's height is a bit outstanding in the same grade, even Hermione has grown a lot taller now. In Gryffindor's second year, Hermione's height can also be ranked high. I came to the auditorium for breakfast, and not long after I sat down to eat, a white light suddenly flashed in front of me. I'm Colin Creevey and I'm at Gryffindor House. It turned out to be Harry's little fan Colin taking pictures of Harry with an old-fashioned camera. This Colin looks a bit like the boy Xuan saw the fake smile on the internet in his previous life. Last night when the sorting ceremony was held, Xuan naturally saw him. At this time, an owl flew in and someone recognized it. Isn't this Errol from the Weasley family? Xuan remembered that this seemed to be a roaring letter from Mrs. Weasley. According to the usual practice, Errol looks very handsome when he lands, but in fact, he will definitely hit something after 3 seconds of being handsome. This setting is like 100% empty-handed and empty-handed. Seeing that Errol hit the table, Xuan felt his face hurt because of it. Is it really a real face break? Oh no. Ron took the letter out of Errol's mouth and cried out in despair. Look everyone, Ron Weasley got a howler letter. Simo the blasting ghost found the howling letter in desperate Ron's hand, and hurriedly shouted, this is a bit gloating. It can be said that the little wizards know something about the roaring letter. Everyone laughed when Seamus said it, especially Della from Slytherin. Ron, take it apart. I ignored my grandmother's yelling letter once and the consequences were horrific. As mentioned before, the seats are free to sit at the meal, but because Gryffindor snatched the Academy Cup champion from La Wen-Kelluo last school year. If you make trouble again, we'll get you back right away. And Gryffindor students are also at a loss. So apart from Hermione, who has a good relationship with La Wen-Kelluo and has been double-identified by Xuan and Penelo, the others are George and Fred. Gemini, as expected of Gemini, the nickname of social terrorist is not for nothing. Ron turned the letter to the back tremblingly, unwrapped the ribbon, and everyone in the auditorium was paying attention to Ron. At this moment, Ron became the most eye-catching cub in the auditorium. But this is not the kind of attention he wanted. Ginny, who was watching the play over there, did not expect that she would suffer an indiscriminate disaster and become one of the protagonists. Ron Weasley. Xuan would never want to know this kind of taste, and I've heard it all, so let's continue to have breakfast. In the next second, Mrs. Weasley's voice immediately lowered several tones. Dear Ginny, congratulations on entering Gryffindor. Dad and I are proud of you. Speaking of this, the roaring letter still flew in front of Ron, perfectly imitating Mrs. Weasley's irritable appearance, and Ron's originally bitter face became even more bitter. Now she became the freshman who was known by Hogwarts students the fastest, except for Harry Potter, who was also something she didn't want. At this moment, Ginny just wanted to say that she really wanted to run away. Hearing this sentence, even though Mrs. Weasley was not in front of him, Ron still nodded obediently. Xuan looked at the screaming letter that he suicided after performing a performance in front of Ron after finishing his speech. He could only say that as long as he didn't receive the roaring letter, it would be interesting to eat 7 melons. It's not easy to say by yourself. When Ron heard Neville's words, he couldn't help swallowing for a moment. Obviously, it was just a letter in his hand, a thin piece of paper, but it seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. Even if 2 months have passed and they meet again and think of this incident again, although they won't fight, they don't want to try to make Claw's little wizard look good to Gryffindor students. After the letter was opened, there was a loud howl, which startled all the little wizards in the auditorium. It is worthy of the roaring letter and worthy of the name. How dare you steal the car without permission? I'm really mad. Your dad is now under investigation by the Ministry of Magic. It's all your fault. Hermione was suddenly glad that she had breakfast with Leek Xuan and Penelo at the long table at La Wen Keluo. Otherwise, if she was at the long table at Gryffindor today, she would have been the one who paid attention. It's a bit like receiving my mother's voice in the previous life, and it's several 59-second ones. There's nothing good or bad in it, it's all scolding you, and you're forced to play it at the loudest or on the subway during the evening rush hour after get off work. Superior, permit me to introduce your new defense against the dark arts professor, that is myself, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin 3rd class honorary member of the Anti-Dark Arts League. Won the Wizard Weekly Most Charming Smile Award 5 times. But Loki, I never Zhang Yang, I did not drive away Wanlun female ghost by smiling. During lunch, Hermione was there complaining bitterly. There was no way, who made Lockhart's first class dedicated to Gryffindor and Slytherin. Originally, many young wizards in Hogwarts had a good sense of Lockhart and even regarded him as an idol, but after one class, oh well, the idol collapsed. Originally, you thought that the innocent, polite, handsome, and talented idol, but in private you found out that he is proficient in everything without makeup, hair, and beauty. He is as ugly as Caio Biluo and has a bad temper. The so-called works are all plagiarized or created by the team. Suppose it is the kind that cannot even solve a linear equation in 2 variables. Even though he was just a Cornish goblin, he turned into the most evil magical creature in his mouth, faced the deepest fear in his heart, and said that everyone would be unscathed if he was around, and finally ran the fastest it was him. Even the wand was snatched by the goblin. There is also the in-class test at the beginning. I thought it would test our knowledge about defense against the dark arts. But it turned out to be about his favorite information. I really vomited. Leek Xuan, Penelo, and Martha were all listening to her complaining. Leek Xuan had a calm face. Of course he knew what level Lockhart was. Otherwise he wouldn't have said that to Hermione and Penelo during the summer vacation. But for Penelo and Martha, they want to know very much and the soul of gossip is burning. Anyway, the two of them don't follow the star Lockhart, and they don't have the sadness and anger of the collapse of the idol's house, and some of them are just happy to eat melons. Not just Hermione, but all the Gryffindor and Slytherin wizards who had just gone through Lockhart's first class were complaining that they had become the center of the hall for 10 moments. Everyone was very curious about the first class of the famous Lockhart. If Lockhart's first class is very good, let everyone learn a lot of knowledge. People are only slightly surprised at most. After all, it is Lockhart, wandering with werewolves, spending holidays with hags, and breaking up with ghosts. Wait. If it is done well, it is normal with Lockhart's status and reputation. If it is not done well, it is abnormal, it is the explosive point, and it is what everyone is curious about. Who would have thought that Lockhart's first class would be like this? In fact, Lockhart's class lasted less than 20 minutes, and it also included a 5-minute self-introduction, a 10-minute Lockhart understanding questionnaire, and a 5-minute scoring. There are only 5 minutes of lecture time, of course. It is also the 5 minutes he danced in despair. In the end, it was Hermione who tried her best to turn the tide and directly cleaned up all the Cornwall goblins and named her. Unexpectedly, Hermione, who is the first in theory, is not bad in actual combat. Hermione froze all the Cornish goblins with a freezing charm and then used the levitating charm to stuff them back into their cages one by one. At that moment, Hermione was the queen of the audience, and her fierce style attracted a lot of fans for her. Leek Xuan is recalling the information about the Cornish goblin, which is a creature with a danger level of XXX, because it is mostly distributed in Cornwall, England, so it is called the Cornish goblin. This kind of goblin is iron blue all over, about 20 centimeters tall, and has a pair of transparent wings like dragonfly wings. This kind of goblin is a viviparous animal with the most mischievous personality and loves to play pranks. It likes to grab people by the ears when they are unsuspecting, lift them up and hang them on treetops or roofs. But this time Neville can know disaster, now he is not the original one. They can communicate with harsh chirping sounds, but only they can understand each other. I don't have much idea about Leek Xuan, the Cornish elf, or maybe there is but not much. In his hands, the Cornish elf is just like the ball fish in front. They are all used to enrich the small world of species. But Leek Xuan heard Hermione say that the cage of the Cornish elf Lockhart was not taken away at all, and it was placed in the defense against the dark arts classroom. Drink of waters. Leek Xuan, why are you here? Is there no class this afternoon? Usually, apart from Harry and the 3 of them, few people came to look for him, so of course he was happy to see Leek Xuan Hagrid. Leek Xuan praised the big and small baskets in his hands and replied with a smile. Yes, there is no class in the afternoon. Didn't you just come back from vacation and brought you some presents? Hagrid came out of the vegetable field and opened the door to let Leek Xuan in. It was still so messy, and there were various bird cages hanging from the roof. Pressing Yaya, who had been rambunctious at his feet all the time, let him sit on the spot to keep quiet. Xuan opened the big basket first and said to Hagrid, "This is the cheese biscuit that I especially like to eat when I am at home. It has a strong flavor. The milk flavor and egg flavor are produced in the Muggle world, so I will share it with you this time." After waking up, Xuan took out a big box from the small world and some other small things, and went to Hagrid's hut. Hermione told Lockhart when she just left, but maybe Lockhart had a shadow on these goblins. So after adding points to Gryffindor, Hermione was dismissed from Get Out of Class. No way, with Hagrid's body size, if he is small, he will look very miniature, just like O'Neill drinking water. Hagrid's rock cake is definitely an excellent weapon for grinding teeth or self-defense. The main reason is that Xuan was a little scared by Hagrid's rock cakes. Other people's rock cakes are just irregular cookies with a rough surface. After a full meal, Xuan went for a stroll before resting in the dormitory. There was no class in the afternoon, so he planned to visit Hagrid after rest. When Xuan came over, Hagrid happened to be busy in the vegetable field at the door. Seeing Xuan coming over, Hagrid couldn't help asking happily. Hagrid poured boiled water for Xuan with a sea bowl that was about the size of Xuan's head. Xuan didn't mind, got Zhao, and took a sip. "Come in." But it doesn't matter, it's not the first time for Xuan to come to Hagrid's place, and he still knows about his house. The big basket is full of individually packaged cheese biscuits. This is the plus version specially made by Xuan. Each piece is about the size of 2 adult palms. Xuan followed Kang-Na to the open space in the school that was specially allocated to their classes. In order to avoid disputes, the school also made preparations in this regard, dividing areas according to classes. This is also convenient for management, whether it is for the children to find an organization or for the teachers to find someone to gather after the noon break. Looking around, they were all familiar faces, whether it was the last autumn outing or when Kang-Na called the house to play together. After getting along for more than half a year, Xuan still remembered these classmates and parents of Kang-Na. A tablecloth was spread on the ground, and the area where Kanna and the others were in a small forest was not bad. At least it was better than the track and field. Although the weather was not hot today, and the track and field had prepared parasols for everyone, it was still better in the woods. Xuan asked Kang-Na and Elma to distribute the boxes of iced rainbow juice that Xuan brought over to everyone. After one morning, everyone was already hungry and thirsty. Who can resist rainbow juice? As for how to keep the ice-cold taste for so long, Elma said that having her 57 around is not a big problem at all. "Master Xuan, what are we going to eat today?" After finishing the rainbow juice, Connor ran back, looked at the baskets in Xuan and Thor's hands and asked impatiently. After a hard morning, she was hungry, and she felt that she could eat the whole basket of food now. "Today we eat the Sishan Seafood 8 Treasures Zhenhun steamed bun that you have been talking about for a long time, as well as grilled gem meat and refreshing salad." Xuan opened the basket. His basket is a special heat preservation box, but it looks like a bamboo basket on the outside. Inside are black, red, blue, and white steamed stuffed buns neatly stacked. And when Thor's basket was opened over there were neat bunches of steaming kebabs and a large box of salad. Ah, it's 4-color buns. Seeing the Sishan Seafood 8 Treasure soul-resisting steamed buns in the basket, Kang-Na said happily. For Kang-Na, she couldn't be more fond of such a fun and delicious dish. Lucia distributed disposable gloves to everyone, and it was not the first time they ate them. Everyone picked up their favorite fillings. Xuan picked up a black basalt bag, and the first thing you can feel is the outer skin of the bun, which is as soft as cotton candy. This fluffy and soft bun skin is also the key to making the 8 seafood delicious and fascinating. As soon as you bite down, the mellow and rich abalone soup overflows instantly. The refreshing and soft taste of the abalone as well as the rich aroma blend with the bun skin that absorbs the pleasant bamboo fragrance, not to mention more. There are also white tiger buns stuffed with shark fin, king longbao stuffed with sea cucumbers, and vermilion bird buns stuffed with scallops. Kang-Na and Irma over there held a steamed stuffed bun in each of their left and right hands and started to eat. Seeing how delicious they were eating, other people around felt that their food seemed to be even more delicious. Xuan always felt that if Elma traveled to her own world in the previous life, she didn't need to do other jobs. Just doing food and broadcasting would be enough. With her appetite, there is no cheating at all, and she can eat the food she likes and make money. How great it is. Thor ate 1 or 2 buns and stopped eating them. Compared with Sishan Seafood Babao Zhenhun buns, she prefers to eat gem meat. The roasted gemstone meat exudes a rich and incomparable oily aroma, which is not boring, it is just an extremely attractive aroma. Take a bite. This is the firm shoulder meat. In the first bite, it is tender and moist tenderloin. In the next bite, it is so chewy, with a bit of visceral taste. Every bite has a steady stream of gravy. Moist sika blends perfectly with various spices added by Xuan. Thor just likes gem meat. It is obviously only one kind of meat, but it can taste several textures. The most popular person, Kang-na, took the initiative to initiate additional training. Of course, the other children would not refuse, and they also want to get the first place. Who doesn't want to be the champion? Crisp cucumbers, sweet and sour cucumbers, broccoli with Thousand Island sauce, and the yellow pumpkin that is the size of a bun all taste great. As long as there is a convincing leader who leads everyone to work together, of course there is no problem. Because Xuan promised to come to her sports meeting, Kang-na often reported the training progress to Xuan and the others when she went back at night, so Kang-na and the others practiced a lot. Kang-na nodded and said energetically, "I'm full. We're going to make a comeback in the afternoon game." Lukoya ate slowly with a fork bit by bit. She didn't have to drink. The vegetables from the sky vegetable field that Xuan brought out were quite suitable for her taste. After all, the taste is still the same for the elderly. "Lighter, are you full, Kang-na? You have to eat, or you won't have the strength to compete in the afternoon." Hearing the radio, Xuan and Thor packed up their things and went back to the auditorium in the morning. Gulu gulu ha tildes. Okay, the lag in the morning is only temporary. Let us see the results of your training in the afternoon. As for the white radish whose skin is extremely transparent, it was used by Xuan to make a hot and sour appetizing sour radish. This white and tender radish, after being pickled, has a hint of salty and hot and sour taste, even more irresistible. Connor, who was full, drank another half bottle of rainbow juice and felt that she was alive again, full of strength all over her body. In this kind of school sports meeting, the scores of team competitions are actually higher. And because they are all elementary school students, basically there are more team competitions, and there are very few individual competitions. There is slow. After eating, I rested for another half an hour and the radio rang again. The time was a bit tight, but otherwise the game could not be completed today. If there is a solo competition, it is easy for some children to feel frustrated, which is not good for the growth of the children, so basically there is a lot of teamwork. Xuan, who was eating sour radish, saw Kang-na like this and asked. The leader of the extra training, of course, is our Kang-na. Since Xuan is invited to watch the competition, she must do her best to win the championship. The afternoon competition starts now. Students, please go to the track and field to prepare for the competition. Hagrid. Just when Xuan finished chatting with Hagrid about the Strauss and were talking about other magical animals, the voices of Harry and Neville suddenly came from outside the door. "What's wrong?" Hearing Harry's amused and anxious look, Hagrid got up and went out and said, "Ron is under the slug curse. You know about fantastic beasts. Do you know how fix it?" Harry and Neville, who were wearing Quidditch training uniforms, helped Ron in together and said anxiously, after all, when they met Hagrid in Nocturne Alley at the beginning of school, they were looking for medicine to repel slugs. Just now at the Quidditch training ground, because of a conflict with Slytherin's team, Ron wanted the arrogant Della to try the power of the slug curse. It turned out that he forgot that his wand was just wrapped in tape, and the spell kicked back, and it was Ron himself who was embarrassed. "Xuan, you're here. That's great. Do you know how to break this spell?" Harry, who helped the sallow-faced Ron into Hagrid's hut, saw Xuan, who was teasing his teeth, and hurriedly asked for help. At this time, he didn't care about any embarrassing things. Belch. The last thing Ron over there wanted was to see Xuan, especially now that he was in this state. And when he was about to tell Harry not to ask Xuan for help, he hiccuped suddenly, and another slug spit out of his mouth come out. Xuan at the front happened to see this process perfectly and felt uncomfortable all over for a moment. "Sorry, Harry, I don't think I can help you. After all, I don't know much about spells like the slug curse." Xuan got up quickly and took away the tooth next to him. "The child is still young, so don't look at it. It will pollute the eyes and you have to wash it." As for Ron and Harry's feat of driving a flying car to class, Xuan also saw it in the Daily Prophet, and he can only say it's a good one. "Xuan, are you going back?" Hagrid, who walked in with an iron bucket, saw Xuan walking out and asked involuntarily, "Yeah, you have guests here, so I won't bother you. Next time I'm free, I'll come to you and continue talking about soft-clawed land shrimp." Xuan put Fangya down and said to Hagrid. Hagrid didn't stop him either. After all, he knew more or less what happened in the last school year, so he said, "Well, I don't know much about magical animals like soft-clawed land shrimps. I'll go and talk to other friends. I'll find you after the exchange." Xuan nodded and left, while Hagrid walked in and handed the bucket to Ron. Take it, we just have to wait for it to subside by itself. It's better than swallowing it, isn't it? That means Xuan is not here. Otherwise, Hagrid's words will definitely cause him strong discomfort. But Xuan wasn't there, Harry and Neville were there. Hagrid's words were too vivid to swallow, and they both retched for a moment. Since Hagrid can't do anything about it, he can only wait for the spell time to be eliminated automatically. In order to make himself forget the scene just now, Harry quickly changed the subject. Hagrid, why did Xuan come to your place? What? Hearing Harry's words, Hagrid was taken aback for a moment before he said, Xuan is here to give me gifts. Look at the cheese biscuits you have in hand, and Yaya's dog food and canned meat are all from him. By the way, and the tea he brought just now, do you want some tea? I just brewed it and tasted it. Just now we talked about the Strauss, dragons, soft-clawed land prawns, and other magical animals. I have to say that although Xuan is only in the 2nd grade, he knows as much about magical animals as I do. What? Hagrid's words made Harry a little ashamed. He had known Hagrid for so long and he had helped him so much. Apart from preparing some candy for Hagrid at Christmas, he seemed to have nothing else. And Xuan usually has a good relationship with Hagrid. The two of them have common topics. They both know and love magical animals very much. They know a lot about magical animals. It is normal for the two of them to chat. Xuan, who left, didn't know what happened next, and now he felt his throat itch when he thought of Ron's appearance just now. It seems that I have to study the countercurse of this slug-spitting curse when I go back, but I don't know if manifestation can eliminate this curse. Xuan thinks this spell is definitely the most vicious. No, it should be the most disgusting spell, not one of them. After all, that senior wizard was so talented. If the other party is still alive, Xuan felt that in order to show his gratitude, he should experience the slug-spitting curse 100 times for himself. Xuan usually focuses on offensive spells or defensive spells, instead of spending time and energy on jinxes. But seeing Ron's tragic situation today, it can be said that he died again. Xuan felt that he could not be proficient in these curses. But he must master the counter spells of these curses, or do a good job of prevention. That night, the heroes who were used to experiment with soft-clawed land prawns once again became the test subjects under Xuan's hands. What are the slug curse, fuchsia, pimple curse, tickle curse, incisor stick, soft leg curse, dance step curse, etc., thanks to the notes left by the studious senior Ravenclaw, which is also what Xuan responds to every request one of the harvest of the room. After one afternoon and one night, Xuan mastered these evil spells proficiently, and also mastered the counter spells. For Xuan, a time traveler in fact, many of the spells in it have exceeded Xuan's understanding of pranks, and even the damage is not small. But when you think about it, this is the world of wizards, not the world of technology, and you know that your concept doesn't seem to apply. It seems that the bottom line of pranks in the wizarding world is not to be injured, but to not die, because no matter how badly you are injured, you can be healed by magic. In Xuan's view, this kind of injury is not only physical but also psychological. It is a double blow. Xuan can guarantee that if anyone dares to use such a disgusting spell on him, don't make any jokes, Xuan will definitely let him know why the flowers are so popular. Even if you cast a fire spell on Xuan won't be so angry. Maybe only Avada can compare it by eating a big melon. 1. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? 2. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's secret ambition? 3. What do you think is Gilderoy Lockhart's greatest achievement to date? Xuan randomly flipped through the 3-sided test paper in front of him, all of which were about Lockhart's personal questions. Looking at Lockhart, who was seriously wiping his photo on the podium, Jiangxun could only say that he is really shameless and invincible. Although this is the first defense against the dark arts class for Wen Keluo and Hufflepuff in the new school year, but Lockhart's rumors have been spread through the previous few classes. How dare he still have the face to take out such a test paper to test people woolen cloth? Lockhart also said that the better the answer, the more points will be given to him. This is the first time since Xuan entered Hogwarts that he did not want to get extra points from 430. So he didn't write a word at all. Oh, by the way, even the textbooks were just taken from others with the copy spell. However, handing in blank papers is not just done by Xuan alone. It should be said that 90% of the little wizards present have handed in blank papers. After all, Lockhart has already become famous for his incomprehension. And to be honest about Lockhart, most little wizards really don't know him, so no one can answer his test paper except some of his former fans. After accepting the test paper and being able to comment on it nonchalantly, Xuan can only say that this guy is really a talent. Perhaps having absorbed the lesson from the last time they taught Harry, there were no Cornish leprechauns this time around, but neither were there any other magical animals. Lockhart's teaching turned into a literature appreciation class. Yes, he took everyone to read and analyze his writings together. If you can't fight, then come here. He's not good at fighting and using magic spells to deal with magical animals, but Lockhart is confident that no one can match him. Regardless of Lockhart's strength and his being a liar, his writing is really good, Lockhart's eloquence is also good, and he can indeed lead people to read his books. In his previous life, he should have no problem being a Huxia teacher. But this is defense against the dark arts class at Hogwarts. You are doing literature appreciation in the defense against the dark arts class. Is it possible that when fighting a dark wizard, you don't use a wand to escape with your mouth? In the face of werewolves, trolls, and vampires, you say, wait a minute, can we just move our mouths without using our hands because I am familiar with walking with trolls, wandering with werewolves, and traveling with vampires. Isn't this funny? It's better to just surrender and hand over your fate so as to save the pain in the middle. It can only be said that Hogwarts students, especially the freshmen who entered in 1991 until Voldemort was defeated in 1998, did not learn anything in the defense against the dark arts class at all. Oh right, except next year Lupin also taught a few things outside. It has to be said that when Voldemort invades with Death Eaters in the future, Hogwarts will not be able to organize a large-scale resistance force. It can be seen that relying on Hogwarts as the base camp, it will be abused like that instead. Don't mention that the students of Hogwarts didn't graduate, believe it or not. They were replaced by several other wizarding schools, such as Beauxbaton School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and Durmstrang School. Xuan's comment on this was that Dumbledore believed in the prophecy too much and invested all his wealth on Harry, even if it would hurt the interests of many people. Speaking of which, because of the slug curse, Ron is famous again, thanks to Harry's little fanboy, Colin the Talker, who took a photo of Ron when he was backlashed by the slug curse that day. After all, with Filch's looks and the mouth that looked like a poisonous snake, staying with him, Ron felt that this was the same as the damage that the slug curse would do to him. Not being able to use magic wasn't punishment in Ron's opinion. Spending a night alone with Filch was punishment. It's normal for Ron to look sad. Filch's notoriety is well known throughout Hogwarts, and Ron thinks he's going crazy if he's alone for one night. And there are almost 100 silver trophies in the prize showroom. For Ron, who grew up in the magical world, cleaning without magic is indeed a very cruel thing. After class, Xuan walked out of the auditorium and was about to go to the dormitory, when he saw Harry and Ron, who were being dragged by Professor McGonagall to talk aside, looked at their bitter faces, and Harry said no. Can I also wipe the trophy? And Ron became famous again, less than a week after school started, because of riding the magic speeding car to school, shouting letters in the auditorium, and the backlash of the slug curse. 4.0 Ron successfully surpassed Harry Potter and became the name that appeared most frequently in everyone's mouths. Because the teaching at Hogwarts was still able to go on normally before Harry entered the school, no matter the 7 main courses or other elective courses for the little wizard, they could go on normally. The teachers hired are also qualified and genuine. After class, Xuan equated the defense against the dark arts class with the history of magic class. For him, it was all a reading class. Perhaps this time it wasn't Neville who said, "Why is it always me?" It should be Ron, and he was the only one who got hurt. This also means that Ron needs to spend more time, that is, the time spent with Filch will also be extended. Even if Lockhart's voice is more emotional than Cuthbert Bin's calm voice, it still can't make Xuan's heart more turbulent. For a person like Xuan, he will not believe in the so-called prophecy, the so-called chosen one. Maybe this can also be used as a single-handed preparation. But Xuan will not put all his eggs in one basket. He is more willing to believe in his own efforts, his own behavior. Even in the end, there is no good result. But at least there will be a lot less regret in my heart, and I don't have to worry about eating every day. In fact, to be honest, after Harry entered school, the quality of students graduating from Hogwarts has deteriorated by more than one notch, and even worsened year by year. Not surprisingly, this is the confinement punishment of Harry and Ron. One was assigned to wipe the silverware in the prize showroom with Filch. He couldn't use magic yet, so he could only use a towel to wipe it bit by bit. Some experiences of Xuan in his previous life made him unwilling to place his hopes on others. We can only say that perhaps Dumbledore is really old and has lost his spirit. Ron didn't think that Filch would be kind enough to help him wipe it together. He would definitely just be a supervisor on the sidelines and criticize wildly. Afterwards, under the publicity of their own big brothers, Fred and George, many people came to see Colin curiously and looked at the photos. As a result, they said that they couldn't eat. Jean can say that curiosity kills people. Harry next to him wasn't much better either. He'd rather go with Ron and spend a nice evening with Filch, no, even swap being alone with him than with the admirer that Lockhart gave him. Reply, even if there were 100 trophies that needed to be wiped. For Harry, who grew up in the Dursleys' parents, it wasn't a big problem at all. He was willing to have 200. Thinking of the fake face that Lockhart forced to take a photo with him in Diagon Alley last time, and what he did in class after school started, Harry didn't want to have any contact with this guy at all. And because he lived in the Dursleys' house since he was a child, Harry has a kind of sixth sense towards people. That is, he can barely feel the good and evil of others towards him. It's not scientific, but Harry's boyish sixth sense is mostly solid. In Lockhart's body and in his eyes, Harry felt a kind of covetousness, and he tied and touched himself with a very strong sense of self and utilitarianism. But there is nothing in him that the other party can covet. Wanting money but not money, wanting ability but not ability, and being handsome has nothing to do with him. Harry has no idea why Lockhart is in contact with him. Xuan can only tell him, boy, you are still young, people are not coveting your body but coveting your memory. Harry has a good habit, it doesn't matter if he can't figure it out, time will prove a lot. Since he found this problem, he should try his best not to have any contact with the other party and avoid any disadvantages. But Harry underestimated Lockhart's determination or the thickness of his skin. He chased after you if you avoided him, and he did it with a very legitimate reason. So Lockhart not only used the forgetting spell but also slipped his tongue. It will still take advantage of it. However, no matter how sad Harry and Ron were, it didn't affect Xuan's plans tonight. He planned to go to the Forbidden Forest to have fun tonight. The last time I got information about this Strauss from Hagrid, I haven't had to go to see them yet. It just so happens that I have nothing to do tonight, and I haven't arranged any homework at the beginning of school, and there is no astronomy class. Like usual, if there is homework assigned that day, Xuan will basically not keep it. If there is no class in the evening, he will go to the library to complete it. If there is a class, he will finish it when he is free the next day. After all, there are two different feelings between finishing things and going to play and not finishing them all the time. When Xuan was in elementary school, it was best to complete 2 Huxia and math homework in 2 days during the winter and summer vacations. From the regular script at the beginning to the cursive script in the middle to the cursive at the end, it is enough to prove Xuan's mental journey. It was not until the curfew time in the evening that Xuan put on his equipment and set out from his bedroom window. Why did it have to be so late? Because it is very likely that someone would come back to Xuan's bedroom to look for him before bedtime. Hoo-hoo-hoo. As Xuan was flying at high speed, the sound of the wind was whistling in his ears. Xuan liked the feeling of flying in the air, the freedom, and the unique perspective he liked even more. Perhaps this is the nature of human beings, wanting what you don't have. If you want to feel the vastness of the rivers, lakes, and seas, you invented the ship. If you want to explore the mystery of the seabed, you invented the submarine. If you want to understand the boundlessness and freedom of the sky, you invented the airplane. But for Xuan, as long as there is magic, everything can come true. Moreover, the omnivorous Thestrals and Acromantulas and other magical animals are naturally on their diet, which can also fill their stomachs more. What Xuan didn't know was that the output of the Forbidden Forest alone could support him, and Hagrid would bring food in from time to time, especially the Thestrals. After all, they could be regarded as Hogwarts employees. Dumbledore would give Hagrid special funds to buy food for Thestrals. Of course, flying in the air is faster than running on the ground. It didn't take long for Xuan to arrive at the residence of Thestrals. Of course, before coming, Xuan also took a look at Hagrid's hut to see if he was at home. Don't run into it here for a while, it will be fun. Don't forget that in addition to magical animals, there are all kinds of magical plants in the Forbidden Forest. The energy contained in these plants is beyond the reach of ordinary plants. It can only be said that Xuan doesn't know enough about the Forbidden Forest. The Forbidden Forest has existed since the establishment of Hogwarts. How can it be so simple, so many Thestrals, and not a minorities? Looking at the more than 200 Strals playing around in front of him, Xuan had no idea that Xuan didn't count carefully the Thestrals carriages that went out to meet the students before. But according to the number of Hogwarts students, although Xuan didn't count carefully, I have counted, but the number of students in Hogwarts should be around 100. It can only be said that Hagrid is indeed a hidden super rich. All kinds of rare and expensive magical animal materials in the world, and all kinds of rare magical animals, Hagrid has them here. The area of the Forbidden Forest is indeed not small, but there are also many other creatures in it, not to mention anything else, such as Aragog's giant A-tide spider group cannot be ignored. Xuan is curious, how does Hagrid feed so many Thestrals? Even though the Thistral are omnivores, it is not enough to supply so many Thistrals Guangyuangi 640 relying on the Forbidden Forest, right? Xuan substituted his own small world into the Forbidden Forest, but compared with the Forbidden Forest, Xuan's small world still lacks some details. Xuan even met a lot of owls that came out to give him extra food in the air at night. After all, Hogwarts can only basically fill their stomachs by feeding them. If you want to eat supper, you still have to work hard on your own. Maybe the animals in the Forbidden Forest also exist in their own recipes. Xuan even felt that if Hagrid really exchanged all the things he owned for galleons, it would be impossible to buy Hogwarts. But at least he could become the biggest school manager of Hogwarts. Even Lucius Malfoy is nothing more than a younger brother to Hagrid. It's just that Hagrid's temperament prevents him from doing this. If Hagrid had this kind of personality, he wouldn't be able to achieve his current achievements. It happens to restrict each other and control the quantity. Xuan can only give such a guess. He really can't figure out how the Forbidden Forest supports so many magical animals. So there were more than 100 Thistrals at that time. Xuan thought that almost all of them had been mobilized, but he didn't expect that there were so many. Xuan appeared from the air and fell down. During the descent, Xuan took out a suitcase from the small world, which will be useful right now. With so many Thistrals, Xuan couldn't believe that he was so unlucky that he couldn't get any of them. At the beginning, Chen Deizai was able to win 37 million with 20 yuan. And Hagrid also relied on 1 male and 5 female Thistrals to develop hundreds of Thistrals in front of him. Xuan couldn't believe that he, who was really cheating, was not as good as them. Thistrals also spotted Xuan and a suitcase he was carrying, but they didn't charge up to attack Xuan. That's because Xuan activated his passive talent Animal Affinity. Otherwise, the Thistrals would how can it be so easy to talk. Xuan fell to the ground and even pulled down his hood to say hi to the Thistrals. The Thistrals all looked curiously at this human wizard who made them feel kind, wondering what his plan was for coming. But he has a feeling of making them close, which Hagrid has never felt before, making people know Thistrals involuntarily want to follow him. It's just that if there are people on the side at this time, they may be startled by the weird scene in front of them. Or they may wonder if Xuan is stupid and hysterical, or mentally. How can anyone speak to the open space in the deep Forbidden Forest in the middle of the night? And the expression on his face and eyes really look like that, as if there is really something in front of him. It can only be said that the invisibility attribute of the Thistrals is indeed quite infiltrating in many cases. Perhaps Hagrid kept the Thistrals in the Forbidden Forest because he was afraid that he would scare the little wizards by doing so. He also said that he did it because he was scared, but it has nothing to do with Xuan. I'm here this time to talk to you. Is there any Thistrals who want to go with me? Where can I get food and lodging? There are magical animals to play with. There are no natural enemies and I am completely free. Xuan said while taking out a lot of spiritual fruits from the small world, such as apples, pears, grapes, etc., as well as vegetables such as carrots, potatoes, and cucumbers. If you come to my place, this kind of food is standard. You can all come and taste it. It's no fun staying here in the Forbidden Forest, right? And there are so many competitors here. You must be under a lot of pressure. Why don't you come to me in part to reduce the pressure on your population? When the time comes, newborns will be born and the population will continue to expand. Otherwise, with the current number, you won't easily increase the number, right? Under Xuan's thoughts, many Thistrals came over to taste the fruits and vegetables Xuan brought out, but the 6 oldest Thistrals didn't stop them, but let the Thistrals eat. If there is no accident, these 6 Thistrals should be the ancestors of this Thistral group, that is, the original 6 Thistrals. They didn't stop the children from eating, but they also didn't walk towards the pile of fruits and vegetables, instead they walked towards Xuan. Xuan didn't feel any fear. First of all, he didn't feel the thought of attack from the Thistral. Secondly, Xuan himself had activated the Animal Affinity talent. Xuan still believed in the Beast Spirit Orb. Last but not least, Xuan is currently possessed by Autai and there are dragon scales under his clothes. This protective power is incredible. Wan Chu Lingzhu, didn't you say you believed me in the previous sentence? Hedui tilde sure enough, a man's mouth is a deceitful ghost. Seeing the old Thistrals approaching, Xuan could see that compared to the silver-white eyes of other Thistrals, their eyes had become cloudy white, and the black fur on the body that was only attached to the bones had also changed. Have to relax, want to eat something. Xuan handed them the carrot in his hand. They shook their heads and hissed a few times. Wait, I'll find a translator. Although relying on the beast Lingzhu, Xuan could barely understand the Thistral's words. But why not use a translator? Xuan summoned a yin. Ian, I'm sorry to trouble you. I want to talk to the Thestrals about something. I just want to take some Thestrals into the small world, but I can't speak the language, so I need your help. Tell them the situation of the small world. Yin didn't have any complaints about being summoned by Xuan so late. As long as Xuan needed it, for the magical animals in the small world, she could take her life. Xuan didn't care about the conversation between Yin and the old Thestrals, but was watching the other Thestrals carefully, and even a few bold Thestrals came to Xuan's side and took away the carrots in his hand. Xuan is also happy to interact with them. Why did Xuan say that the Thestral population has reached a peak now? That is because according to Xuan's observation just now, there are more than 200 or almost 300 Thestrals in the Thestral group. Basically all of them are adult ones, and at least a dozen young ones only. This is very small for a population. After all, infants and young children represent the taste of the population. Basically 1/5 to 1/3 is relatively normal. Now the number of newborns of the Thestrals is even less than 1/10. This ratio is a bit scary, and the small number of newborns means that there are very few Thestrals in the Thestral community recently. Is it young Master Changdaki? No, the reason for this is undoubtedly that the number of Thestrals has reached the peak of its carrying capacity. And if it increases, there may be insufficient food, causing members to be hungry or even starve to death. Therefore, the old Thestrals would rather not let newborns be born in order to control the number of Thestrals colony. Of course, this is what Hagrid mentioned when Xuan chatted with Hagrid last time, and he also wondered why there were so few newborns of these two unicorns, even fewer than when there were only 100. According to the concept of snowballing, isn't the bigger the base, the easier it will be to develop in the future. In fact, Xuan had guessed this when he was at Hagrid's hut, but he didn't actually see the Thestral colony, so Xuan couldn't be sure. Only after seeing it tonight did he find out that this is indeed the case. Didn't you see Aragog next door, and they are not wasting their own resources? The corpses of their dead relatives are also food, but Thestrals are not like Acromanders. In addition, the lifespan of Thestrals is also constant. You can see that the first generation of Thestrals are still alive. As for how the later generations of Thestrals control the number of reproduction, Xuan is not clear. Blind spots of his knowledge were involved. Xuan still needs to learn more whether to stop some activities directly from the root, or whether there are some mysterious plants that can achieve the effect of avoiding clouds or magical magic. After all, he is still young, still a pure boy, he doesn't understand so many strange things, he doesn't want to be a boy who understands in seconds. In the beginning, only a few bold Thestrals came to play with Xuan, and then Xuan was surrounded by enthusiastic Thestrals. Except for Hagrid, there are basically no wizards here to interact with them. Even if you drive the little wizards to Hogwarts every year, but the little wizards can't see them, isn't that just winking for the blind? So it's rare for wizards to see them and are willing to play with them, mainly because Xuan has a feeling of being close to them. Otherwise, the Thestrals wouldn't be so hungry. The invisible beast over there was talking with the old Thestrals. Seeing Lee, who was so popular with Thestrals, the old Thestrals also had an idea in their hearts. After chatting with the invisible beast for a while, the thoughts in my heart were also confirmed. Xuan over there saw that they were almost finished chatting, and got rid of the entanglement of the Thestrals, walked over and said, "How about it, Yin should have told you all." The leader of the Thestrals group, that is, the Thestrals Wu stepped forward and nodded to Xuan, and then told Xuan their idea, that is, to give Xuan more than 1/3 of the Thestrals. Hearing Wu's words from Yin, Xuan was still a little surprised. At first, he thought that Wu would hand over a dozen, at most 20 or 30 Thestrals to him. With such great courage, it is worthy of being the Thestrals who built the entire ethnic group. In fact, according to Wu's idea, he planned to let Xuan take half of the number. After all, it doesn't matter to the Thestral group even if Xuan takes half. As for why half of it was taken away in the end, it was because Wu decided on this amount because he considered that he would have to pull a carriage for Hogwarts every year. Too little would not work. To be honest, Xuan was really surprised by Wuxia's decision. After all, in Xuan's opinion, it was only the first time they met. Do you just believe in yourself like this? Even if you have the talent of animal affinity, isn't it too hasty? Wu also has her own considerations about this. The first is of course that Xuan's first impression score is quite high. And the second is that Xuan has always been polite and respectful of the Thestrals, even if he wants to take them away, also in a negotiating tone. In fact, Wu could feel the powerful energy contained in Xuan's body. Even if the Thestrals were united, they would not be a match. This also means that Xuan can come directly to him without so much trouble, and the other party respects him, which means that at least the other party will not use this Strauss for nothing at will. There is also Yin's persuasion. Basically, there is very little deceit among magical animals, and Wu Wu can see that Yin's dependence on and approval of Xuan. I have seen Wu Wu, a magical animal like invisible beasts. Their ability to predict the future and their sensitive nature of insight into people's hearts mean that the wizards who can get their approval are basically not bad in nature. There are also those fruits and vegetables that Xuan took out just now. Wu Wu can feel that they contain energy that is beneficial to their growth, and Xuan can take out so many as a meeting gift, which means that Xuan is indeed capable of making offerings on these children. And according to the invisible beast, Xuan has his own forest, where such fruit trees can be seen everywhere, and Xuan will not restrict them as long as they are not wasted. There is no need to worry about that. The last point is that what Xuan said earlier is right. The number of this Strauss has indeed reached its peak now. Even if Xuan can't come over, maybe after a while Wu Wu and Hagrid will discuss to migrate some of this Strauss away. Even Wu Wu didn't survive in the Forbidden Forest by working hard with his spouse back then, and most magical animals have a relatively indifferent concept of family affection, and there are relatively few such as the Strauss and invisible beasts. And why Yin told Wu Wu that Xuan has a forest instead of a small world? This is what Xuan explained. Except for the magical animals in the small world who consider themselves as masters, Xuan will not let others know for the time being own a little world of things to yourself. With these 100 Thistrals, Xuan's small world will definitely not be short of Thistrals, and the Thistrals will become the largest ethnic group in the small world. Most of them are basically the parents who are true love, and the children are just accidents and they are ignored after they are born. The better cubs are kept with them when they grow up, and they are driven away when they grow up. At that time, if Xuan wanted to collect Thistrals, he would only have a few Thistrals at most. Where it is like now, it seems that the pie fell from the sky and 3 digits came directly. Even if the other party is just a Thistral, no one can understand the other party's words, but Xuan just doesn't want to put hope on others. Didn't you see that even Hermione didn't tell Penelope Xuan? Xuan is not a person who is in love and can't walk when he sees the opposite S*X. Xuan and Yin also walked up to the Thistrals and briefly talked about the situation after leaving the group. To Xuan's surprise, at least half of the Thistrals were willing to leave with Xuan. Indifferent and ruthless, she gave birth to an egg and then slipped away, regardless of whether you live or die, so it is not too much for Wu Wu to make such a decision. 1. This is my biggest secret and background. Even if Xuan is invincible in the wizarding world in the future, he will not announce it casually. At most, he will tell some close people. Now that the decision was made, Wu Wu went to gather the Thistrals and told them about this matter. Of course, this is to see if there are any volunteers. If there are not enough volunteers later, then Wu Wu lets arrange again. And there are certain countermeasures, like Wu Wu, a magical animal that doesn't enter Xuan's small world and lives outside. Xuan can't even talk about it. As long as you think about it, make a decision, then do it, it's that simple. In the end, Wu Wu and his spouse selected 100 Thistrals from those who were willing, and the ratio of males and females was 40 to 60. This ratio was also selected according to the ratio of males and females who agreed to leave, so it was enough. It's just that Xuan only has 100 places, which cannot be fully accepted. It was not as complicated as Xuan thought, so it was a very suitable and coincidental time for Xuan to come. If he stayed for a while at night, maybe the Thistrals would really split up by then. If Hagrid has a channel, let Hagrid arrange it. Otherwise, let them go out and make their own way. Fantastic beasts don't have any children who must grow under the wings of their elders. And there is another point, that is, Xuan always thinks from the perspective of human beings, forgetting that magical animals don't have so many circles, they don't have so many thoughts compared to his thinking about this and that. Xuan took a look, and basically those who were willing to leave with him were the younger Thistrals, as well as the group who just interacted with him very lively. The older ones and the dozen or so little Thistrals are basically not willing to leave. Those who bring families, unless the parents and children agree to leave, otherwise Wu Wu will not choose them, but the family of 3 is willing to leave. Xuan is not greedy either. Now that the Lin Yi Qi group has fewer newborns because of the control, when the world is in his own small world, there will definitely be newborns soon after letting go of the control. After choosing, Xuan is ready to take these Thistrals into the small world, but of course he will not take them back to the small world in front of so many other Thistrals, but is going to take them around for a circle. You must know that the appearance of Yin and those fruits and vegetables just now were taken out by Xuan using the suitcase he brought as a cover. But now he uses the limited space in the suitcase, so he can only fly to his territory with the Thestrals as an excuse left. As for whether the Thestrals believe it or not, Xuan thinks they should believe it. Before leaving, Xuan also told Wu not to reveal his existence, and Wu agreed, and Xuan also left a bunch of fruits and vegetables for them as food. Even if Wu regrets telling Hagrid, it's useless. Anyway, Xuan is wearing a vest instead of his real self, and it's very normal for Xuan to make extra preparations for things. After flying the Thestrals for quite a distance in the Forbidden Forest, Xuan took a look around before putting the Thestrals into the small world. As soon as they fell into the small world, the Thestrals were branded with Xuan's brand, and this time they really became the meat in Xuan's pot. After bringing the Thestrals and Yin into the small world, tonight's task is completed, and Xuan no longer stays too much in the Forbidden Forest and flies back to the La Wen Ki Lao Tower. The next day was Saturday. In the morning, Xuan first went to the small world to deal with the living problems of the Thestrals, and brought the newly elected leader of the Thestrals to the villa area to make fun of everyone cooked. After all, they will all be animals living in a small world in the future, and they will definitely meet and deal with them. Regarding the sudden increase of hundreds of Thestrals in the small world, the two little guys, Yin and Norberta, are undoubtedly the happiest. There are more people to be lively, so that they can play more areas and objects. And the birds and snakes are also happy for Xuan. As the first batch of magical animals in the small world, they are also the magical animals that have accompanied Xuan for the longest time. They all know that Xuan's wish is to build the small world into a real world, with a variety of creatures. Therefore, they are not jealous of the magical animals that come in later, even though Xuan is very kind to Norberta and Xuan, but when Xuan and the others were just born, Xuan was even worse. At that time, they were the only ones around Xuan. Now that Xuan has grown up, they have grown up too, especially after Autai appeared, they have a sense of tension and crisis. It's not that they are afraid of falling out of favor, but that they feel that their own power can no longer help Xuan, and they begin to yearn for power. So under the double effect of their hearts and the aura of the small world, they began to transform towards a higher level of existence and began to evolve. Otherwise, why have no other magical animals other than Xuan and them temporarily evolved this way? You know, counting Autai and the others, it has been more than a year since they came in, and it is not too long since the alienation of Xuan and the others last year. Many times in the world of wizards, idealism is emphasized like the evolution of birds and snakes. It is done in the right environment, plus a little bit of careful thought, and that's it. And about the alien beasts in Shanghai Jing, Xuan and the others have heard Xuan talk about them before, especially those alien beasts similar to them, which is why they have such beliefs. It must be based on their own cognition. Knowing the power and extraordinariness of acid and fat left will think of evolving in this direction. Things in the small world were settled. Xuan didn't stay in the dormitory in the afternoon, didn't go to the library, didn't look for Hermione and Penello, but had another appointment. Xuan, it's rare. Why did you take the initiative to ask us out? Yeah, after all, our Xuan is the light of La Wen Keluo. Shouldn't he go on a date with Hermione or Penello on such a beautiful weekend? Ask for flowers is... Sitting in the auditorium, Xuan suddenly felt that both shoulders were patted at the same time. Such tacit movements and teasing words could have been other than Fred and George. Let's do it. Do you want to taste the drink of Mashigi? Xuan took out 2 bottles of iced cola. There were still drops of condensation on the walls of the bottles, and the brown cola was still bubbling with cold air. There were countless small bubbles of carbon dioxide rolling in it. In the eyes of ordinary wizards, it was like a bottle of magic medicine. Same, for other little wizards who have never been exposed to Coke, they might not dare to drink Coca-Cola, but who are Fred and George? The well-known troublemakers at Hogwarts. I don't know anything else, but they must be bold enough. Xuan didn't need to hurt himself, otherwise why would he make an appointment in a public place like the auditorium, let alone this is Hogwarts with Snape, the potion master, and Dumbledore here. Xuan really dared to do such a thing. Do you want to lose your life? Moreover, Fred and George don't think they have any deep hatred with Xuan, except that their younger brother, the idiot Ron, has done some bad things, and their relationship with Xuan is also very good. In addition to their very strong curiosity, which can even be said to be almost dead, and the influence of their father Arthur Weasley, they are still very interested in things in the Muggle world. Boom! The two of them opened the bottle cap, and the sound of bubbling bubbles seemed to sound even weirder. It reminded Fred and George of the stories about the murder potion brewed by the evil witch that they had heard when they were young. But now they were even more excited, with happy smiles on their faces. They looked at each other and took a sip of the bottle at the same time. The feeling of carbon dioxide bursting in the mouth instantly surprised the two teenagers who tasted Coke. After the bursting feeling disappeared, the sweetness of Coke was gone. After the two of them swallowed the Coke in their mouths, they smashed their mouths. They seemed to be fine, but they still felt strangely exciting and delicious. Try another sip. Well, I didn't taste much, so I took another sip and then I just drank it. A 500 ml bottle of Coke didn't last long in their hands, and they drank it all up. This muggle drink called Coke is so exciting, leak Xuan, do you still have it? We can even buy it with money. That's right, this hearty and stimulating feeling is better than the butter beer at the Three Broomsticks in Hogsmeade. Hi tilde tilde tilde. As soon as Fred finished talking to George, he burped suddenly and drank a bottle of Coke in one breath. It is not surprising that this happened. Many people did this in previous lives, and they pursued such a kind of the feeling of happiness. Otherwise, how could Coke be called happy water? Seeing the two of them like this, Leek Xuan smiled, didn't say anything, and then took out 2 bottles of Coke and handed them to them, without saying anything about money or not. This time Fred learned from George, and he didn't want to drink 770 in one breath just now. Even though the hiccup felt good, they still felt a little embarrassed and rude in front of everyone. After all, they don't want to lose their conjugal rights in Hogwarts, just like their idiot younger brother. The news that Ron was under the slug curse spread throughout Hogwarts, and it was not known whether the slug curse was strengthened by Ron's broken wand. Even if I went to Professor Flitwick and Madame Pomfrey later, there was no way to completely eradicate it. Maybe I would spit out a slug. Okay, should I tell you why you came to us? Fred held the Coke and said to Leek Xuan. George on the side also looked at Leek Xuan with a serious face. They knew that there was something Leek Xuan needed his help for. I heard that you plan to open a magic trick shop after graduation. Leek Xuan didn't take the lead in answering their questions, but raised his own. Yes, this is our dream, and we have invented many products for this purpose, such as fat tongue taffy that quickly expands the tongue after eating and can make the wearer's head look like a headless cap. There are also quick-acting skipping candies and fever candies that can help you skip classes quickly. For the sake of treating us to Coke, I can give you a 10% discount. Fred and George were not surprised when they heard Leek Xuan's words. It was not the first time they had told others about the dream of the magic trick workshop, so they planned to take the opportunity to sell Leek Xuan a wave. After all, they were real. No money. Although the sale of these products can make some money, they also need to invest money in research and development of new products. Research and development means burning money, so basically they can't make ends meet. That is to say, the two of them have good talents. Otherwise, it would be good to be able to produce the same product with this little capital. I'm really interested in your products, but it's not fat tongue taffy and quick-acting skipping candy, but I heard that one of the products you are developing recently is a daydream spell. Especially for Cuthbert Binns' magic history class research, right? Fred and George exchanged glances. They had no idea that Leek Xuan was interested in the unfinished product of Daydream Curse. Indeed, as Leek Xuan said, this daydream spell was indeed something they thought of when they were bored during Professor Ice's class. As long as you read this mantra, you can enter a high-quality, extremely realistic daydream for 30 minutes. It is easy to operate and can be used when you are bored in class. It is absolutely unnoticeable. Moreover, for Fred and George, there is no way to continue the research for the time being. For Leek Xuan, it is not so difficult. With Leek Xuan's current theoretical level, it can be completed. Otherwise, Flitwick will teach the university. I'm here. Fred and George were a little confused when they heard this word for the first time. After all, it is a term unique to the Muggle world, and it is normal for them to be unclear. When Leek Xuan said this, Fred and George understood. The two looked at each other and knew what the other meant, so George said, "You just need to use it and take it. This spell has not been fully invented yet, which is not considered a patent fee. Royalties. Our relationship is still so good, it's unfair to say this, and we will write down the information of the Daydream Curse for you in a while." There is indeed such a thing, but the Daydream Curse is still at the level of research. With our current ability, there is no way to completely perfect it, so you may be disappointed this time. Fred truthfully told Leek Xuan about the Daydream Curse, but Leek Xuan didn't expect that the Daydream Curse hadn't been researched yet. After all, he didn't know when this spell was researched. Fred on the other side also answered. Of course, this spell is not completely free of side effects. It will make the user look dull and may even have slight symptoms of drooling. To put it simply, you invented something, such as a spell or a new potion formula. I think if you want to use it in 3.6, you have to pay you a license fee to allow me to use such a thing. It's justified, there is no problem. It is also easy to go astray and get 404, so even if they haven't researched it yet, they all have ideas. After all, although they want to make money, they still have a bottom line in their hearts, and this curse has not been figured out for a while. Yes, and you also said that you will not spread it indiscriminately. This is just the prototype of a magic spell. On this basis, what you developed and what we developed are completely two magic spells, so there is no need for any patent fees. Well, you spent time and effort conceiving the Daydream Curse, but I need this spell now. How about I pay you the patent fee? I use it, but I don't spread it casually, and you can continue in the future research and put it on sale in your magic trick workshop. But they haven't finished this spell yet, and they found out in the process of research that it might not be able to sell to some young wizards because of the risk of addiction. The Dean's research on spells is not comparable to that of Fred and George. After pondering for a while, he thought for a while that it didn't matter if the spell was researched or not. As long as the framework of the Daydream spell was built, it would be enough. It may take a lot of time and energy for Xuan to invent a magic spell from scratch, but perfecting it on a framework will make him get twice the result with half the effort. In other classes, such obvious symptoms would definitely have been discovered, but in Cuthbert Bin's History of Magic class, there was no such trouble. That's what I said, but you have all spent time and energy, giving you gold gallons so that you can invent more fun and interesting magic props later. Just treat me as an early investment. To be honest, if you are interested, I think I can be your angel investor. I think your magic trick workshop will definitely be successful, but you are short of funds now. Xuan smiled and said to Fred and George, he is not joking, but really thinks it is feasible. After all, after Fred dies in the future, George will be able to open the magic trick shop by himself. And even more, it is said that there are still two people. Really, I have to say, Xuan, you are really the most discerning wizard in Hogwarts. Fred and George are very warm in their hearts. Xuan has always believed in their talents and talents. They don't know how to make sensational scenes. Don't look at Fred and George, who usually get along very well, as if they have a good relationship with everyone. But on the contrary, if you want to really walk into his heart and become someone he approves of, such a person, the difficulty will increase greatly. No, friendship belongs to friendship. Things are counted 1 yard at a time, so don't shirk too much. This time I will pay you 10 gold galleons for Daydream Curse. Xuan took out the small cloth bag that he had prepared earlier from the pocket of his clothes and put it on the table. Before he came to look for Fred and George, Xuan had already thought about it. Seeing Xuan like this, they also knew Xuan's temperament, so they didn't say any more. Fearing that Xuan would be in a hurry, Fred and George simply wrote down the relevant information about the Daydream Curse right here in the auditorium, with each of the 18 bodies adding to it. Xuan simply waited at the side, and it didn't take long for him to get the paper on the Daydream Curse from Fred. Then I'll leave first. After getting the Daydream spell, Xuan bid farewell to Fred and George and left. He was going to enter the small world to start analyzing the Daydream spell. Xuan began to have a daydream here, but Ron and Harry on the other side were not treated so well. If the two of them know that there is an idiom called taste the same when eating at night, they will definitely think it is very suitable to express their feelings. Even though they desperately begged the second hand, minute hand, and hour hand on the clock to move slowly, the time still came to 7:30 in the evening. There was a bitter separation between the two brothers and sisters. After all, one was going to Lockhart's office, which was formerly Quirrel's office, and the other was going to the prize showroom. Xuan can only say that he is really an ironclad defense against the dark arts professor's office, a flowing professor of defense against the dark arts. However, even when he arrived outside the defense against the dark arts professor's office, Harry still dawdled for a long time, reckoning that it was only a little more than the agreed 8 o'clock before he gritted his teeth, knocked on the door, and walked in. Ah, here comes our savior, little villain, come in quickly. Harry looked at the defense against the dark arts office in front of him, and it really was in Lockhart style, just like the previous classroom. There are countless Lockhart photo frames hanging on the wall, which can be said to be another kind of wallpaper, which is very brightly lit by many candles, so that others can't see clearly. Approaching Lockhart's desk, there is a large stack of photographs, several of which have his signature. Well, my office is spectacular. After Lockhart sat Harry down, he began to brag about his abilities. Harry didn't know why he was so embarrassed. The Cornwall Goblin incident happened only a few days ago, so why did he seem to have lost his memory? Harry simply ignored him, picked up the quill, and started to do his own work. After all, looking at the thick stack of envelopes, he suspected that there were at least 1,000 of them. There seemed to be a flame burning on the chair, making myself feel uncomfortable no matter how I sat. Now Harry feels this way, he really wants to escape, but he can't escape. All he cared about was when the envelopes in front of him would be completely reduced, and even Lockhart told Harry that being able to come to him and write letters for him would be able to offset the mistakes he had done before, and there is no confinement easier than this. Harry asked Lockhart, seeing the puzzled look on Lockhart's face Harry didn't understand. In the jumping firelight, Harry picked up a new envelope again and was about to write the long string of addresses on it when he suddenly heard a voice, a cold and creepy voice that didn't look like a human being at all. In stark contrast to the rambling Lockhart, we all know that when a person walks on something with a sense of resistance, he will feel that the time has passed extremely long, and the difficulty of the things in his hand will become infinitely more difficult. The body is extremely resisting, and the mind is also endured incomparable torture. Harry shook his sore hand. Maybe all the homework that Aunt Dursley locked in the attic during the summer vacation is not coming back now. The owner of this voice doesn't seem to be very fluent in speech, or is there something wrong with it? Such a long list of addresses coupled with such a large number must be completed tonight, and then I can listen to Lockhart beeping, so I don't need to sleep at all. Lockhart, who was sitting next to Harry, also noticed the blotch of ink and the sudden change of expression on his face, which seemed to be breathing heavily. So Harry seemed to automatically install a Lockhart speech filter in his mind, automatically ignoring Lockhart's chattering words. "Didn't you hear that voice just now?" Fortunately, despite the torment, as the candle burned shorter and shorter, the number of envelopes in front of Harry also decreased visibly with the naked eye, allowing Harry to see a glimmer of hope. What fame is a capricious friend, what a celebrity must have the airs of a celebrity, Harry said he didn't care at all. The words came out in fits and starts that didn't form a complete sentence, but it was enough to scare Harry. "What's wrong?" Feeling the hands that were almost useless, Harry threw the quill in his hand hard on his face. This is called easy. Come here, let me tear you, kill you." This creepy sound reached Harry's ears, causing him to shiver uncontrollably, and he was startled suddenly. A large ball of ink was constantly smudged on the surface of the envelope in front of him. When Lockhart heard Harry's words, he couldn't help but stop what he was doing and listened carefully for a while, only to find that there was no sound of what Harry said. What sound? "Not at all. Maybe, Harry, you're a little sleepy." Lockhart looked at the time. "Merlin, it turns out we've been writing for 4 hours. Happy time always flies by so fast. It's unbelievable. It's almost time. Go back and rest. We'll continue the rest tomorrow night." Hearing what Lockhart said, Harry felt that this sound was even more terrifying than the one just now. "And it will continue tomorrow night, and there is joy there at this time, it is simply suffering." That's right, Harry and Ron's confinement lasted 2 nights, which is already considered a favor. Otherwise, they were driving a magic speeder and destroying the Whomping Willow. Can't be overemphasized. Lockhart's words also made Harry look down on the voice just now. Maybe it was really an auditory hallucination that appeared because he was confused when writing the envelope. After leaving Lockhart's office and returning to the dormitory, it was past 12 o'clock. But Ron hadn't come back at this time. It can only be said that Filch's terrible reputation is not just based on bragging. After Harry finished washing, he put on his pajamas and lay on the bed thinking whether the creepy voice in Lockhart's office just now was real or not. And if it was fake. But the malice he felt just now made his body feel real. As for the reaction, it doesn't make sense. But if it was true, why was he the only one who heard Lockhart who was in the same office but didn't? He didn't look like he was lying to himself, and there was nothing to deceive. In this kind of wild thinking, the time passed bit by bit, and when Ron rubbed his right arm and pushed open the door and walked in, Harry realized that another hour had passed. "Why did you come back?" To avoid waking Neville and the others who were already asleep, Harry lowered his voice. And Ron, who was moaning softly over there, heard Harry's voice on the bed and knew that he had not been back for a long time, but at least he seemed much better than himself. "My muscles are all stiff, sore and sore. That B********* D Filch made me wipe that Quidditch trophy 14 times before he's satisfied. And finally it's all over." But for some reason, the after-effect of the slug curse was still there, and I vomited the slug again. I spent countless hours cleaning up the slug-stained trophies. How about you at Lockhart's? Ron, who had never missed his bed so much, rolled on the bed and made a comfortable sound, but he lowered his voice and answered Harry's question. Harry told Ron what had happened in Lockhart's office, especially about the voice. Did Lockhart say he really didn't hear? Ron asked after listening, and then Moonlight saw Harry's nodding and frowning, so he didn't continue to dwell on this but spoke. "Harry, I must tell you that sometimes hearing inexplicable voices in the wizarding world is not a good thing, so you have to pay attention, especially if it is only heard by you." After Ron told Harry the taboos that most of the wizarding world knew, he didn't say any more. After all, it's more than 1 o'clock now, and he was so tired today that he didn't even have the strength to wash up. Let's talk about it tomorrow after sleeping. Originally, Harry wanted to chat again, but when he heard Ron's even breathing beside him, he knew that the other party had fallen asleep. It's just that Harry couldn't sleep at the moment. Why could he hear that voice? And at that time, the door of the office was not opened, which meant that no one came in at all, not even someone who had cast the disillusionment spell or had an invisibility cloak like him. But the office can be seen clearly at a glance. Except for himself and Lockhart, the voice seems to be in his ears. The more he thinks about Harry, the more he can't sleep, and as a result, he suffers from insomnia. But this has nothing to do with Xuan. He is still immersed in the study of daydreaming spells. Xuan, Fred, and George use the daydream charm mainly to transform it into something similar to a virtual illusion. The original daydream spell can make people dream, so what Xuan wants is to make dreams controllable, so that dreams can be whatever he wants. And in addition to the single dream, Xuan even hopes to transform the small dreams formed by the daydream spell into big dreams that can be connected together. Of course, Xuan can only say that this is the most ideal state. After all, this is almost the second virtual world of the wizarding world. Not long before that, Xuan planned to make an abridged version. If the internet can't be done, a local area network is Xuan's current idea. And it doesn't need too much, it's just a dream that can connect and accommodate multiple people. 3 or 4 people are enough. Xuan plans to use it as a training ground for himself, Hermione, and Penello. Although I usually do actual combat, I always have scruples, and some actual combat training is more difficult to achieve in the real world. That is, the kind that dies after trying. For example, Xuan intends to use the daydream spell to practice fighting against the basilisk. In the future, he may also add Ulank Iron Belly Charmander, Norwegian Ridgeback, Bird Snake, Dementor, and even a certain socket monster and so on. So maybe the Daydream Curse should be renamed to Virtual Combat Curse. But it doesn't matter what the spell is called. What matters is when Xuan can change the Daydream spell into the shape he wants. In the following days, Xuan was busy looking for various books about spells, and consulted Professor Flitwick. And Professor Flitwick gave full affirmation and encouragement after hearing Xuan's idea, including the polite conversation at the beginning, the thirst for knowledge later, and what happened in Ollivander's wand shop, the wand named Reincarnation by Xuan. Since entering the Hogwarts branch, Xuan has showcasing its own unique style. What they are curious about now is, how did Lockhart write such a great book? After all, the description of every magical creature in the book is very correct. Otherwise, Lockhart would have been cracked down long ago. Professor Flitwick knew that even Dumbledore, the mysterious man whose name could not be named, and the love of the White Wizard who was imprisoned in Nurmengard were not as good as the current one at Xuan's age. As a result, when he officially joined the job and got in touch, it can only be said that the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. The whole Hogwarts faculty and staff know that Lockhart is a super big parallel importer. Now this is almost one of the top 10 unsolved mysteries of Hogwarts. Last year's Quirrel became a stepping stone to the savior. This year, this star writer who left when Kelluo, Professor Flitwick almost didn't want to mention him. What else can he do besides showing off his own smile with a fake smile every day? With Lockhart right, it can also be seen from here that Xuan's unrestrained fantasy and sufficient knowledge background, Professor Flitwick increasingly thinks that Xuan is a treasure. If there is no accident, Xuan will definitely be a good wizard like Dumbledore and become the real Ravenclaw light. If the magic power in the body is unlimited, Professor Flitwick can say that he can challenge 90% of the students in Hogwarts with his ability. And if the remaining 10% are willing to trade injury for death, that is not a problem. At the beginning, Professor Flitwick was quite happy to hear that Lockhart was the professor of defense against the dark arts this year. After all, this is also the star student who pulled Wen Kelluo out. Reading his books, he knew that he would definitely be able to teach students a lot about defense against the dark arts. Knowledge, it can even be said that the sum is not as good as it is. It is no wonder that Professor Flitwick has high hopes for Xuan. After all, as a teacher, he would definitely like to see his students become better and he will feel more fulfilled. If it was placed in the chaotic era before, these little wizards would definitely die as soon as they stepped out of Hogwarts, and they would really give away their heads. He can only pin his hopes on the most outstanding Xuan, and even Professor Flitwick still has a little fantasy in his heart, that is to surpass Dumbledore, the #1 white wizard of this era. Speaking of Xuan's wand, I have to mention that a lot of things happened in the middle. After all, such a cool wand certainly attracts enough attention, so I won't mention it for now. Even though nearly a year and a half has passed, Professor Flitwick can hardly forget the scene when he went to Leek Xuan's house on Privet Drive to guide him. Professor Flitwick didn't know why Dumbledore hired Quirrel and Lockhart as defense against the dark arts professors, but he was very sure that under the hands of the two of them, little wizards didn't learn anything about defense against the dark arts. After all, last year's Quirrel and this year's Lockhart both graduated from La Wen Ki, not only did not give La Wen Ki glory, but also made La Wen Ki lose a lot of points, which made La Wen Ki Dean Law's Professor Flitwick was furious. After all, he was born as a dual champion and has a wealth of life experience. He can see the potential and significance of Leek Xuan's spell at a glance. Xuan stretches to this point, and this spell is so important to the current Hogwarts students, it can be said that it exists like rain in time. The reason why Leek Xuan was in such a hurry to study the daydream spell was because not only Harry heard the basilisk's violent and murderous voice that night, he also heard it. Don't doubt the beast spirit orb's transformation of Leek Xuan. In fact, Leek Xuan can of course enter the Slytherin's secret room to take the basilisk away, and he even knows where the passage to enter the secret room is. But there is a problem stuck in front of Leek Xuan: he can't speak Parseltongue. Leek Xuan is not like Tom Riddle, who is a descendant of Slytherin and inherited his Parseltongue, nor does he want Harry to have a part of Voldemort's soul and also have a Parseltongue. This is a brand new language for him, and he needs to learn it from scratch. In essence, Parseltongue is a talent, and Leek Xuan also has it with the help of the longevity Lingzhu. But this talent is different from other talents. It is a talent that needs to be learned the day after tomorrow, unlike Harry, who directly inherited Voldemort's Parseltongue language. However, Leek Xuan doesn't need to learn too much. He only needs to learn the phrase "open" to be able to open the secret room passage in the girls' bathroom and enter the secret passage. In fact, it is not that there is no better way, such as the first one, that is to go directly to find Harry to learn Parseltongue. But Leek Xuan knows that because of what happened last year, now Dumbledore is very close to Harry. Leek Xuan was afraid that he had cast himself in a trap in the past. After all, the talent of Parseltongue was really very sensitive. He couldn't believe that Dumbledore didn't know that Harry had this talent. Look at what he said to Harry this school year: "You really don't have anything to tell me." Isn't this the same as the sentence of 560 last school year? "I don't know why the secret in the basement spread like wildfire, so he knows everything when he is old and mature, but he has been shutting down. And now is not the time to look for Harry. The basilisk should have just been awakened, and there should be no movement behind. The sound that night made Harry think it was just an auditory hallucination." During this period of time, he didn't care about the voice of the basilisk. In addition to dealing with Lockhart's harassment, he also had to deal with Wood's various tactical harassment. Because of the dispute on the Quidditch pitch last time, after Harry left, Wood and Dellake had a lot of chatter, and they were ridiculed for being stunned by their own ball last year. New hatred and old hatred. As a hot-blooded young man, how could Wood endure Slytherin's provocation? And this year, under the sponsorship of Lucius Malfoy, Slytherin's Quidditch team has updated the flying anti-drugs to 2,000 light wheels. On the surface, Wood is of course mocking the other party for his poor skills, and it is useless to bring equipment, but in fact the pressure is still very high. After all, a good flying broom has a great impact on Quidditch. Last year they received a wave of Nimbus 2000 benefits, relying on Harry and his Nimbus 2000, not to mention gods blocking and killing gods, Buddhas blocking and killing Buddhas, but the probability of winning is greatly improved. Therefore, as the captain of Gryffindor Quidditch, Wood is under great pressure. It is completely unfeasible to replace everyone's flying broomsticks with light wheels like Slater Lynn. This is unrealistic. Not everyone as rich as the Malfoy family except Leek Xuan. Since the equipment is not comparable, it can only look at personal skills, teamwork, and various tactical design, which is what Wood has been busy doing recently. For this reason, Harry was miserable. After all, as a seeker, he had the greatest responsibility and pressure, and Wood wished he could eat and sleep with him. Harry was so busy that he didn't even have time to write his homework. He could have copied Hermione's, after all, because he had a good relationship, but now Harry and Hermione are just acquaintances. The only thing we can rely on is our other son of prophecy, Neville. Now Neville's grades are not bad. Last year, 4 subjects received excellent evaluations. As for Ron, don't even think about it. He is a scumbag, and he has been mysterious lately, always disappearing. His schedule is almost the same as his own. He always leaves early and returns late, and he looks tired. But Ron looked happy and excited. Even the tiredness on his face didn't cover his smile. But when Harry asked Neville about him, he was very secretive. He just smiled and told Harry and Neville that he was preparing a big surprise. As for what it was, don't ask too much. For this reason, Harry and Neville didn't say much. After all, one was so tired that he fell asleep when he came back, while the other had his own things to do, and he wasn't the kind of person to ask the bottom line. While eating in the auditorium, Xuan noticed the changes in Ron. First of all, he had more smiles on his face, and at the same time he looked more confident. He was no longer as inferior as before because of his background and achievements. Another point is that Ron's wand, which was broken and wrapped with tape, has finally retired. It has been used by several Weasley children like a legacy, and it can finally rest well. Speaking of Ron's wand, it has something to do with Xuan, because his wand was bought by Gemini, Percy, and Charlie, the big brothers, together to raise money for Ron to change. Don't look at these big brothers who always complain or tease Ron, but in fact they are brothers with blood thicker than water. When something really happens, they will still work together. After all, they still feel a little guilty about Ron, the youngest brother, because the Weasley family's economy is not good, and the younger they are, the worse the items they use. After all, the Weasley family has many children. Even though Ginny is the youngest child of the Weasley family, because she is the only Sib girl and the youngest, everyone dotes on her and knows what a girl should have or give. It may not be the best, but it's the best they can do. And this time George and Fred really made a big deal. After all, they just got a huge sum of money from Xuan. Percy didn't have a job yet, so naturally he didn't have much money. So he relied on the pocket money he had accumulated or helped other little wizards with their homework, and completed some commissions to collect some rewards, not much but it was still considered income. As for Charlie and the others, although they are working, they have to spend money to live, and their wages are not particularly high. Sometimes they have to subsidize their family. They have only worked for a long time and have no savings. That's why Lucius Malfoy said that the Weasley family was an embarrassment to the pureblood family. After all, no matter how poor the other pureblood families are, there are rotten boats and 3-pound nails, and the Weasley family lives in such a tight situation. But now the Weasley family can be called the rank with the largest number of pureblood families, which is beyond comparison for most pureblood families. As long as there are people, there is hope. Otherwise, look at the Gaunt family and the Lake family of Sirius, Harry's godfather. He only had one person, and he couldn't take care of both the development of virtual combat spells and the research of Parseltongue at the same time. The former could only rely on himself, and the latter could ask Hermione and the others to help find information. Although I don't know why Xuan needs content about Parseltongue, but as long as Xuan needs it, they will spare no effort to do it. There is no way there are too few records about Parseltongue. If they want to find relevant information from the vast collection of books in the library, they have to screen them first, and then read them one by one. Xuan wasn't trying to comfort them on purpose. The information Hermione and Penelope helped him find during this time was indeed very useful. Xuan, these are the summary of the information about Parseltongue that Penelope and I found recently. If you don't satisfy yourself, you can still be exempted from responsibility for the first time. If you're sorry for the second time, you'll just die. You've been given opportunities and resources for worthless people. If you're still such a waste, don't stay in Xuan, it's a waste of resources here. Now that he has these materials, Xuan is confident that he will soon learn part of the Parseltongue language, and then he will be able to open the bathroom and bring the basilisk into the small world. Of course, Xuan doesn't mean to let them defeat Autai or Xioi. They can really defeat them. Among other things, the full set of resources is arranged. Very good. What kind of spiritual fruit, spiritual wine, spiritual flesh, or even the diluted 5-element liquid is not a big problem. An elite wizard-level subordinate is of course worthy of Xuan's investment. The Weasley family only has one girl, Ginny, so when Ron and the others grow up and have a family, and their children get married and have offspring, then the Weasley family can indeed be called a real big family in England's educating world. For example, completing the virtual actual combat spell will not only be able to be used by himself, but also can be handed over to the wizards under him to improve their combat effectiveness. He doesn't want all his subordinates to be empty-handed. Xuan, who was studying hard, heard Hermione's voice beside him and raised his head to look at a long paper. Hermione's and Penelope's faces looked tired and there was expectation in their eyes. He picked up the paper and scanned it. He said with a few glances. Hearing Xuan's words, Hermione and Penelope couldn't help laughing happily. Recently, they really put in a lot of effort to help Xuan. He has set a standard. Twice a year when he goes back on vacation, these wizards have to fight with their pets. Regarding Ron's changes, Xuan has nothing to comment on. Recently, he has been busy accumulating his own background. It is rare that they can help Xuan, even if they are dizzy from reading recently. They can accept so much information in a short period of time, that is to say, they read a lot on weekdays and have their own way of reading, otherwise it will be really difficult. Can't stand it. Thank you for your hard work. The information here is very useful to me. With the passage of time, October arrived, and even October this year was colder than last year. The castle, which was already gloomy and cold, was full of damp chill. There was a sudden flu epidemic among the staff and students. As for the weak and sick among the staff, one of the most charming smiles said that it must not be him. However, the cold couldn't hit Xuan and Hermione. After all, they exercised regularly, and Xuan paid special attention to protection when he first noticed the signs. But our savior Harry Potter's good friend Ron was not so lucky, sick. Xuan saw that he was forced by Neville, Harry, and Seamus's roommates to drink some refreshing potions. These refreshing potions were made by Madame Pomfrey, and they are very effective in treating colds. It can be said to have an immediate effect. In the previous life, countless hospitals and drug manufacturers would definitely close their doors. This curative effect is so good. A tube of refreshing medicine will be cured immediately. Like cold medicine that needs several courses of treatment to be cured, what can be compared with refreshing medicine? It's just that this refreshing agent also has some side effects. That is, after drinking it, there will be smoke in the ears for several hours. Like Ron's head has been smoking after drinking it, and with his bright red hair, it looks like his head is on fire from a distance it's gone. It looked a little funny. Even many little wizards felt curious and amused, and even pretended to be sick and ran to Madame Pomfrey to ask for a refreshing potion to drink and have fun. Looking at the smoking heads of their partners, they pointed at each other laugh. Children's happiness is that simple. However, the atmosphere of the Quidditch teams of several colleges has become a little different recently, or unusual. After all the Slytherin members changed to the Nimbus 2000, Gryffindor was the first to roll up. Even if it was windy and rainy, Wood didn't stop his Gryffindor training, and after Slytherin had 2,000 light wheels, according to George and Fred, he could only see 7 vague light green shadows in the air. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Then the news spread throughout Hogwarts. Everyone said that this year Slytherin was replaced with 2,000 light wheels. The Quidditch team of Lawen-Kelluo and Hufflepuff went to check it out, and sure enough, as Fred and the others said, everyone felt under pressure now. Look at Gryffindor's reckless appearance, then roll up all of them. Speaking of which, basically every Quidditch team in each academy has a famous character, such as Harry Potter, the savior of Gryffindor, Draco Malfoy, the power of Slytherin, and Cedric of Hufflepuff, that is, Lawen-Kelluo. What a famous person. In fact, according to the general thinking of young wizards, they must have actively participated in Quidditch. The Quidditch team like Lawen-Kelluo often invited Xuan, even if he explicitly rejected the invitation, he still did not stop. Like Lon-Kelluali, Xuan, Penelo, and Martha have a lot of reputation, but these 3 people are not interested in Quidditch. It is reasonable for the 2 girls, Penelo, not to be interested in Quidditch, but it is really incomprehensible that the boy, Xuan, is not interested. In the eyes of boys, how handsome it is to be a Quidditch player galloping on the court. It simply satisfies all the fantasies of the boys who want to be in the limelight, just like all the boys in the previous life hoped that they would be super good at playing basketball and dunk all kinds of extraordinary shots on the court. It can only be said that if you are not interested, you are not interested, and it is useless to say more. At $%. On this day, Xuan, who was practicing Parseltongue against a poisonous snake in the small world, finally heard the feedback from the poisonous snake. Finally learned it, Xuan felt that this period of time was really difficult. Even with his current physical fitness, he felt extremely tired. In fact, Xuan also made 2 other preparations. If the time is too late, he can talk to Harry directly. This is also one of the methods, or he can simply break the walls of Hogwarts and break into the bathroom to force his way in. But now Xuan has accomplished the set goal through his own efforts. If it was not a matter of life and death, Xuan would not do such a thing that would damage his own foundation. At that time, this strength will not be considered weak in the wizarding world. In fact, it is not other things that restrict Xuan's growth now, but his age. Of course, Xuan, who relied on the Ulenk Iron-Belly Charmander and the Norwegian Ridgeback, is definitely no match for Dumbledore and Voldemort of the same level. Because he is not old enough and his body is not fully developed, he can't drink the 5-element spiritual liquid excessively, otherwise it will easily affect his development. Lee doesn't want his height to be fixed just like that. And when his strength improves, the number and quality of magical animals that can accommodate him increase, and when Norberta grows up and Autai also breaks through, then he will be able to wrestle with Dumbledore of the Bright Moon Sorcerer up. As long as the Basilisk is included in the small world, this school year will be a smooth one, allowing him to develop steadily and give her a little more time to end this semester. When the time comes to directly reduce the dimensionality, the same level is not as experienced as yours. and the magic mastered is not as proficient as you, so I am a level higher than you, so you can't do anything right. After all, his growth time is too short, and there are too few things to learn. If he really wants to break through all methods, Xuan feels that he has to reach the level of Yaoyang Wizard. Xuan felt that he could break through to the level of an elite wizard. What's more, with the existence of Autai and the others, there is no need for Xuan to sacrifice himself so much. The growth rate of the magical animals is much faster than Xuan's. But at this moment of success, Xuan really felt a sense of accomplishment. Perhaps Xuan's idea was too ideal, and our Salazar Slytherin didn't want his plan to go so smoothly, so something happened in Hogwarts on the second night. Xuan looked at the time, and the time has come to mid-October without knowing it. Sure enough, once immersed in something, the perception of time will become very weak. The next day or two will be a little rest. Today is Thursday, and you can go to the bathroom to open the passageway to the secret room by the end of the weekend. Ask for flowers. But the result of this kind of counterproductive growth is that Xuan will not be able to continue to improve his strength in the future. Or if he wants to improve, he will need to spend 10 times or even dozens of times the normal growth of resources to make up for the lack caused before. Otherwise, there are 5-element psychic fluids and higher-level congenital 5-element psychic fluids. Xuan is really reckless about improving himself. Fashion and legendary wizards dare not say it, but Yaoyang wizards can definitely do it. Don't underestimate the world power.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.